As we are once again alive upon the internet. Are we? Yes, we are. Yeah. Good to know. Important. That is important things and stuffs. And yeah. As I'm trying to go and find that one pin post, of course, as we'll go and do that in a little bit. And stuffs and things. Here we go. Okay. Oh, we have a few questions there, and we do have a few backups as well available to me. As I forgot totally to pop out this chat and bring it into my OBS, the YouTube chats, which I'll go and fix now. There we go. There we are. And yeah, we're gonna just chill about. I'm gonna start first with. Actually, I need to quickly check this. I'm gonna start actually with prepping this watch alt. Is it this watch alt? That's a check actually. So let's go check. And we'll start with basically recording the AMA parts in like an hour-ish from now, when more people are in.
Entering safe area.
We'll record them kind of in the same vein as I do the things and stuffs. We'll just go and record an intro, and then we'll go through the questions, and even more questions come in, we'll save them up, and you just need to check on the watch. Yep. So this character is ready to be deleted, as they have expended all of their usefulness to me in the form of their watch points. So let's go and do that. And we'll do we'll prep this character basically, and likely tomorrow or Monday we'll go and do the actual Wony run. But then at least I have this character prepared. And as always, I'm gonna take the longer way to Haven. Get one more extra exotic component. Although honestly, nowadays, yeah, I mean, exotic components have become a lot more, whatever we get, we just take. Easy to get, actually. Because likely in the same time that it takes me to do this and get to Haven, afterwards.
Proceed to the marker.
Not the thing itself, because unless it's a very easy daily, but the daily would likely be faster than it.
Agent, follow me.
I need Magnum.
Jump over it.
There you are.
Let's do the intro.
Got it, possession. Coming from behind that barrier.
Incoming hostile.
5 enemies, 5 shotgun shells in my shotgun. It's a match made in heaven. We just murdered them all.
I'll get him.
Keep moving. Don't stay in one spot for too long.
Screw this last guy.
Agent.
No, I want to kill him. It's rude not to kill him. We can already revive this guy and get past here. I feel it's rude to leave that guy alive. Doing all that effort to assault us. We might as well kill him. And hey there, Cairo and Essie. And thanks for the cheers right away there.
Patrols will be on the lookout for
Very much appreciated always.
some of those bastards.
Hope you guys are also having, guys and gals, of course, having a good day out there, as I definitely did, especially yesterday.
It's been 7 months since the outbreak.
Well, it was a long work day. It was also kind of fun because
green poison.
As the stream title gives away,
Real danger is out there.
it is also my birthday, which I funnily enough, I had I kind of remember because it's also part of the YouTube anniversary thing and stuff. But also Google kind of reminded me as well, like a weekend before, like, hey, it's your birthday in like 10 days or something. I was like, oh yeah. But some of my colleagues actually, well, one of my colleagues especially kind of always knows that it is, and they went out of their way last night to make it a fun, because I was working past midnight, so after the show to have a little bit of a
flash priority.
The base of operations is
fun gathering all together, which was kind of fun. Also, actually, does it even do it in here, right?
Immediate assistance from any nearby agents.
So, reload to 31. And we'll do the AMA in a little bit, once a few more people have joined up. Play around for an hour-ish. Then we'll get main account to 20k. Finally hitting that mark that got teased for a while. And then we're gonna go do AMA stuff. And I'm kind of thinking, although it might take way too much time, but reusing a bunch of places that I've used as intro, just revisiting them basically. Okay, just have no AI.
I've got eyes on a division agent heading north toward the White House. Looks like they've cut down a group of hyenas and are headed this way.
Agent, if you can hear us on this frequency, keep pushing forward and blindside these bastards.
And I've gathered even a few more questions from a few buddies. And also I have a few questions that like often gets asked. Like a FAQ kind of thing as well that I might go through. Also, funnily enough, the bunch of the people that I asked, also I actually asked basically PT or like the new season questions. So that's kind of good as well. We'll get a bunch of them in as well. Like, what's now the best AR? What's now the best LMG? Because one person took the lazy way out and basically asked those three questions. Basically, what's now the best SMG? What's now the best LMG? And what's now the best MMR? Because I asked them to like ask me three questions, but you know, it's actually not too bad.
Get that fire out!
And we'll go a little bit into story time as well. Answer some of the questions that people have had. First time playthrough, exactly. What is this game? It's I'm starting a new game. This is Division 2. It just came out. It's actually PAL Vision 2. It's Div World 2. Yeah.
Hey, thanks for the help out there.
Well, Cairo as well. But wait, are you Dutch or are you did you just get Google Translate
Check in with the quartermaster.
to get you the answer to that?
You're gonna need the edge.
Ah. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Hey, they're tasty. And hey there, Gatus. Watch me, yeah, I'm setting up this character, or well, the previous character in the slot we had used up their usefulness. They no longer needed to exist. So I'm just setting up the watch watch alt. We're not gonna do the run today. I'm just setting it up. I needed something to just fill up some time while
East. You probably run into some trouble along the way. You'll have to do this block by block.
Why did I go to map? It's always annoying if you accidentally go to map because you have to go through all that. Which, I mean, takes 2 seconds, which is annoying. Yes, this is the point where we get to level 30 boost. Yay. Oh yeah, there's always a good sounding kick. Although, well, I mean, it's not good sound. In an actual live setting, this would suck, but it is like a punchy, like it is a cool sound. Because actually, that would be like very muffled and just toneless. Oh, you're not subbed? Well, there goes your mod ship, Toasty. Although that's fine.
Agent, when you got a minute, come and see me at the White House.
I can make you VIP then. Oh, well. I was about to jokingly make you VIP. Oh, no, actually, no, you can't be mod and VIP, right? That's the thing. It's sub doesn't matter. And yeah, thanks so much there, Tasty. So you guys also doing duo incursions there? I caught like a minute of it because I had to like run and get some stuff. So, did you guys actually get it done? Because I saw you guys being on Lovebirds. I'm getting pretty far into it. If you answer in Dutch, yeah, then no, we'll keep it in English mostly. Hey, I just finished title Legendary Solo. Congrats. Yeah, that's pretty good achievement. That's you. There's likely at this point less than 1,000 people, I would say. That's a very exclusive club. So, and yeah, I hope you had some fun doing it as well. That's the important part, of course. Oh yeah, I need to go get. I'm like completely blanking on, as my brain is a little bit fried, so also it might be a little bit rambly with some of the Q&As, but it's fine. I mean, that's what people like sign up for at this point, right? Just and yeah, I'm taking Survivalist as, of course, the way I do Watch Alts. I usually am basically AFK on this character and just boosting with the other one, meaning that
I don't have anything to sell.
having them have Survivalist will help the character that is doing the boosting for him. We need to go get components, which is the worst one. Let's go get that. As we'll go from there. Yeah, that was I had it the other way around in my head as you say that VIP AMA doesn't work. I was forgetting. It's like, you're not sub now. I can VIP you for like 2 minutes. Was of course I knew what was coming. Best time 30 minutes. I mean that's better than my duo time, which is never gonna happen. I'll just get 2 more people. Does it actually scale enemies in there? Because actually I'm not sure, or well, I mean like the health and damage, or yeah, the armor and health scaling. Because I don't know if raid skills. I don't think raid skills at all, does it? Because I've never done it with less than like 6 the raid. Along the way, we're gonna collab with these water and stuff as well. Because I think actually water is the resource when they reach 40 for this week. I will never carry you through Ronnie, but if you want to be boosted, we can totally do that if you. Unlikely, because I'm not gonna do it today. Likely because also I didn't actually bring my laptop home with me. So definitely tomorrow or the day after.
Priority item.
But yeah, if you want that spot, I'll be okay with it. But also, yeah, it's not a carry. Never a carry. You have to carry your own weight. It's like right now. So okay. Then yeah, I will only ever do incursions with 4-man because I am no silly Billy.
Detected.
Yeah, we're 241, so we're 10 short. This place, sometimes you land 250, sometimes you don't. Kind of depends on what, if you hit below average. We hit very below average there, actually. So we're going to go over here and get the 5 here. Do you do the SHD and grab the... you do the SHD and grab this for New York, yeah? No, I usually grab the level 40. Or I usually... So, the way I do it... You can grab it actually at level 30. Maybe I should actually give it to my level 30 character. Although they have their own. And Cassie. Also, it's a blueprint, I noticed. It's Hunter Killer and the thingy are blueprints now as well from Descent. But no, usually I grab it on 40. I usually, because I do dual boxing, so I do like this account goes on my laptop. And then I play one of my other accounts as the group scaler and carrying, boosting people through. And I usually take 2 people along, and if one of them hasn't done the hunters or anything, I'll just give them the shield splinter. Because yeah, you can grab the shield splinter now as a level 30 item, but I have no use for that. What I do usually do though is there's also, yeah, like I don't actually play the level 30 to 40 character at all. It's just there, it's just getting fast traveled around and following me. Although of course I'm in a kind of unique situation because of that. What I do usually do is grab this SHD thingy. Whatever gun or thing comes out of this, I usually just equip and use. Oh, well, Sweet Dreams are... I'm gonna Sweet Dreams my way through through the Wony starting thing. I've got a swap chain as well, actually. I'll put that in as well. And then once I hit Haven, everything gets deconstructed. You want a drone here? Because we'll deconstruct it basically later. Let me actually mark all of the things already in here that they can F off. And now we have to ask ourselves, are we ready to go to New York? And once we answer to ourselves yes, we'll go to this guy and he'll ask us again.
Hope you're ready to go to New York.
And we are. So we'll go to New York. And we'll hold to skip. And we'll skip this one too. Basically, I'm going to set up this character to be ready to be Iran by getting him to Haven. Can they do someday just finishing? Well, I hadn't read that question yet, but yeah, you have my answer there. I just do it with 4-man. It's so much easier. It's almost like there is 2 people extra. And hey the jury. And hey the jury. So what's the max expertise gear level now? 25. 25 and then 10 towards 26. That's if you proficiency everything, that's where it lands up now. And that 10 towards 26 is likely because of festive. I just wanted to Sweet Dreams one of these people. Is there a way to change servers? I live in South America and it always sends me to Asian servers from skirmish. When matchmade and stuff, especially for like skirmish and conflict, not really. In other places, if your connection is too bad, usually it will give you the option actually to change your server. If it doesn't, if you have maybe people on your friends list or something that are in a different server, you could maybe, you know, join them and then leave. Usually if you leave someone else, you're kind of in their region still. I have that a lot when I play like with Americans. If like I get pulled to US East and I join them and then leave, I'm still in US East. Logging out and logging in sometimes help as well. But I think with conflict, yeah, it's basically you get what you get. Kind of like with Countdown, it just matches people together, especially for conflict that doesn't have a high population. Kelso, are you coming? Kelso, Cassandra. You coming, Kelso? No, I don't got this. I can't open that door without you, Kelso. It is literally impossible for me to open that door. I need you. Darling, please. Cassandra. Why are you putting a mask on? Also, we found Kelso. Hey, Kelso, can you come home? Mommy sent me to get you. No, I mean Manny. Sorry, not Mommy. Basically, Manny is our mommy anyway.
Biological. Entering contaminated area.
Kelso, Mommy sent me to get you. We have to go home. Dinner's ready. Come on.
Keep the building and keep an eye out for survivors.
And hey, there's Saltizo. Yeah, what's the best AR DPS wise at the moment? On build, still the FAMAS. On a striker's build, still the FAMAS. On stats alone, F2000 is very high up there. But yeah, basically FAMAS and F2000 are kind of, especially on a striker's build, are kind of head-to-head now. And then, of course, F2000 is 10 rounds extra on sustain, basically. So it does beat, and it's more like 1%. It's, the FAMAS is like 1% ahead on strikers, and that's because it has one mod less. So if you look at it as just burst and sustain tables, which, you know, those exist as well, then yeah, the F2000 is way ahead, and so are a few of the other weapons with one mod slot less. Like the PDR and the AK with one mod slot less, but yeah. On a build, of course, that costs 5 crit chance.
See if you can recover the tapes.
We got some Sokolov there. Also, let's see what we got out of this. Even more Sokolov. And of course, an M16. And what talent on they are. So if you're going, if you want to try out the F2000, both strained and the perfect is of course perfect optimist, but actually both of like the strained F2000 is actually noticeably better, but Shield Splinter, the named one, named F2000, is of course not easy, but well, it's not easy to get. You have to do the hunters, but it is consistent. You can do the hunters and then you have it. Like you don't have to like farm hours and hours for it. Maybe you get it, maybe you don't, kind of stuff. So, but a strained, especially because it's 60 rounds, actually beats Perfect Optimist quite well on a full red build. So this is considering a full red striker, which if you put in a few blue cores, Optimist is gonna definitely.
Survivors have been extracted.
Perfect
City
Optimist,
Hall is clear.
definitely.
Let's regroup in the park and go to Haven.
But of course, as well, still Fast Hands is really good. Preservation is pretty good as well, especially solo. Killer is pretty good solo. Both of them being on kill talent, so they're much better solo than in groups. Future Perfect can be great in some scenarios. But yeah, basically, Perfect Optimist, especially for the F2000, Perfect Optimist, or Strained, or Fast.
We got incoming. I need you up here.
And it is that blue one. The blue box. They smell another one you run. Well, I'm just setting it up here. We're not gonna actually go do the one you run today because I also actually don't have my laptop here. I mean, I could, but I couldn't dual box it.
Nice to see you in one piece.
We'll leave it where I'm just setting it up because I needed something to do for a little bit. Because yeah, in a little bit we'll start actually with that Q&A thing. It's gonna be kind of like recording one of those things and stuffs videos. Just gonna do an intro and then go through some of the questions. I wanna go through a few areas that I've used for intros already, you know, intros of videos, and we'll do a few questions at each place, kind of thing.
Strange being here, where it all started.
I have a
Picture in your mind. You assume it has.
and we'll likely do that for an hour and a bit. I already have a ton of questions ready, and then also maybe live questions come in that are interesting.
New York.
I'll answer those as well, or follow-up questions, kind of thing. Because yeah, I've gotten a bunch of questions from Well, I mean, I should, well, not that many from that community post, but I wasn't also expecting, because community posts aren't that, you know, getting people to actually do a thing is sometimes hard. And I mean, I'm the same. I wouldn't go out of my way to. But I went and asked a few people that I know, that kind of know me as well, of like, hey, if you wanted to ask me 3 questions, what 3 questions would they be? Here's your chance.
They seem to think the only way to save this
Some of them I'm not going to use because some of them are kind of like just in jokes almost. Some people used it like that. They just
Get to Haven as soon as you can. Just don't expect a warm welcome. The guy in
silly things that nobody else would get, but made me chuckle because they asked it. Or like old arguments we've had about stuff. And just trying to make me look silly. But yeah, we'll do a few of those. And also I have a few questions in my head that I know like have been asked several times on the streams and stuff, and we'll do those as well. And later in the evening, we're just gonna go and, you know, play and have fun and just enjoy being 20k and being freely able to farm again. Likely finishing up the season as well on my main account. We'll just go
We're here to speak with Rose.
do those last levels.
You're not welcome here. We've taken in enough agents.
Don't have to do hunters anymore. Technically, we can get the blueprint from Descent even without having done the others. Yeah, that blueprint will likely be there. But also, I'm gonna say, if you don't have the blueprint from Descent already,
Fine.
it's going to be faster to do the hunters. Well, technically true, practically that's not gonna be.
Welcome to Haven. This settlement was
But yeah, there is some truth there.
JTF and civilian
Hi, Keo. I want to say thank you for Google Doc. You made help so much with Will. So glad to hear
the
it.
safest place in Lower Manhattan. They've got security, food.
I enjoy making that kind of stuff, so
The fact that they're still going.
I'm glad people are enjoying it on the other end as well, using it.
Pretty impressive.
Oh, yeah, thanks for
They're
the
not
kind
very
words.
fond of the division, which is
And,
why we
hey
need to
there,
convince
gym
them to
goer
help
as
us
well.
while we go after Keener. Come see me in Rhodes' office. He's not my biggest fan. Too much history there.
I grab it. This is a great gun to grab for New York run unless I get Elmo or SHD. Yeah, I can see that. But the thing is, yeah, as I said, I don't grab the shield splinter at 30 because, yeah, this character is later on just going to be basically AFK while I run the main account. But yeah, I do usually use the exotic I get. Like if I get a pestilence or something out of that thing, I use it to get to Haven as I did there. Just smack a few people around. Let's unlock that just so we have it later. Same for this.
You need anything, come by and see me.
Don't
Same
worry
with
about it.
Benitez. I'm actually gonna put this AK here, deconstruct this already, put it into the pool of items. We got a bunch of knee pads. And what I do like doing here always as well is getting the mods here at this point. Just because later on, I won't run this character for real ever really, but I will go around and grab some of the, you know, resources and stuff. And it's always just annoying if I don't have the mods that I normally need to have for some of the weapons. So grab all of the plus 20 things, and like that. And it's 30 mags. And the reason I grab it here is they only cost resources at this point and no credits. So later on, at level 30, they cost credits, so I can't grab them there because I don't have any credits saved up. Also, as well, having the pistol flashlight, I always like. And just no, these things. Just the 5 crit chance ones. And the 5 crit chance, this thing. Also because that's on some of these weapons, and especially if you're using characters and going into your stash or taking guns out with them, which I won't do, likely, but if I were to, then sometimes it just takes the mods off of it when you put it back, which is super. So this character is at this point, let me just actually clear out all of the stuff they have in there. Deconstruct and done. So this character is ready to be Y24M02D10, but we'll do that at a different time. Hope you guys enjoy your content. Yeah. Yeah, thanks everyone for the kind words. Yeah. I'm always horrible with, like, you know, what does someone say in that point, but yeah, just know you have my thanks. And happy you guys are enjoying it, as I'm enjoying making it. And thanks for the happy birthdays there as well, Keys. My favorite question is we're gonna answer that. Although I haven't. I wanted to make a joke spreadsheet or something. I haven't made any of those kinds of preparations. Everything will go off the cuff, but we'll see what I come up with on the moment. I don't have. Well. What's the fastest way to level up expertise? Countdown is getting really well. That countdown, sadly. Call for backups are also not bad, because the thing is, the only thing that matters is kill XP, and kill XP is same across all story till heroic. So one way that actually really works out well is because a lot of kills happen with it. Is especially if you're doing it in New York and helping people that are doing the Wony runs with by shepherding, by using the call for, not you yourself using the call for backup system, but others using it. Because if they are just doing it for the points and they want to go fast, then I want to hang on to that now. If they want to go fast, you can put on an eclipse and just blow through enemies. And it is actually pretty fast for that kind of stuff, because it is only based on the kill, and the kill is the same across all difficulties and such. So, and that's also why countdown is so good for it. A lot of elite kills happen there, and it doesn't matter if you're making the kill or not. It just needs to be a kill and you being close enough to the enemy at the point that the kill happens. So group play is also really good, and just, yeah, stuff where a lot of enemies come in and die, basically. Is pretty good for it. To finish the Wony run at some point for my watch milk character, want to push towards 25. Also, yeah, watch alts actually as well. If you have some expertise, or if you have some decently high SHD level, yeah, actually, let's go to main account while I'm chatting here. As we'll leave this account behind, we'll go to main account. Get ready to become 20k basically. Because we still need to do 10 levels, actually. I realize now, so we'll do this like 10-ish levels, and then... I should have saved one of my SHD expertise thingies, or SHD requisition thingies, just to use that to level up the last level. Wait, what over there? As we're logging in there, gonna be building a DZ build later to go marshalling. Being DZ police. And that can be fun as well sometimes. I've done that in the past as well, but also it's kind of silly because, you know, usually if you're with like a 4-man or something, and there's only a few PvPers available, like, it usually just turns out into normal fights as well. If it's a group that is kind of wanting to go manhunt, they just do that anyway. What is the exact amount of gear set items you need to donate to make it proficient? 100. So it's each will give you 10% of a level. Same for brands actually as well. So named gear, weapons, and exotics are 20 donations to get them proficient. Although of course you shouldn't donate exotics because they're much too valuable for that. And then yeah, brand sets and gear sets are 100. Yeah, no worries, Skibby. And thanks for the happy birthday. And yeah, I snuck that in there. I was like, you know, I could have a moment there of just like saying it, like, hey, it's my birthday. But as I was like, you know, let's just put it in the title and we'll just deal with it. Actually, I wasn't gonna actually even bring it up. I was like, yeah, you know what? Let's have it in there because that's also part of the reason why the YouTube channel. We'll go into that. Why the YouTube channel? Because somebody did ask what's special about like February 10th and February 11th. So I thought I'd have that up there already. I know, basically, Testy said as well, the watch out thing. What's exactly that? We had that one. Yep, that's it. And thanks as well, Jim Gore, for the happy birthdays. Yep, that's what Cairo's question, of course, is. We won't hold that against them. I'm completely out of materials. Yeah, although keep in mind, yeah, you do need to have a decent SHD level for it to be worth it. If you do have that, it's very much worth it. Like if you have 10K SHD, it's definitely worth it. That's actually likely the fastest way to get through expertise. If you have 3 or 4K, it's still kind of worth it, but that gets boring as well after. So keep that in mind as well. Oh, and thanks so much there, Tasty. As I see you're trying to go for that #1 gifted again spot, and yeah, thanks so much for the 5 gifted, and I think the people you get there gonna be quite happy with that. So they get to run around now with the run amount. Did that mess up my audio? No. Okay. Yeah, let's grab this lady. Any good tips for DZ builds? The general, I mean, it's still the kind of the general meta thing is there's actually one in my build collection. If you want, like I finally did make. She's on this character. I can actually give you the exact one it is on. It is 1.13. I'll link that in the chat there. Doesn't need the exclamation point in front of it. Something like this, something like I have here. It's kind of a general go-to. There's also a striker setup you can make, kind of similar. Works well as well. Both of them are pretty good. I wonder before you were hitting it today, something. Yeah, I was kind of being, you know. I don't care. I never do anything for my birthday anyway. I usually do end up. There is one person in my colleague group that really is about birthdays, and they actually remember everybody's birthday. So I can never sneak it past anyone because they'll make sure that people already know a few days in front and stuff. So actually, yesterday they kind of. I knew what's coming because I've been working with like those people for like a dozen years, but they were like, yeah. Here's a gift, and here's a few gifts we got you, and they tried to get me drunk, which I actually like had 2 sips of whiskey and I felt drunk already because I barely drink any alcohol anymore. I'm like the lightweight at this point, so I had like 2 sips of a whiskey and I was already very inebriated basically. At least I mean it was fine, but it was like also I felt drunk basically. Happy 50th. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no. Not even close. It's almost as if the number in my Twitch name signifies something. If you really want to, you can extrapolate my age from that. Because yeah, that's a thing. Lightweight as well. Yeah, it's just I kind of The thing with it always was for the thing that I work with, I work mostly for venues and like clubs and just like like the music scene kind of thing as a tech. So most of my life, I've always had access to basically free beer, because you either get like, you know, there's beer backstage or alcohol backstage, or maybe it's not. And then later on, I work mostly for like a bar and venues and stuff, and free beers, because you know that's like just part of the thing. So we'd sit there and drink quite a bit after work often and stuff. But then, of course, with Corona and stuff, I kind of got out of it, and I never got back into it, really. But also at this point, I'm kind of almost like, I don't, because I still get offered quite often, like, hey, want a beer? And I'm just kind of like, no, I got my water. And some people still kind of go like, Not that I was a drunk or anything, but I was very much one of those people of like, after work, yeah, let's do beer. You know, I've been University of Convention and I've learned a lot from your videos lately. Well, happy to hear it, and glad to be useful. Feels good to be, you know, of use. Yeah, let's go get those last 10 levels. We set this character up with 10 levels remaining. I want to hit that 20k. We'll just go and let's turn on 5 of these. And we'll quickly go and get those last 10 levels. And then I'm going to record an intro with that 20k on the screen, basically. And we'll go from there. And then we'll start doing the Q&A part recording, because that's going to be turned into a video. And I haven't actually thought that I want to even intro that thing, but we'll think of something. Let's go murder these. Actually, no, I'm running this build, right? I should you know what? Let's swap characters. Actually, we'll go do some control points, just because that's easier. We'll just go with this hotshot. And thanks, sir. Wait, I'll just call you Doctor, okay? Doctor 23. So, well, congrats to you then as well, if you, as you say there, hit 20k last night. I'm gonna hit 20k right now. Although we'll go slow, likely. And then, yeah, we're gonna go record an intro and then go from there and do some Q&A-ing. And then likely later on in the evening, because I, of course, didn't finish up the season track on these characters yet, or on this account yet, because...
Friendly control point detected.
I didn't have the account at the ready, basically. But didn't I? Nah, but we'll just put an nemesis there. What was I was saying something and I totally am blanking now. I was talking about. Really? 2 patrols? Screw you, game! Yeah. I'll sit in cover here for a second or two.
Damn, my feet hurt. You think you can run? All right, guys, here. Don't get cut off. Damn you and your system. No!
Yep. Oh yeah, I need to. Oh, god damn it! Yeah. Didn't see that guy getting behind me. I totally need to change my skills, of course, as well. Let's actually do that and save this build because I keep forgetting to do that. I need to have a revive hive there. Because that was actually, I was like, I'll push in, I have a revive hive. And then while I was doing it, I realized I don't. Because this season we get to have revive hives again, so that's good. Nice. I think when I loaded up the build, yeah, likely that's how he's. Oh, I see. It's an Airbus there. Also, yeah, game is giving you a way to level up. But those random guys don't give that much XP, sadly. It's you're much better off with the mission completions and or activity completions and stuff like that. Either for that. Well, or you've made it in way in time because we're not there yet completely. I did some stuff on a different account, and now we're gonna go get those last 10 levels, and then once we do, we'll transition over into Q&A mode. I'll go through the main questions first, and then if there's also any other questions, or you guys are like, I have a follow-up now, then we'll deal with those afterwards. Oh, no. Hello. Let's not stand in the open when we take those first shots. And to see if there's any lawnmowers. There are. Yeah. Elite one as well. There's also things in the street there. The game really doesn't want to help me out today. Yeah.
Immediate medical
No cover there. I'll just fall back and just let them come to me. They don't have any artillery or such, so we'll do the smart thing and just let them come to me. And we'll pick them off one by one. Yep. Damn it. Oh, my headhunter has already timed out actually. Luckily that red peaks first.
Vital signs critical.
Yeah, I'm gonna go down there as I missed my shot there. But luckily we have a hive now, so there we go. Game's joking, right? How many patrols can you spawn here, game? Yeah. How many shots can I miss here, game? I also love how this lawnmower thing has just been just been around me for like forever and just continuously just dodging it.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Wait, that was a convoy? No, come on. Really? I think I didn't one for once. Let's go over here at least so I have an angle. Yeah. Somebody's just driving their RC car around here. Just having some fun. Hopefully it doesn't hit me on the way back.
They're sneaking up on me. Get the hell
I have a few reds here.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Speak once. Just hoping that wasn't on target. So yeah, I still haven't called him in. finally have a purple so I can do that.
You're toast, Agent.
No, I'm not Toast. Toast is in the chat. At least we made enough kills there to get our hive back, but also, it's like, were you serious, game? Because yeah, as we know, New York is always like this. Wait, I'm not in New York.
Serious trauma detected.
So I should call in my allies as well. Just,
Reinforcements incoming.
Super bullet.
Heavily armored hostile detected. Vital signs critical.
oh, I am bugged as well. We'll fix that after this one.
Frag grenade. They want us all dead.
It's part of the package, yeah. I want you all dead.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So let's go up here. Again, I really want to go up the ladder. Need to angle that better.
Catch them in the open.
Made the sniper rule, but it's not perfect yet because I'm lacking some mods. But Nemesis is up to 15. Yeah, that's it's kind of, and it's also a good time to make it because I think the first global event is reanimated, right? So next week, reanimated starts together with the league. Have they said at any point what they are meaning the lengths to be of those global events? Because if it's 2 weeks, which I think it looks like it should be like that. That would be kind of cool the way they've set it up. Is then with both of the weeks of the league, you have something, and then there's also like 1 week after there is something, and then that also overlaps with the first week of the manhunt. Of like a new manhunt coming out, which that means you can do global event and the new manhunt, and or like use a global event during the new manhunt. Oh, actually, I'm curious about this shot. Right, plonk it. Right, so yeah, that basically leaves him the same as like a white death. Pretty low. And likely an M700 can just one-tap him out. Sir, could you just set up for a second and just do your LMG thing? Thank you. Just says to this guy once to stop using determined, still uses determined. I said, yes, I'm gonna wean off of determined. That doesn't mean I think you don't know the word wean then. You don't go in one go, you go step by step. But also I would need to warm up anyway first. So even you'd stop doing that a little bit. So. What I'm doing now with Determined is I use Determined, and then on anything except rushers, I'm trying to go for headshots still. So just, yeah, if I miss the risk of not getting it, or the risk of issues is less than without. But actually, also yesterday I mostly used Nemesis as my sniping tool, so we did a little bit of that. And I'm not that determined to stop using Determined because I care less about it than some. I do want to improve my sniping, which is more of a goal of mine, or like a shot ability, which that's more my goal. Am I backed? I am indeed backed. Which makes sense. We swapped loadouts. I think where's should have reset the world actually. Thinking about it now. I should go over here actually. Is there any special show? Oh yeah, there is actually special ammo there. Yeah, I know where. I know where. Yeah, and I can do as well. Like I use the tournament, but I totally get the case against it. I would be very much for it being changed.
Friendly control point nearby.
But also, I don't mind it too much. I would. The thing is, I wouldn't. If I were to use the tournament, I get sick of it in like a few hours. It's. But also sniping in general. Even if I didn't use the tournament, I was using. Just, Nemesis or Mantis. The annoying thing is as well, Mantis is now like I like using Mantis, but the scope is like not working currently, so it's kind of meaningless to use it. Also, I really, the more I use D50s, the less I like. Sniper shotgun.
I'm gonna bury you.
Hostile control point.
You don't even need that special ammo anymore to fill up my first few shots. But yeah, one thing I do love about the SRS and it being basically the same as a White Dead. This is quite the upgrade. Like even a Nemesis, which is kind of like has a sway to it. Like let's put it in the middle of these dogs. That kind of shows the sway of it quite well. And then the SRS with these two stability mod is just there's literally no sway. Like, the funny thing is, if I'm like looking at this, I'm like, is it swaying? But that's just my brain just being used to the like the scope kind of like moving around. So it's like literally not swaying, but my brain kind of still like almost makes it feel as if it is. It's kind of also the leaves in the background. So yeah, it's kind of funny. And yeah, that's kind of cool. I like that, and it has the same basically killing power as the White Dead always did. So I'm loving that change. Because this is also not the Habsburg version, for instance. This is just the cheap. I forgot to actually get the convoy resources. Or did I actually get them? I don't remember. Yeah, this is just the Araldi with a chain killer variant. So not even the really good one. Also, let me drop my DPI and see if we can get mostly headshots, even though we're self-determined on it, just for me. As we'll try to, we'll assess it ourselves.
Hostile broadcast detected. Heavily armored hostile detected.
Guys, shock rounds now. No shock rounds. put my drone on that end and go and deal with the defense.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
And on my second account, I resourced my way to
Reinforcements en route.
expertise grade 25. On this gun, I'm just gonna do it the slow way.
Detected.
I don't want to spend the resources for it. And basically, I'm just because those rushers, they just are super annoying to headshot. I'm just body shotting them. That's the. That wasn't the headshot either, though. Because that's a nice thing here. Even if I miss, I can go, okay, I missed, be better. But then I still like don't lose my headhunter, which would likely just be fine anyway with if they were to change determined to work as the same way as the perfect does. Because all I need is just being able to just miss one shot. Not much more than that. Although here I'm just clearing those out pretty quickly. Are they here? Oh, there's some same.
I need backup. Shit! I got you.
Just to avoid a few of the deaths.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Jesus, need to reload.
Next one up.
Got you covered.
Where?
Hostile broadcast picked up. Supply room access unlocked.
Where there's so many shots going? Let's go get our
We took him down.
loots here. It's always annoying when they spawn on this side, because I came here because it was Palisade. I was like, you know, let's get some Palisade pieces. We'll donate them. Although Palisade, I'll just run one piece of Palisade in a striker build or something and just or get it up like that.
Do it!
The term because I barely ever make. No, that works as well. I think it is just a way too powerful a tool to
Hostiles guarding.
definitely to ignore, but I can totally get the cheesiness factor of it. By this point as well, it has been in the game for basically 2 seasons. If it were to change, I would applaud it. If it were to change to be like with perfect, but you know, if that was their intention, they had some time to do it.
Hostile broadcast detected.
As yeah, I'm also not much of a sniper to begin with, and would not enjoy, because here I can, like, the targets I enjoy sniping the least, which is stuff like the rushers and such. I can just deal with them in that way, and that's a lot more, you know, makes it a lot more fun for me to snipe, kind of, because trying to headshot those, like, especially hyena rushers and stuff that like wobble and wiggle and waddle. Yeah. One of these days we need to put like this and then also ransom or something. Dogs welcome. Yeah. Ferry terminal. Yeah, let's go clear out that territory. Also clearing up the backside of me when I go for the control point.
Hey, asshole!
CQB sniping.
We won!
We pulled together, that's why.
Oh, that's likely a named group there. That's what that infighting is then. Most likely, I would assume. Yep.
Detected.
And yeah, as always, it is still. You gotta stop moving for a second, give your reticle a second to settle, and then take the shot.
We lost one.
Also, I'm still super surprised that
Detecting additional hostile contact.
one of the things they did fix actually is swap speed. It's very noticeable, especially on a build like this, which has a ton of weapon handling. Yeah, I was gonna say there's a second one, right? And you can swap to your sniper rifle, your TAC 50, a lot faster, all of a sudden. Something I never expected them ever to fix. So there is hope for a lot of other things. Just because of that. Because yeah, you can go to your sniper rifle, like, just if you side by side this with a build without a lot of weapon handling, it's amazing how much faster it is. And they now need to put that on tip of the spear, make it basically instant to go to your special weapon, and tip of the spear might actually be okay. Well, no, it still needs more buffs than that, but at least it won't suck as much. Which is, of course, is important. You want to suck the least amount possible.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
That's not on target, right? No. Also, actually, yeah, I keep forgetting that. You can actually you can use the quick heal, the double tap, actually to clear a fragile armor. Making it a lot easier to clear it up a little. Yeah, and yeah, let me catch up as I was very much in there. Currently running, I love a sniper build. So I'm currently running, this is 2.01. I'll link it in the chat there as well for you. But in the build collection, yeah, it is 2.01. It is a hotshot determined. It still has a white dead on the build picture there because
Hostile control point identified.
I'm gonna spend most of next week on updating a lot of the weapons and such on the build collection. Haven't done it yet. But yeah, here with the SR1. And yeah, I mean, without determined, you can definitely play it as a sniping build and go for headshots. Here, I'm kind of, it's in between basically. It's not really a sniping build because for a lot of it, I'm just going for body shots. Although, of course, in a lot of games, like I'm shooting these people with a high-powered sniper rifle. If it were to be realistic, like yeah, that's gonna kill them anyway. Of course, in Division, we have yeah,
Incoming hostiles
so.
detected.
Division isn't that game. It is very much not a tactical shooter. I also love how Yannick actually went out of his way to several times use the word looter shooter instead of. You know. I think they know the derision they received. Rightly so as well. Another convoy. Let's get up set up here. And one of the things that you have to keep in mind when using builds like these is the faction you're fighting also matters. So here I'm fighting outcasts. These guys don't have helmets, except on their heavies. And with control points, there won't be any heavies except for if it's named. So you gotta pick your fights basically. And with determined, once you have a headshot in, especially with a rifle like this, you can from that point on just body shot if you want to. I'm still going for headshots here just for myself. The thing with it especially is if you want to go fast, you can literally do this and just you know, which is really pretty quick for a completion of this kind of stuff. Also, it's very low risk because here as well, elite enemies especially that you have on control point 4s, they really want to close the distance before they start firing. You'll notice mostly purples and reds are firing from a long range away. The elites are mostly trying to close the distance. And because of that, they're easy prey for that kind of stuff. A birthday. Nice 20k anniversary and birthday. Yep. That's kind of why I wanted to, because the YouTube anniversary and the birthday already coincided for a reason we'll go into later on as well.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
With one of the questions that is at the ready to be answered. And yeah, that's why I also wanted to make the 20k on it. Then at least I remember, oh yeah, I was like, I don't have to go, wait, when did I hit 20k? Because like 15k, I remember it was in the Tech Tank Masterclass video, but I don't remember when the hell that was. So this way I'll remember, you know, it's easy for me to remember. It was when my birthday was, and then I have to go like, wait, when was my birthday? Oh yeah, because I'm one of those people. I usually don't care about those kind of events and stuff. Here, you know, seeing as we're overlapping everything, let's have it be that as well. Yeah.
Broadcast detected.
And yeah, like here, I'm no longer going for headshots for a little bit, just to go a little bit quicker. And you go a lot quicker. Because instead of going for a head, which is small, you go for a body, which is usually larger than a head. Except for, you know, that one dog in Haven, Ronson. Except for with Ronson. There the head is basically as large as the body. But also, don't headshot Ronson. Or body shot. Just don't shoot Ronson. And yeah, you're getting pushed back because of my allies. I had used up my headhunter had timed out by that point. We'll get a fresh one though.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
My other side.
Hostile broadcast picked up.
us alone.
You tell them, NPC. They need to leave us alone.
Not now.
I've got your back.
Oh, yeah, this thing has barely just is lacking just a tiniest amount of damage enough to one tap these guys.
We got through.
Don't drop your guard.
Is there a command to list all the PvP builds? I don't have many PvP builds. Really, only that one is the one that I just added in just to have a PvP build at the ready in the build collection. Because usually PvP builds end up being, you know, if you often as well watch some like DZ streamers and stuff, you'll notice they're just swapping stuff in and out as needed, because you can go in with one set build, but usually you're just swapping as needed. If you need hazard protection, you'll go that. If you need,
Hostile broadcast detected.
if they're bringing shock, you're grabbing shocker punch, stuff like that. So it's very, there is, I can maybe link it here. I need to make a command for it, and I likely will at some point. Actually, I don't have Discord open at all, but I'll link it there in a second after Discord pops up. Prodigy Reflex is a dude, and that dude has made a list of like DZ PvP builds. It's mostly in the MXS Watts site setup. Let me see if I can find it. There it is. I totally need to make this into a link as well, but I'll link it here. Or actually, or did, is that, or did, oh, that's the other link.
Hostile
Oh,
broadcast picked up.
there we go. Yeah, the link that Tosi posted there. Indeed, goes there. And there's it's still mostly up to date from what I know. But also, yeah, I don't DZ PvP or stuff that much. I roam the DZ here and there sometimes. And either that's the sex. Also, what did you do now, Cairo? Okay, yeah, that is the right as yes. Cairo is making fun of me again. Yeah, clip named Boom Headshot. The backside of me when I even say yeah, that is, I mean, his head was there, that's where his brain was. Yeah, you know what, we'll do that even. I mean, yeah, that's a headshot. I mean, I got a headshot accolade for it, so it must have been a headshot for you to deny, you know, the expertise of a whole development team to that is a headshot. I still feel we need to at one point grab that one song of "Where's Your Head at? Where's Your Head at?" and just make that, and then just like a compilation of determined, you know, shooting feet and shooting butts and shooting weak points and stuff like that. I feel that needs to kind of happen at some point. And somebody has done that already, right? Like Rule 34 style, but then like with jokes. If you think of it, there is likely a meme of it. Is that a rule? Is that actually rule like 33 or 35 or something? Maybe? And hey there, Geisha Boy, and indeed, happy SHD days. Then morning today on a mule about to become a real agent. Just had to spend 6K and delete some 50 more pieces. Nice. You were right. The SR1 is a superior gun to the M700 Carbon. Can you send the Google Doc with the more damages again? Yeah. If I'll actually, I think I made that command actually in there.
This is not good.
Yeah, as Scooby brought it up on that end. Oh, let's see about getting that. Because I think I made this one. Usually on the YouTube end, it takes a second before it actually jumps up there as well. So I'm kind of waiting if it actually. Oh, there we go. Yeah. It's just the last tab of that main file. Also, yeah, I'm gonna, because of course always we had this like split up thing. I hope nobody takes offense to it, but I'm basically gonna delete that to that. Like I'm no longer gonna split them out into separate ones just because it's too much work. But yeah, those MMR ones are in this, and then there is these tabs underneath. So yeah, let me actually see if I'm not even showing that. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, the MMR tabs is the other way. There we go. So it's not like there. You have to click the MMR and then gets to that list. I need to add the exotics in here, and we're gonna also make one for maybe on a full hotshot, likely the chain killer and stuff, and maybe with gray. Well, we'll see if we do that. Oh yeah, and what I meant was yeah. So I used to always have these split out ones. I'm gonna delete these ones. I think we're gonna keep this combined one. I'll make a new one with all of the weapons combined into one. But this one was just, these other ones were just breakouts. I know they're linked in some places and used in some places, but yeah, I think it's time for them to go. I'll actually move them to the old folder. I think the link to them will still work because that's also a shared folder. But yeah, we'll make it a little bit cleaner in here. And I'll also actually I need to add in here like a note of just for other weapon types at the bottom, because yeah, a lot of people don't know spreadsheets, and that spreadsheets do tabbing at the bottom, which is weird as well because every other thing in existence does tabs at the I mean, that's nowadays, of course. Spreadsheets have existed for a while. Yeah, let me get you up here. How far? We've only done 5 levels so far, really? Okay, we're going pretty slow. Let's go hit up that, for instance, or something. Gonna play some weekly projects with Canada. Yeah, I'm just leveling here, SPK. I'm likely not gonna play in groups or anything until maybe way later in the evening, because gonna record a little bit of a Q&A thing for YouTube in a little bit once we reach the 20K, which I'm taking way longer to do, but just because going reading chat too much and stuff as well, letting myself be distracted, which I enjoy, so that there's no harm in that.
Incoming hostiles detected.
And yeah, the SR1 with 2 stability mods is I love it. It's quickly becoming my favorite. There's basically, yeah, there's no sway at all to it. So, and it basically has the hitting power of the old white then. Because in the past it used to be a little bit too low, because I had tried it with M700 and SR1 and stuff like that. But I usually found, especially the White Death, having the ability to one-shot and purple to start off with was basically core to what I needed from it. And the SR1 does that, and that's kind of all I need from it. And then, of course, Model 700 has a much higher cap, so there is that as well. That one is also really nice. Y96. Let's go get this territory control as well. What talent is on it? Determined? Yes. And especially if you're also not going determined, you can make a lot of different choices. Behind you is actually pretty good. Because especially on that first shot, you're likely to have it not be active, or to be active.
Detecting additional hostile.
Inverse of the thing I said. And then turned up my DPI again. Actually, let me turn it back down.
Detected. Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
That's not on target.
Access key detected.
Because even preservation and stuff can be really heal yourself up. This guy miss any? I'll need water. No, behind you. Yeah, so I'm sticking with determined. I'm not much of a sniper to begin with. Determined, even though I'm kind of going for headshots, just improve my own thing. I can go for body shots if I want to go fast. Determined is super overpowered. It is basically game-breaking overpowered. But I'm also kind of okay with it. Because mostly what it does for me is I guess lets me to just easily use 5 directives. And XP up decently fast. Although actually, I think SR1, if you're going behind you, you either go Brutus or you go... actually, we can kind of... Oh, I can kind of infer from the thing, actually. Actually, don't exactly remember how far behind the M700 was. I think it was less than 5%. Like just adding 5% to the M700 beats an SR1, I think. And then Brutus on that. But then, of course, you could also put normal behind you on an M700. And that's beatable as well.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
But I could totally as well see behind you being really useful on some other things on rifles. Did you peek? No, let's just... Oh. Let's just... God damn it. Let's do that. Where was he? What was he shooting at? Where was he shooting the wall? What? That was weird. So he definitely knew where I was. 20k is impressive. Yeah, I mean, well, depends on impressive. It's also, you know, I played this game way too much, but I enjoyed my time with it. I have no regrets. Yeah. But that's a lot of that was a lot of playtime in this game. As of course, I'm also announcing my retirement of it now. I've already made that joke. It was fun while it lasted. And I'm also done with behind you drop earlier, but no detox. I mean, you can definitely try that out as well. But yeah, Determined is completely different of a playstyle almost. I missed a lot on this end. Let me catch up a little bit on this end. Because where were we? Amazing video is 100% gains to knowledge. Knowledge up. Well, need to hear it always. Thanks for the kind words. Did it do? Congrats on the 20K. I'm currently sitting at 14.5 and change. Loving the info dumps. I usually just spray and pray. That's fun as well for some stuff. If it gets you through content, what more do you need, right? With the changes to AR, what is better to use for Tech Tank, Heartbreaker, M4, or G36? G36, definitely. Kingbreaker is still the best for it. Damage-wise, it still didn't, like, because of that 5% amp difference. It's still the top end. If you're not using that, then G36 or ACR. G36 has more burst, and ACR has a little bit less burst, but more sustain. ACR-E specifically. Well, I mean, both of them have the same, but ACR-E as the recommendation. But yeah, M4 and Carbine 7 are kind of dead in the water at this point. Unless they get a buff. Hang on to them. They might give them still a buff. In Project Resolve is ongoing. It's at least that's how they have sold it to us. So maybe those will still get a buff in the future. Because, yeah, they're so far behind now. Anything that didn't really get a buff that was mid-tier or worse, like A-tier or below. Like, the FAMA's not getting a buff. It's now everything else has caught up to it. Like, that's how far ahead it was. But the M4 and the Carbine were A tiers, basically. And they're now, like, C tier. Way too there's way other better stuff to use, like the G36. What's a good healing build? Kind of depends on what you're after with that. If you like want full healer, FI healer. Otherwise, combat medic can be fun in like heroic group content. And yeah, for those there's a few of them. I'll link to the build collection there if you don't know my build collection yet. It'll pop up in a second there with a link. You can go through that. There's a few healing builds in there. Of course, the full healers also in the recommended list. They're listed out. There's the full healers for especially incursion and raids, and then combat medics, I very much enjoy for in groups if you like to play that healer role. And they still deal enough damage. They need to eradicate the G28 from the sniper. Actually, yeah, I mean, the SVD is kind of ahead of it, right? I was going to go look up in there, but let's not as well. As we need to use our time. But yeah, the fast-firing snipers, they just don't have a real good build for them. Aces exist, and Focus Aces is kind of okay, actually. But even there, like the Dread Edict and stuff, kind of outcompetes anything in that, like, fast-firing snipers. The new exotic gloves and just his one build with that VG. Okay. I mean, yeah, you can just put it in a build and just use it, but... actually, yeah, having played around with it yesterday, just briefly at the end. That accuracy fix to it, at least it does something now. It's not something good, it does something, basically. This week for SHD, the exotic gloves with either normal SVD or dread. Exotic gloves with either normal SVD or dread either can have video all basically headshotting from cover. I mean, yes, you can, but also you could just headshot without that. Have a lot more damage because you're giving in any case you're giving up a brand bonus at the very least for it. More likely than that, you're also giving up an exotic talent or exotic gear piece for it as well, which is a big cost. So they're not gonna really be really good to use, but I could see some silly stuff like that being made for it. Ah, hit the edge of my table there, which kind of sucked. I'll just wait for this guy to...
Serious trauma detected.
That bleed isn't gonna kill me, right? Almost did. We've made the mess here. Let's go clean it up a little. Is one of you guys weak? I remember headshotting one of you.
Firing from over there. Moving up. Give me cover.
Where did the other guy go? Oh, hi.
Let's burn.
Right. Set on fire as I fired.
Heavily armored hostile detected.
Well, at least it's an interesting idea. Like, I'm not completely against those kinds of exotics either. Just may do something weird. Kind of same like with the pistol. Likely it can be used to break some stuff. And we'll have to find out what that is over time.
Supply room access unlocked.
Want that war hands on all these. Yep. The reload on the yeah, the reload on the Model 700 is its biggest downside. But what you just got to do is get Git good and then use Hotshot to just reload it continuously. Like that is the actual answer there. But also, you don't usually need to reload it all the way from empty, because usually if you even put 3 shots in it and just make sure those 3 shots connect, especially if you have determined up, then like that will reload it again. So you have to kind of use it like that. L86 or RPK with fast hands. Both are pretty good. I prefer the RPK. Especially with fast hands, you can get a few more stacks out of it. And that does make a little bit of a difference because both of them have really long reloads. But L86 is also, yeah, it is undeniably the higher burst. And both of them are 3 mods, so they go into the same one. But I find the RPK usually ends up more comfortable for me. Or MG5 as well. Infantry MG5 is actually my actual answer. Because it's an actual LMG and actually has a firing time to match an LMG, really. Let's go clear out that again. 8K hours in the game across 4 tunes. Yeah, actually, one of the questions, and we'll collate all of the hours together, but yeah, one of the questions was that I'm gonna go answer later is how many hours I have. So yeah, we'll go through all of the accounts and just tally all of the hours together and answer to that from my end as well. Yeah, let's actually go do that public execution over there. And yeah, the rain is nice. That limits the vision range of enemies. So actually, likely if I go get set up kind of here-ish, I'm not going to get much in incoming fire. Because yeah, they need to kind of get close enough that they can actually see me to shoot.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Spawning down or behind? Behind.
Made it.
Can't wait to get back to the settlement.
Ah, that's good. lead support station went down. Although I think even with the fully, yeah, oh yeah, likely. Even with the full ragers, I could, once charged up at least, I can still go through the things. And yeah, solo definitely. Hitting 28 mil. That's still even enough for a named with that. So 1997. Let's go get 1998. As we're counting down the years to the millennium. Fairhair was a 4-piece ship-rated all-road to repair skill named Vanguard chest and Badger backpack with galvanizing group. You basically make your tank. I mean, yes, but also that's giving up a lot of damage, personal damage. My preference is usually to keep personal damage, or at least, or give a really big buff. So the way I usually go is to keep my personal damage and go with combat medics. But of course, you know, a lot of things can be made to work in the game. Definitely.
Fuck them up.
At least that's creative use of. Oh, usually in this game as well. I mean, that's usually in a lot of games where they allow CC to be very powerful, which Division definitely with Eclipse has. Is that preventing the damage in the first place is actually the actual answer usually. And Division, that's definitely the case where if you have Eclipse in the group and like a full FI is already completely
control point in proximity,
becomes a little bit useless. Because there's just not that much damage happening at that point to your allies. I don't want to deal with any of those. You know what, let's go do this. Yeah. Yeah. That's fine. Yeah, the healing is also in PvE. Yeah. Or giving Hasbro. Which is a decent change. I wonder if it's like really actually usable, maybe for something like that. We'll have to see. I wouldn't think so. But we'll see. Would be viable to run the Fox's contractors high-end sniper build with Palisade with 10%. I mean, you could just sneak in a Palisade in there, especially instead of the Providence piece on the high end. Like that's definitely doable. But also, just 10% on kill, is that really worth it? I mean, it's actually, yeah, it's not a bad choice, especially on the high. Gonna read my Twitch at somewhere. Yeah, I'm just bouncing around between the two. There's so much coming in, and I kind of want to still keep going because I'm a rambly boy, so I answer for very long times. No St. Elmo's. What was that in reference to? If I'm running it in this build, yeah, I'm running a Headhunter build, so Elmos are more for other stuff. Oh, was that in reference to, we were talking ARs earlier. Yeah, no, I was mostly talking about high ends, because the 4 I would say are really good now are, yeah, the F2000 and the FAMAS as the high ends, and then the Elmos is still very good. Eagle Bearer is actually kind of on par with it, especially for solo. If you can make the talents work, which you can, definitely solo. And then there's also now a whole class of A-tier ones, basically, which is, for instance, the Bighorn, but also actually even Capacitor, and even like I would put a Chameleon with Detox would also put like an A tier. alongside of those.
Agent down.
What killed me? Oh. These assholes. It's like, what killed me there? I'm not in combat with the control point, but of course ran past these guys and then they made it up to me.
Point identified.
And hey there, Jackie. And hey there, Killer as well. I don't know how accurate it is, but usefulness shows your total playtime, which is deleted. I'm not sure how correct that one is either, but you can actually use sites like Tracker GG. I feel they're more accurate. Although some of their stuff is also inaccurate, because for instance, they usually show your last created character's DZ level. Because yeah, like for me, for instance, I have 3 characters on my main account that are 50. I've been since like forever. But then it shows like 47 or something, which is my last created character that I like haven't ever really used in the DZ, stuff like that. I think also for the PvP kills it does the same. But also in my case, yeah, I'm okay just using like what my main characters are. I'm not gonna be bothered by like the watch alts that I've deleted and stuff. Like, hi. Do you peek somehow? Madam.
Detected. Near this location. Guarded by hostiles.
Her screen just went black as well. I do love that change there, actually. The screen going to black is one of my favorite things of the update. Do I have enough pickups here to fix up my hive? Likely I do. Exotics dropping with different third attributes. Yep. So all of the exotics are now free third attributes, and anything that drops or comes from caches or any source is completely random in that way as well. Which sucks, of course, for the things that came with detox, and sucks a little bit less for the things that didn't. So, luckily for just the general populace, like the 2 guns, Elmo and Oreo, that most people will like want to get and are very, part of the meta kind of thing. They already dropped with random, so that was fine. But now, for instance, if you're going out and farming for, let's say, a Dread Edict or something that came with detox already, it sucks a little bit more because you have to go out of your way to either find one or reroll one. But yeah, fine. And yeah, what I would love for them to do is just turn it into being able to be recalibrated. Maybe even like it costs 5 or maybe 8 even. 8 exotic components to do so. And you get the stat that you want. While also keeping the other stats maxed out if it's a god roll, for instance, which, I still need to re-roll my god roll Eagle Bearer that came like that from a raid. No optimizations or anything on it, so that's gonna hurt a little bit. Man, these ascents out there take ages to get. So I got a lot of the, I got all of their, well actually, I don't know if anybody in chat, a question for you guys out there. Is there already, did somebody go out and figure out how many blueprints aren't gettable yet? So yesterday I spent some time getting reconstructed caches, and I already expected to like reach a point like last time where, you know, there's maybe a few missing. Hey, we got there. We have the fabled round number. Yay! So first things first. Let's get a screenshot of that, of course, for my posterior, for posterity. Yay! There we go. 20K. Ole ole ole. Ole 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 ole. I'm 20K. I'm 20K. Yay. But also, as always, SHD levels, you know, it's always nice to hit a milestone, but also they don't mean much, really. But I will never, you know, not care about reaching a milestone. It's always fun, too. Especially when you time it together and go like, oh, yeah. Because when I think back and go like, hey, when did I hit 20K? I will go like, oh, yeah, it was on my birthday. Yeah. And I'll do it, and I'll do like one of those happy dances, like yay. Let me get you on my chat for a little bit, and then we'll actually go start on recording that Q&A thing, because otherwise we'll also run out of time, because I took way too long to get there. Yeah, and thanks for all the congrats and stuff. But yeah, likely 10 more K by the time. Well, no, I will likely won't do 10K in a year. Maybe, or maybe we'll see. Maybe I will do 10K in a year. But actually, since I've been streaming, I'm playing really consistently, and also more, you know, with streams, I'm like not sitting at my stash for like 5 hours going like, what build could we make with this? I try to at least make it a little bit entertaining and stuff. So I've actually been leveling way faster than I have ever at any times in the past. And yeah, thanks for all of the congrats and stuffs. And yeah, we can all say we were here. I was here as well. I kind of had to be to make it. Yeah, I'm gonna go clean up this character. Actually, what I'm gonna do, let's do that first, because I kind of need to pee. The first thing at 20K is I need to go to pee. So I'll be back in like 20 seconds. Well, a minute. And then we're gonna go. We're actually gonna go on top of this building here and do the intro for the Q&A video, and then do a bunch of Q&As. So that'll be hopefully fun. See if I missed anything else before actually. Yeah, I'll be back in like 1 minute. Actually, let me run. Actually, do this, of course, for those that haven't seen it yet. And I'll be back in a minute. Yeah. Kind of needed that, and also a little bit of a wake up, splashing some head water on my face. You know, got a good look for the good for the YouTube vids. It's important. Yeah, let's come back up here. Let me see if I missed anything actually. Good for watch outs. Well, I annoyingly I don't have a watch outs available to me. By choice, I have all 4 character slots filled in on my main account. So, but also I'm kind of fine with that because it lets me experience, you know, farming and grinding and such a little bit more so than I would otherwise. Because yeah, you can kind of get by on watch points if you really want to. But I do keep a little bit on each character, although I've been using like, so at this point I have 2k on 3 characters and 2.5k on 1 character saved in scavenging points. So yeah, I've spent like 17.2k, right? 17.2k on each character in watch alt, in watch points, in watch, without watch alting, really. So, because yeah, for me to delete even my lowest played character is still like 49 days played, like more than 1,000 hours. That is likely. I'd feel bad about deleting them, and like even if I were to just, or even just putting all 16 builds of them over into the stash or something would be hellish. Even if I like wanted to do it. Yeah, we'll grab this lady, my first character. We're gonna go be up on this building. I don't need 5 directives for that. Preferably, I actually don't have 5 directives for that. I also don't need it to be heroic. So let's get rid of all that. And we'll go and do an intro. And yeah, thanks everybody for the congratulations and stuffs. Okay, yes, I was leveling around 100 SHD levels a day. Yeah, that's yep. I've done some of those as well. Actually, I haven't done many of like the like floor 10 and Anderson and stuff like that. But I did do a bunch of convoy farming. But that was not even for the levels. I've never really cared about levels because if I really wanted to as well, like someone with my playtime could have a lot more. But also for a lot of my playtime, I always, in the past, I was very much like, I don't want directives. I don't care about the CC level. Nowadays, I put directives on a lot for more, not so much for the leveling, but more for just the extra challenge kind of thing. I do enjoy that of it. Because I think, yeah, more in like the last 2 years, I've leveled more than, or in the last year especially, I think I've leveled more than like a lot of other, well, except that one, yeah. So there was like 1k worth of SHD levels where I was very much into convoying, but that was also, I was with a group of players. They were very much into convoying. And they kind of dragged me along. And we were kind of, you know, it became kind of like a speedrun thing. We were trying to get as many levels in an hour thing. And we would time it. And we were trying to think of like better ways of doing it. And doing it that way, I really enjoyed that. It was kind of like speedrunning. But also almost burned me out of the game. So by the end of it, I was also like, yeah, let's not do that. And I'm someone that I've played a lot of MMO-ish style games. And I know, like, if you want to keep going for the long haul, kind of one of the most important traits of that is just not burning yourself out. Like, if you burn yourself out, like, that's the easiest way to stop leveling. Oh, that's also sometimes good for some people. Like I'm very much invested in Division now and stuff, but I feel a lot. Have they fixed this? No. They have? I wasn't expecting that. Wait, let's. Yeah, they fixed this. I mean, I'm actually happy for that. We'll go to a different place for the intro. We'll go to the second place I was gonna use. I always forget what it is though. It's like here-ish, right? Yeah. Impressive. I mean, I'm kind of sad I can't use that anymore for intros. You could climb up there and you could be above, like on the sides there. And I've used that for several of my YouTube intros. So I was thinking of using that place, but I hadn't checked yet if they had fixed it, and they have. So it is no longer available. We'll go somewhere else, which is the second place I had in mind, because I always like this place as well. Especially because it gives us 3 in a row as well, and we can just use that to go. It is here, right? Yeah, it is here. There's a bunch of garages around here, so it's always hard to remember which one is which. So any new builds after the patch I need to try? Not per se builds, but a lot of weapons came in that are very well viable, especially for instance Vindicator and stuff with just the glass red is kind of a fun playstyle. I really enjoyed my time with that. A lot of new weapons. Intimidate as well. Actually, well, Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury, Intimidate, especially for shotguns, because shotguns didn't have something for the longest while. So, but of the new gear, the gear set is not so much a general use gear set. It is a tanking gear set. Might find some use in, you know, raids and stuff. And the brand set you can kind of put into a lot of builds and just run it. And thanks for the happy birthdays there, Mr. Art Spiller. The convoys. When used to be 1 million expedition, yeah. And hey there, Cross. And thanks for the happy birthdays. Burned me out completely, and said pretty Far Cry that I missed an Assassin's Creed day. Yeah, that's kind of usually the thing. If you do burn yourself out, just take a break. Just it's gonna actually be part. I am actually is one of my intended rambling talks, likely not too far off of you know, going over that kind of thing of just don't burn yourself out, and if you do, it's okay. Just go play something else. Don't play a game that you feel bad playing. That's not what video games are meant for. I fixed a lot of those map bugs, so you can't jump over the fence in Capital. Yeah, they seem to have, because also I noticed already like a few patches, or like 2 patches ago, so 19.3, they already also fixed the entry to invaded and a normal errand space, where you could go in and like hit the trigger point at the start from the other side. They kind of fixed that as well. So they have done a lot of those kind of things. I mean, which is good. I'm all for it actually. Even if they were minimal ones like that. I'm curious to see actually later on today we're gonna do bounty cheesing with that one area. I don't think they can even fix that unless they like make it overlap with a different place, but we'll see. My biggest burnout potential is when apparel events come out and I try to set myself limit to 5 keys a day, just farming XP, or else I just burn out. Yeah, that's kind of the thing as well. I saw a lot of people as well going, I mean, I do it as well. Going, this new season, I need to get to season level 100 in the first day. Which, I mean, I'm going to hit all of my 3 accounts to 100, like even less than a week into it. But yeah, that's not for everyone, especially if you like aren't doing variation spice it up. Ninja, how we fix Chameleon? Since I love the gun because of the legs, but it's so bad as I heard. It's actually less bad now with Detox. But yeah, how to... the thing is, if you really wanted it to... Yeah, but that would take away its character. If you really want it to be more viable, what you should do is... so one of the things with balancing and stuff is going like, okay, what is it with a gun like that has a stacking mechanic, and then like it triggers a thing that happens, which, you know, it's weapon damage on body shots. You can choose how big that buff is and like where it starts off. So if you, one thing you could do is maybe make that like 45 weapon damage instead of the 90 that it is, and give it like 15% more base. It will basically even out to be around the same peak, but then like the difference between the when the talent is or isn't active isn't as big. But that also takes away its character. But actually with Detox, it's pretty good at the moment. Like, it's definitely not bad. Well, it was never bad. It was just annoying to put into builds because it had a crit chance third, and then it also had a crit chance talent. So you were kind of... It was always hard to kind of, and then it needs to be close range, so it can't work well with Coyote, because if it was like a long range gun, you could use Coyote to make up for that missing crit chance if you were to go like very low crit chance till the talent triggers. But yeah, it being a close range weapon. But now with Detox, it's actually it's a solid B tier, but a solid one. It's almost an A. But they might revisit stuff like that. But also, I don't think they would, because it has a character like that where like it's active and it's like, yeah, it's very powerful. And then like when it's inactive, it's just a little sadder. I took a year off, but now I'm bummed. I missed 2 seasons of cosmetic collectibles. Well, they're repeating the apparel events, so you can maybe catch up on those. What you guys were saying as... what was that? That we should try it now? The Chameleon? I mean, it's definitely... it was always okay as well for newer players, because it's so easy to get as an exotic. Now, though, the annoying thing is... So actually, for newer players, now it sucks, because you would need to find it either with Quick Chance or Detox or like DTA or something like that. So actually... that recommendation falls a little bit through, but it's definitely usable as a with Detox, especially because you just put it at, you know, you put it at 50 crit chance. You could maybe even forgo Coyote, but what would you replace it with? Well, maybe the Rugged Gauntlets, and you blind fire a bit. You go close range and blind fire. But also, yeah, not particular. But yeah, it's a solid B tier. But that's always the thing with B tiers, is you have to choose to go for that over, you know, picking an S tier like an Elmo or a FAMAS or F2000. So. Can I change the third attribute Chameleon on my previously obtained? Are you doing... because you have to use the reconfiguration. You can't recalibrate it, if that's maybe what you're trying to do. You have to actually reconfigure it. I haven't tried the Chameleon yet, but I haven't had issues with any of the other... I've actually seen a Detox Chameleon even anyway, I think. Oh. God damn it. I aggroed something up there.
Hostile control point nearby.
I'm just gonna go and despawn them, and then yeah, let's do this intro, because otherwise, yeah, it's gonna get way late till I'm. It's gonna go over here till that despawns, and then these guys, of course, are gonna aggro to me, but I'll just kill these guys. I need to watch out that I don't go another level, but that's gonna be, you know. And then the world is set to normal and stuff anyways. Let's go back in. Mostly I don't want to be in combat stance. Yeah, let's do this intro and then we'll catch up a little bit more. because we'll use this place as the first 3 question thingy. And kind of like that, I think. Or well, maybe because yeah, my face is of course there as well. And let's maybe put the character then like here-ish. We're still in the light right here. Of course, you have to wait for them to like turn back before going into photo mode to have them facing the place that you put them. I kind of like that. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, your expertise stays. Whatever expertise you had on it will stay, but not the stats, of course. All of the stats get re-rolled, so all of your optimization and such get lost, but expertise grades stay on it. That was actually already the case last season. That implemented that, which is kind of cool. But yeah, keep in mind as well that it's going to be pretty costly usually. So be aware that you'll likely need to reroll on average. So on average, you would have to reroll. There's 12 stats, so an average of 6 rolls at the very on average to get the one that you're after. But that can go up to like 30 or 103, as Dot famously had. So, and each time it uses up an exotic component. So yeah. And also be sure, as there is a bug currently, that your inventory isn't full. Make sure that you have plenty of spaces, because if your inventory is full, it seems to bug out. But that should be easily avoidable if you just take the precautions. Yeah, let's take ourselves here. I'm gonna take Chad away there for a second, and we're just gonna do an intro. I haven't actually thought about how I'm even gonna structure this thing, but we'll just go. We'll just wing it. Oh yeah, and I need to address that the camera, of course. Let me actually as well. We need to spool up the hard disk before we start, otherwise that sometimes breaks OBS all the way. And then I need to bring up the question thing. So I'm thinking, I was thinking of doing it maybe with attribution, but I think I'm going to leave attribution out because some of the later ones, I'm not sure if the person that sent me the questions and stuff want to be attributed. So we'll just answer the questions without saying who they're from. I think that will be fine. Let me already make a folder, which is the 10th. Just so we can put the files into there. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, it's Wiener says there. Be mindful of the risks of it, especially if it's something that you use and can't go without for a little bit. Save up enough that you can definitely hit it. Yeah, let's do an intro attempt, and we'll continue on from there. Actually, wait. Let me make sure the file actually saves. There we go. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, we're going to have a long rambling talk about me and the channel, and it being currently my birthday, and together as well as when this video goes up, the anniversary of the channel, as my birthday is the 10th, and the anniversary of the channel Not completely as well. Actually, I'm rambling way too much. Let's leave that stuff till a little bit later. Let's actually just do an intro first. Take two. Hi, I'm IKEA, and for today's video, I'm going to ramble on for a bit about me, actually, as we're going to do a little bit of an AMA Q&A kind of thing, as it is currently at the date of recording my birthday on the 10th, and it is what I would consider the anniversary of the channel on the 11th, which was my first major release on the YouTube channel, which was the masterclass for Fire Eclipses. And we'll go a little bit into some of the questions, as I reached out to some people to provide me some questions. Also openly made a YouTube post of asking for some questions. So we'll go through that. We'll have a little bit of story time and, you know, go over a lot of things. Yeah, let's hop right in. I'm happy with that. Let me just... check that also like sync and stuff. I'm going to ramble on. Let's hop right in. Yeah. Hi. And now I need to bring up, of course, that post, which I have here, right? Yeah. And yeah, I'm not gonna do them in the order as they were there. We're just gonna, I've already kind of thought about an order that I wanna have it in, basically. And also we're gonna use these three pictures as the three first pictures. You know, I kind of think this is at least, because I was thinking of maybe doing my face big, but also, yeah, not really. I think maybe the other way. Having this maybe as like a background kind of thing. And we'll just, every few questions, we'll go at different place and stuff. And find some interesting backgrounds, kind of. Because I've used this background as well in I think the Hardwired video. Yep. And good thing the camera stopped there. Because that's better there than in the middle of a take. It's definitely done that. 74% of this SLS, so damn, I'm looking, yeah. Indeed. And I totally still need to make an emote for the Hi, I'm IKEA. I want to make an animated emote for it. And just so I can use it in other people's things. Yeah. So, I might later on actually put these in a doc and actually have them come in the middle of the screen. But I'll do those at editing. At now, I'll just read them out fully and then answer them, basically. And we're actually going to start with Scooby's one, as that will let me go into a little bit of story time, and then actually another one from Alex Wise where I kind of go into my past. What's the best way of doing this? I just need to be sure to kind of look at the camera intermittently. And I'm just not going to attribute them just in case people don't want that. And also there's a lot of them, and some of them I'm definitely, so the post ones I'm going to guess most people would be okay with it, but some of the other ones I'm not sure people would want that, so we'll just do it with that. I'm hoping everybody will be okay with that. Just having the answers likely is more important, right? So yeah. Oh, that's, yeah, I always forget about that. Let's stop that. If you press F7 in a browser, it brings up an error thingy, or like do you want to open up carousel, which is super annoying. So, and we'll start off with one of the ones from a community post, and I'll answer this one just so we can go a little bit into story time, as we'll go over kind of me. And they ask, I've wondered, is it IKEA, as in one word, or is it like I, Kia? And they go further as, I wouldn't go as far to ask about your real name, but I'm curious about the origins of the online one. So actually, I will say that Kia is my name, and that is... I'll give away as well that isn't my full name. It is a shortening of something else. I won't say what because that might make it a little bit too easy. But and the IKEA came from kind of as somebody as well commented on that, clearly from IKEA, the furniture store. That spelling. It was kind of a joke on that, together with back when I made the name. Of course, iPads and iPhones and stuff from Mac were pretty popular. Although I was always a Windows person, but I kind of made IKEAs of like in the style of the logo of the store, and also of like with a Mac logo behind it and stuff. And yeah, it's basically indeed Kia, I'm here to, do things and stuffs. And yeah, just kind of stuck. I used to have a lot of other online names, and this one I kind of liked and kind of stuck around. It was also unique enough that it resonated with people. Although, of course, now I'm running into the problem that it's very much unsearchable. Nobody can really search for me on YouTube's without adding in Division 2 and find me. If you just search my name, IKEA, YouTube will definitely autocorrect it. Rightly so, of course, as well as most people will be looking for the bigger IKEA. But yeah, that's where it comes from. And we'll also go into then as well the second question here, which is, what is your first language? And I'll use that as well as a springboard to kind of give the brief introduction to my life story, which is my very first language is Farsi, which is Persian, which is where I was born. I was born in Tehran in Iran, and as a very young age, I came over to the Netherlands together with my mother, as my parents were political dissidents, basically. And yeah, that is how I ended up in the Netherlands. And nowadays, I'm a national, a Dutch national, and I'm very much a Dutchie. I can speak, for instance, Farsi, but I actually speak it so little that I can kind of speak it at the level of a child. So I kind of lost my first language. But luckily, my second and third language being Dutch and English, I'm pretty proficient at, I would say. But that's also kind of the where the accent comes from. As while that wasn't a question asked, I'll put that in as it's a frequently asked question: is what is your accent, or where does it come from? It is basically a mishmash of me having been brought up with Farsi as my primary language, and then being molded into Dutch and English, and hanging around Americans way too much online, and picking up their accents up a little bit. So it is an all-round mishmash of the world, which kind of is what I am as well, as I very much am. Yeah, currently very much a Dutchie, but I'm. Because of streaming and videos and stuff, I speak more English than Dutch nowadays. Also with my profession, and yeah, that's a brief glimpse into my past. Let's move on to the next questions. Very rambly, but yeah, this whole video is going to be rambly like that. We'll just leave it. And I'm perfectly fine with it as well there. Let's go to the next picture. I'll check up on chat as well, actually, in between, because it might be actually some cool follow-up questions or something. Thanks for going for the Reddit first. Oh, dude, you more than deserve it. You're doing really good work as well with. For those that don't know, Scooby has updated the build spreadsheet thingy. Well, yeah. I was gonna give it. I was trying to use not the word thingy because I'm using it way too much, but yeah, it's And yeah, that one's awesome for those that have never seen it. If you want as well, Scooby, if you want a link to the Reddit or to the main thing of it, I think the Reddit post might be more useful. Because you should be able to, as a VIP, post links. As yeah, that thing is awesome. That is well worth it. Being your name without seeing it written down made it very hard to find. Yeah, that is the case indeed. And yeah, it's still. I mean, I'm okay with it as well because most people will find me through recommendations, but usually as well when I like tell people to find me, I say if you search IKEA and Division 2, I believe it finds it. But yeah, it's so iconic. Yeah. Oh yeah, actually, well, Spamming asks, "What's your profession?" We'll go into that actually a little bit later on, as one of the people did ask me, "What do I do for my living?" As well, roll those up into one question. But I'm gonna actually first do all of the community post ones because I think that will, yeah. Otherwise, I kind of will lose track of where I am. Because I'm gonna do the next one first because that's very important. We're gonna do 2 joke questions, of course, to follow up the seriousness. And yeah, I'm gonna hit another take. Let me actually move the other one. Because that one isn't, and then these 2, I'm gonna just move them into a folder so I don't accidentally do those. And yeah, let's get ready. And let's go to some very important questions as I have been asked here. What is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow? Now, of course, the question here relies on missing information, and that is is it an African or a European swallow? Without knowing that, I am unwilling to answer. That is my legal answer. But what we really need to consider, of course, is that African and European swallows have different mod slots. And of course, one of them has 21 DTH, the other has 31 crit chance, one being an AR, one being an SMG, of course. So yeah, you can't really compare them together. And yeah, because of that, you have to really consider as well, there are different mod slots, there are different categories. You can, I definitely like using African swallows more in strikers, where European swallows fit really well in high-end builds. You can even, of course, take African swallows into scale builds, whereas tank builds really prefer European swallows. And yeah, sometimes, of course, American swallows even show up and just do their thing. And of course, what their airspeed velocity is depends on how far the render distance of the game is, which in Division is only 100 meters. So yeah, it's at most 100 meters per second, which is pretty fast. So that's hope that answers your question. And yeah, you have to really look at swallows on builds. So kind of depends on which build you're asking for. As you all cut it there. It was hard to keep a straight face. I was thinking of the joke answer to that the whole day. How I wanted to go about it. I hope that will get a chuckle from someone. And thank you there, hellos, for the congrats and stuff. Someone been smoking green, yeah. Someone been smoking some Monty Python. Yeah, if you aren't aware of that joke, that is a reference to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, where yeah, that joke comes up and kind of they go in their own way, and yeah, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna give it a Division spin. We're not gonna do the exact joke, except we're going to still use African and European swallows as the baseline of it. But yeah. But yeah, it was kind of hard to actually keep a straight face. But I like that take. It was a little bit rambly. I don't way too many and ahs, but it's fine. Because yeah, we need to, you know, after a little bit of seriousness, you need a joke, and then that was perfect for it. So I'm actually happy that that somebody brought that up. Yeah, and we're gonna do it because I was about to burst into. I was gonna do a few questions in a row, but just because I was about to burst into laughter myself, or like chuckle, I was like, yeah, let's not. Let's end it there. Yeah, I'm gonna go and do a few more questions there, and yeah, let's prep that, and I'm gonna do a few in a row here. And after that important question, of course, we have to answer a few more. We'll go after some of them, of course, being about the current patch and state of the game. As for instance, here as well as asked about what are the new ARM patch blueprints, and if I have some details about them. I don't believe anybody really does. They haven't really talked about it, but I would expect that maybe in the future they'll give us some ways of getting ARM patches from crafting. That would be kind of cool. I would actually still like them to be more from commendations, mostly, as that's where ARM patches mostly come from. But yeah, we basically don't know. So a bad answer, but the best I can give you. Do you think they should add a third talent onto knee pads with some of the lesser used backpacks and chest skills? So it has quite often come up, putting more talents onto other pieces of gear. And one of the things that I've actually put forward quite often is to maybe move stuff that is a little bit more not damage related, basically. Move them to a different slot. I would say masks is the obvious slot for them, as that is the other piece with a mod slot as well in there. And then maybe move some talents across to it. So things like efficient maybe, or trauma, that gets used a lot less in PvE, or even maybe braced, but all of them in a much diminished form. So not in the stats that they have now, but for instance, braced maybe as a 20%, or maybe entrench or something like that. Having stats, talents there that we usually don't pick, but putting all of the utility ones basically there, making it the utility slot, and having us not be able to put a damage talent there, so it doesn't compete with damage talents, and having it be random talents. I would think that would be a really good balancing thing. But also you're adding in complexity at that point. Because of course in the past we used to have talents on every slot, on every gear piece in Gear 1.0, and that did get a little bit confusing for people. We'll move on to, will you make a video about AKs? I mean, I can if you want to, but you won't like it. Although actually AKs are doing pretty well for themselves. But yeah, we can make a video about the compilation of the AK jumping around and missing its target, but I don't think that's what you are after there. As that person asking really love their AKs, but I don't dislike them either. They're pretty good, especially now with the new patch. And we'll move on to what got you into gathering the data on weapons and gear and compiling spreadsheets and calculations in Division 2. So this kind of started for me actually in a different game, which was a long time ago, although not as in-depth as I'm doing nowadays. And that was a really old game, which my PFP was also based on. And in that game, it was already weapon stats and such that really mattered. And I started compiling what the weapon bases and such were. Once moving into other games, especially MMOs, WoW, EVE, and such stuff like that, I started doing that a little bit more. And I found that I had kind of a knack for just going through everything and trying to figure out how stuff works. And for me, it kind of comes a little bit natural. It's also kind of what my profession is based on. We'll go into what that is in a little bit. but trying to figure that kind of stuff out, I quite enjoyed it, and I kept running into people going, "Oh, okay, that's really actually handy. If you could keep doing that to everything, and then we can use the data that you put forward." And I usually enjoy. Actually, I'm perfectly happy to just sit there and go through a lot of different stats and try to find what each one of them is, and also mechanically how some talents and such work. So I always had a knack for it, and that, yeah, as with most things, when you have a knack for it, you just keep being pushed into it as well by peer pressure, and also I kind of as well myself just push into it. And then especially in Division, for instance, my burst and sustain tables, the main spreadsheets didn't have the answers in the way that I wanted them, which is the way that I'm presenting them, with burst and sustain and damage per mag and fast hands sorted by like the things that matter for them. And that's why I started compiling those. I just needed my own data sets. Kind of the same actually with the build collection. The build collection started out as a collection of me just trying to keep like track of which builds still needed what pieces, because especially in the past, optimization was a lot more expensive. So I started making it a little bit before even optimization came into the game. So if I had a drop, and I of course had 4 characters even at that point, if I had a drop and I wanted to know like, is this better than the one I have on like that character over there? I had the build pictures for that. And then I started to share the build pictures to people when they were asking like, oh, how do you put together your negotiator build, or this build? And they got more and more popular that way. And eventually I just took the plunge and went all in on it and got all of my builds on there through a long time. And now I'm just keeping and maintaining it. Because while it is a big thing, if I had to have done it in one go, same with the burst and sustain tables. I, for instance, first started only with ARs in there and started to expand. Same with the build collection. I started with a few builds that I cared about or still needed the stats for, and then eventually just, spread out, and here we are. So, and I've always been interested in damage calculations and such, and trying to figure them out and kind of understanding them. Also in other games. So, all the way back from Phantasy Star Online, as actually I didn't say the name back there. I now realize I was like, did I say the name? But yeah, Phantasy Star Online 2. That is where my PFP is from. It's a Rakast from that game. From all the way back there. And actually, Phantasy Star Online is definitely a game I'm going to make a video about at some point, as it was, I think, actually the proto-division. I wonder if actually they took some inspiration for it, but we'll go into that someday in the future. Let's move on to the next questions. Wow, that got rambly. That's fine, though. This video is, that was 7 minutes for like 3 questions. That's fine though. It's if there's one video where I get to be rambly on, this is one. This is like the big rambly video. Anyway, I'll take the last mural here, and then we'll go somewhere else actually, because just to have different backgrounds. But I think I'll keep it to murals, because there's actually a few other cool murals. Gonna take a guess who commented that one. Yep, yeah. It was, in fact, yeah, the first of the curse of the AKs, because that's, of course, what that was in reference to. Actually, yeah, reassign would but yeah, as you say, that reassign needs to go. I mean, reassign would go to like that slot, for instance. I would love for him to do that, but also, yeah, well, we'll see. Well, it's also not uniquely my idea or something I stole it from somewhere. Like that's how most of those things go. You just, So we're gonna let's do that one. Okay, so actually, yeah, let's do that, because we're even going to answer this one, just to answer all of the ones from the community post, just to be nice. But I'm going to answer 3 of these, and then we're going to actually go to a different spot. Also, actually, I'm curious, maybe they fix that spot. Would be nice. So yeah, I'm going to do them in the inverse order that I have them here. Go Fantasy Star. Yeah. Yeah, no, well, specifically Fantasy Star Online 2 or 2 Online. Is it 2 Online or Online 2? I always forget. But yeah, it is. I would definitely say, as more as I've thought about it, that game is very much like the proto Division 2, like very, because it was a 4-man thing. You would jump into missions. It was kind of like dungeon running kind of thing. It was just like MMO light, but also it had a lot of different weapons doing kind of like what exotics do in this game, having special purposes and such. So there were the normal weapons that didn't do anything special, and then there were stuff that would like freeze enemies, that would like electrify enemies, that would, you know, do stuff like that. And yeah, that was very much my first like game that I really like played. Because up to that point, I would just play a game till like I finished it. A lot of single player games and stuff. And that was my first MMO kind of thing. Yeah, let's jump into these next questions. Yeah, that's the order. Okay, let's go. And for the next one, we're gonna answer a stream-related question. What is an average response time to chat messages on stream? And can we get a spreadsheet for that? Well, I haven't prepared you a spreadsheet. I'll say that Toasty's answer, as I will call him out, the one person I'll call out there, of 2 to 5 business days. I was about to say 3 to 5 business days. 3 to 5 business days is likely more correct. But yeah, I'm always, of course, a little bit, sometimes too focused on the game and then not answering chat, as a lot of people know. Yeah, we're going to definitely turn that into a spreadsheet. We're going to get top men on that, top men that will put those spreadsheets together and go and figure out how long my average is. But yeah, I'll try to be better. It's fine. We'll continue on with this question, and one that I've also kind of always been bothered by in different ways, but multiplicative or additive bonuses. Is there a way to tell which is which, or do I have to test it all myself or watch a video from a Division YouTuber, which, to be honest, is a fail. It should be clear from in-game info what is what. So in the game, there's a lot of misnaming. One thing that already is already extra confusing is that a lot of players will use the term multiplicative, for instance, as well for DTOC or DTA or stuff like that, which aren't multiplicative. Usually when we talk about additive or multiplicative, we're talking about the stat to itself. That is usually how most games talk about it. All MMOs kind of talk about it in this way of if it's multiplicative to itself, a stat, or if it's additive to itself. And then usually all the things that are additive to themselves are multiplicative to the rest, because that's kind of how the calculation goes. Because a lot of people, of course, in Division talk about damage to targets out of cover, DTOC being multiplicative, which by the rules of that, how we define that, it isn't. It is additive to itself and then multiplicative to others. So it isn't its defining factor that it is multiplicative, because the step that is multiplicative, where it's multiplicative to others, it's very much that's the same as like weapon damage, which, you know, doesn't differentiate it in that way. So in the game itself, it does do a decent enough job with a lot of the talents, because while we jam on the talents that are wrong, especially a lot of the newer things that have been added, have been misworded, they're making an attempt to fix that. So usually when the game is talking about an amp, it's definitely multiplicative. If it is not talking about an amp, which that's where the issues come in, as they label a lot of things weapon damage, and weapon damage would normally be additive to weapon damage itself, or total weapon damage being additive to total weapon damage. They misname stuff and it becomes amps, as for instance the new talents. So one way of kind of knowing it is, I'll link that as well actually in here below for those that actually kind of want to know as well, is the Discord spreadsheet has taken to keeping track of all of the talents and listing them, which is the spreadsheet that you quite often see in the official Discord, maintained by Azerman currently. And that one is up to date with on the talents, showing if it is what the talent does, basically. So I'll link that down below, and that's kind of and yeah, it would be nice if the game we could if they labeled everything correctly as weapon damage or total weapon damage or an amp, so that we could know from in the game. But yeah, they from the game there's too many mistakes to arguably say it. You can always, of course, test it yourself, which is kind of my solution to it, but that's also not acceptable for everyone, of course. We'll go on here to what is your most enjoyable off-meta build that gives you CC or insane armor or a weapon talent that lets you clear content without it being straight DPS. So your most fun build, in quotation marks. I know fun is subjective, they say. This kind of, yeah. The thing is, depends on your definition of meta, because yeah, if you going through that, of course, that gives you CC. Well, Fire Eclipse. I'm very much a Fire Eclipse main, I would almost say. So I very much enjoy that, especially in heroic content. That's kind of what I run. Or insane armor, as they say. Well, Heartbreaker Tech Tank. I very much enjoy that for solo play. But would you consider those builds off meta? I would actually consider them meta, because for me, Fire Eclipse is the meta for a group play where you take 3 hard-hitting builds, usually strikers, of course, that and one Fire Eclipse, and you use that for missions, for general missions. That is, in my experience, a lot faster than going 4 strikers, for instance. 3 strikers and a Fire Eclipse, I usually find does it better. Same, for instance, for Tech Tank. I do think they are the meta for solo play. Together with Hunter's Fury, I would put them like for myself side by side. Although, of course, I know a lot of people kind of disagree with having any blues. I'm not of that mind. So, and yeah, for instance, as well, or weapon talent, I very much enjoy actually Pestilence. There's a reason I always had a Pestilence build in the build collection. It is a minor way of just playing differently. You just have to think a little bit differently on how you stack and such. And it is a glass build as well, so you kind of have to play it to those strengths. Or usually I make it a glass build, I should say. But same, for instance, always with Ongoing. I've always enjoyed Ongoing and Redify, for instance, as buffing builds. But then again as well, those are kind of on meta, basically, because definitely for Countdown or such, a Redify is very much a meta build, I would say. Although in a group setting, again, you would have multiple strikers and then having an Ongoing or an Redify to buff them. And yeah, so yeah, it's kind of dependent. But yeah, if I have to pick one, and if we just go off meta as being, not weapon damage, not being a red build, or DPS as a DPS build, as most people say, I usually say a red build. I would definitely say, for me, Fire Eclipse. That's also the reason it was the very first kind of video. It wasn't even a build showcase; it was a build masterclass. Was about a Fire Eclipse. So yeah, that very much is for me. But also, yeah, this is my go-to build. Kind of, I quite often will just jump on the Eclipse, and usually people don't seem to mind as much. They'll go like, "Yay, that'll make it super easy." So I've also been pushed into that role quite often by by friends of just like, "Hey, can you come help us and be Eclipse, and we'll run a bunch of missions." So I think that's kind of my answer. But I enjoy a lot of builds. More than anything, actually, what I enjoy is variety. So I will likely jump off of a build after a while. Because as well, I could list a dozen others like combat medics, especially, for instance, as another notable one. I very much enjoy a negotiator as well, but that's kind of like a meta red build, but it's just off strikers basically. I kind of like Umbra as well, just for its mechanics, but you can't get the damage out of it that you can out of negotiator or strikers, but getting the most out of it itself is kind of fun. So yeah, a lot of it's kind of difficult to go with one, and also kind of depends on meta as the definition. But yeah, maybe you have an answer in there somewhere. You can make your own answer out of that one. There we go. That was a fun one. It's actually, I'll bring up chat here again and I'll catch up here a little bit. How long in are we already? Playlist. With this one as well. Okay, we're 23 minutes in. That's kind of fine. We're kind of likely go to like 40 minutes. Maybe we'll have a number 2 version of this someday. Kind of want to actually see. I can go from this gate, right? Because actually one person is asking. I think they're asking about this. I'm not sure about it, but I actually want to see if they maybe fixed it.
Complete.
Because, you know, seeing it as they've fixed a dozen other things, which is the room in the New York exhibit thing. I'm going the Cassie route. That's not where I need to go. I need to go this way. Usually when I go to that checkpoint, it's to go to Cassie. Automatically went that way. Glass version too heavy. Yeah. And yeah, thanks for the kind words there, Bruno. At least they seem to be trying to fix some of the wording to make it clear. Yeah, they are indeed. They fixed up the status effect ones, which were always broken, like even since year 1. So, you know, they're starting with the oldest, hopefully working their way up. But of course, as well, because Vindicator, does this scale have the Vindicator still? I don't think so, right? Oh no, it does. Because yeah, this says weapon damage, which it isn't. But that's likely that localization they were talking about. No, this door is still, yeah. And yeah, we'll actually answer it here. It's not even really a question of that, but we'll just go over it. Just give them their answer. Saying, what was your first game and what game you enjoyed the most? Okay, well, actually, yeah. I'm gonna copy that one for. Actually, do I have a note, something open or something? Nah, I'll just put it in here for now. I'll answer that one definitely towards the later parts. Actually, yeah, like in the next segment, I'll answer that because we're gonna want to answer all these community ones because you know those people definitely take their time to take questions there, and we'll go into some random ones, and I'll open it even up to some cool ones maybe in here. It's a little more to define the difference between the keywords. Yeah, that's so. What would be super nice is if they just gave, you know, in brackets to the end of it plus this like the multiplier or something, you know, just because some games do it like that. They just give you in brackets in the end the multiplier, so or you can toggle that on, for instance. So for instance, if it is something that is, you know, like this, it's a times 130 multiplier, or if it's like a weapon damage thing, it's plus this much weapon damage and stuff like that. But yeah, hopefully, if they just name everything correctly, that's fine. If everything is correctly named total weapon damage, or amp, that already will solve 90% of the things. Then you still have stuff like sledge. Not sledge. Bloody Knuckles. Oh no, actually Sledge. No, what am I thinking? No, Bloody Knuckles is of course is named weapon damage when it's total, but Sledge is DTA. So they name it DTA. That's what was confusing myself. But this isn't DTA. This is damage. This is amplified damage to armor and armor plates, which is a different thing completely. So either they need to change it to be DTA, which actually would be a pretty big nerf to it, or they need to change the wording to so that it's not damage to armor, right? So stuff like that. Because if they just name everything correctly, we'll figure it out. We can just. But yeah, I'm just going to link to that spreadsheet underneath the thing. That's likely the easy way. And either I'll go with V. And thanks as well, Potato, for the congrats on the 20K. And indeed, I'm happy. I don't care that much about SHD level because also, for instance, I have multiple accounts. So if I concerted my efforts here, I would likely be 25K or something. But I'm also happy always to hit a milestone. And yeah, we hit it on a auspicious day. So yeah, let's answer this one. And actually, let me... Actually, yeah, we'll do actually my profession one, and actually, yeah, let's do this one. Yeah, that's yeah. Although I don't even want to answer that. But yeah, the other one is what is my gaming history, which kind of lines up with Pomic's question there, because we'll actually have both of those. That kind of came up as well as for profession as well. Although I'm not going to go too deep into it, but just a short one. Yep, they need to put the actual wording in the game. Maybe talk. Yeah, the actual. Yeah, well, the Discord spreadsheet already kind of does that, and there were other concerted efforts to also do that. I was also going to make one of my own, but then actually, yeah, the Discord spreadsheet kind of beat me to it, and they did a perfectly fine job. And I can link it here, maybe even as well for those interested and those that don't know it yet, because this is an awesome tool to have as well. Which is, I'll link it in both chats. Which is that and that. And actually, let's bring it up here on screen. Because yeah, that's the spreadsheet with the Phoenix logo in like the silliest way ever with the googly eyes. But then in here, have they fixed up their weapons yet? No, okay. I might reach out to Azur and help him with this, maybe. Because under weapon talents and stuff here, they've... does it show up correctly? Yeah. So on the right side... Oh, no, actually... Yeah, so here on the right side, it actually says what it is. So if it's weapon damage, it's weapon damage, critical hit damage, amps. If it's utility, basically, of course. But yeah, it lists everything as what they are, weapon damage or total weapon damage or stuff like that, and especially with the gear talents, of course. So, so all of it's listed as total weapon damages or whatever they are. So you can go here and check. That's usually I haven't double checked them, but I know that the people that kind of help with that, especially Rossi and stuff as well, help with that. I also sometimes poke in and help with those kind of things because I do have edit access there. So sometimes I help out. Congrats on the achievement. I appreciate your videos and genuinely learn something. Well, glad to hear it, Peppermint, and thanks for the kind words. Exert their influencing. Yeah. Well, Did Ronan already, because that spreadsheet has had that like since TU8 or something, I think. I'm not sure if Ronan all the way back. I don't know actually how long ago Ronan kind of started. Oh yeah, and actually one thing I should point out, because also Azure is always very proud of it. Weapons and exotics, yeah. Or is it somewhere else? Okay, here it is. So under exotics, of course, it has all of the exotics and lists correctly all of the thingies. Oh, wait, why is there two? That's weird. Where's the? Oh, it's this is the faction. That's right. But if we go to assault rifle, where's it? Gee, assault rifle. Yeah. That Elmo icon. Wait, can I? I'm gonna just take chat away. Shit, I can't. Or well, I can. For 1 second, but yeah, that Elmo. That's from the Saint Elmo's engine. Yeah, that is, and it has become quite the meme in existence. Because yeah, that's not the logo of it, of course, but yeah, it's I think it's a cool one. Actually, let's go back there and turn on chat because I'll forget otherwise later. But yeah, that tool as well is yeah, having access to both of the spreadsheet is kind of always handy. But then I noticed. Yeah, no worries, Pomic. Yeah, I mean, I usually don't change the title, so I can totally understand. I'm usually the person with the least changes to their title. And yeah, thanks for the kind word there, and yeah, glad you were here for him. Yeah, it could be backwards, or it could be completely unrelated. Great minds getting to the right position in the same way. Let's actually, yeah, we'll take this as a starting screen. Because, yeah, they asked about this, which doesn't really have anything to do, but we'll just answer it as a... We'll just answer this one, and I already lost the other two marked ones. Oh, there we go, yeah. Okay, and then, yeah, profession, and then gaming history. Yeah. And yeah, to continue on, one of the community questions was, as I'll read it out here, this may be old weather, but I can't get into the room in Judiciary Square. It's the NYC After Dark building. I can't figure that profanity out. Appreciate any help. Well, even though it's not completely like related, but we'll answer it here as we are right in front of it. This is the door that leads here. There are actually a few of these doors that are only accessible. There used to be actually two. I think this is actually nowadays the last remaining one. That is only accessible during the when you have the side mission or are doing the side mission. There used to also be the Odeya office buildings here, where you could have this key chest, which of course the reason why they want to get into this room, like most likely, is they want to get the backfire part or just the key chest for resources. Yeah, this room also only used to be available during the side mission. They fixed that one. They did not fix this one, which also contains a hyena chest, as it is in there-ish. It is up there. But yeah, there's no way of getting into it, and hopefully they will fix that. Yeah, let's move on to another one, as we've gone through the community post ones. But I reached out to a few people and went like, "Hey, I'm gonna do a Q&A thing. I might not get enough questions. Do you have any questions? Ask me three. Ask me any three that you want." Some people asked me silly things that they knew I wasn't gonna answer anyway because they were in jokes or something. But actually, we'll go through a few fun ones. Also, I'll be doing a few that I just frequently get, and we'll just answer them and go from there. So first one is, what do I do for a living? as as they continue on, basically, well, I'm paraphrasing here. I'm not going to read out the entire thing as it is just worded as like between friends, but it's basically because you seem to have a lot of time, but then, you know, not in such a friendly manner. And that is, I work actually as a technician. I work as a stage technician, which means I do lighting or audio or other things as required for a stage to work, basically. I worked for several venues in the past. I mostly now work for just one venue or one organization that has two venues. That is kind of my day job. I also am a photographer, so actually I do some photography professionally as well as just portraiture or commercial work for especially companies and such, just headshots for on their sites and such. Yeah, that has always been kind of the things that I did. I actually started very young with being around stages, as I'm not educated in that field. Actually, I'm not educated in really any field, as I'm in American terms, I'm basically a high school dropout. Even though in like Dutch terms, I do have a high school diploma, just because I reached a certain amount of years in high school at a higher level, so I got the diploma of a lower level. But I basically started working for stage work and such pretty young. Although I actually first in retail actually for a few years, and then somewhat transitioned into that. And yeah, that has been my occupation, and I've kind of always been in that field. Funnily enough, I'm not much one for entertainment. I'm also not a musician or such myself. I'm very much more from the visual side of things. That's also why I mostly actually do lighting. Although from a technical standpoint, I know audio better than most audio technicians almost, especially the gear itself and such. So I can make it work and get well enough results out of it. But I especially like the video or like the lighting side of things, as I grew up mostly watching film and such, and I was always interested in lighting and lights. And while it may not seem here as it is a very simple setup, of course, for my headshot here with a very simple lighting. Yeah, doing lighting and just trying to set a mood with lights and stuff has always fascinated me. So, and with a background from movies and such, where and photography as well, where lighting is all that matters really for photography. You're not capturing the person really; you're capturing the light, and then you're trying to, make sure that the person is happy enough that they give you a good sight. Yeah, and that's kind of always been my shtick. So, and I've basically stuck into it. And at this point as well, later on in it, because most of the work in that space is always contingent on usually having a diploma or such, because they trust that, if you have a, but eventually I basically had enough experience in the field that nowadays I can basically go, I've 15 years of experience in the field and can go like, yeah, just ask me 3 questions, see how I answer them, and then you move on. That's usually how it works with technicians. They go like, oh, okay, so, if you have this mixing desk, how do you load a setting or something like stuff like that? And if you can answer that, then they know like, oh, okay, they can trust you well now. Even more of my history as somebody, while paraphrasing it, basically, what is my gaming history is basically what they're asking. They're asking it a little bit more in depth, as the person they're asking it has been with me with a few games. They're asking basically, hey, I remember you from this game. What games did you play before it? Or such stuff like that. Well, if we're going to start somewhere, my very first game likely is NAS. That's like, or my own game, because likely I played somebody else's, but the first console I remember owning myself was my mom getting me an NES for my birthday with Super Mario, and me being glued to a TV for way too long. To the point of exhaustion sometimes, and very much enjoying that. And basically moving through, Nintendo sides of things. I never had actually the Sega gear until much later, actually, as in my mid-20s, I was very much into getting a little bit into retro gaming, as a lot of people did back then. And I did go actually and grab a Master System and a Game Gear and things like that. But yeah, went basically NES with just a few games. I remember having DuckTales. I remember having Mario. I remember having one of the Final Fantasies, and that being really one of the games that kind of stuck with me. Yeah, then moving SNES, PlayStation. And PlayStation was really the time that I really got into gaming, even more so. And PlayStation 2 and then Xbox as well. And Xbox was really my first entree into as Xbox. Of course, when it came out, it didn't have Xbox Live. Later on, it did. And it came with even a demo of MotoGP, a game that I really had no interest in, but it was kind of like the free game that you could play a lot of on Xbox Live starting out. And I remember kind of my first experiences with online being with that, because I didn't have a PC before that. So a lot of people, of course, experienced it on PCs with LAN parties and stuff before that. But yeah, for me, it was very much Xbox Live, and that kind of, I always enjoyed that as well, kind of catching up to people and kind of talking about things. And I very much remember as well being very much into a Rainbow Six. I think that was on the original Xbox, Rainbow Six 3. Yeah, because Vegas and such were 360, of course. But yeah, that was my game that I really played a lot. And of course, that kind of got me into the milsim space, even though it wasn't the milsim, of course, but the kind of military style games. And I always enjoyed that one. So moving on, I went into a lot of as well. I've played most of the Tom Clancy universe things. That's also kind of how I got into Division. But yeah, from there it went 360, and then in the late times of the 360, I did always have a computer, but never a good one. And then really at the end of the 360, I started really to get into PC gaming, and we went on from there. Although even before that, I did get into some PC gaming, although a little bit like older games. Star Wars Galaxies was very much also a formative game for me. And that came out, actually, yeah, that was around when that 360 was out as well, I think. And yeah, then I went a lot of MMOs. I played most of them way too much, although none of them as much as just Division 2, really, actually. But yeah, WoW, EVE, several others as well, and eventually landing on a little game, Division 1, although I joined Division 1 way late, like it was basically the last year of it, although it was basically out, of course, for 2 years or 2.5 years before Division 2 came out, so kind of caught the tail end of it, and that really made me excited for Division 2, and jumped in a few months in, actually, because I usually don't jump in on the first day with many games. Even with Division, I jumped in a little bit on the first week, but it was a little bit unstable, actually, the servers back then. And I kind of just left it for a few months, which I usually do with games, and then jumped in and never looked back, as the last few years have been very much Division. So yeah, let's move on after that long ramble. That was rambly. But also, again, yeah, we're talking my history, so it's me and my history. If I don't ramble here, where do I ramble? Actually, I left out Phantasy Star and stuff because, yeah, that was Xbox as well, but we talked about this earlier, so. Yeah, I've forgotten about, yeah. Yeah, I wanted to just answer all of the ones from there. And explains my love of photo mode. But actually, so usually, yeah, I don't play enough around with photo mode, because actually there is a lot of settings in here that I basically never touch, because actually it is quite in depth in most Ubisoft games as well, actually. So because how do oh yeah, this modify, because you can even change the focus, the f-stops and stuff, and really make different things. But yeah, I mean, I do photography. That's the reason I have a DSLR. Like, extra for use of as a webcam and stuff as well. Math related. Actually, that's going to come up because one of the, I'll likely answer that as one of the next questions. One of them was, do I have a background in math? As that has also been asked quite often on stream. Video of the DOI making DOI mic for a tiny cost. Sounded amazing comparable to no. Okay, that's, I mean, yeah, you can make actually pretty good. The thing with mics as well is it's not so much about the mic itself. It's much more about how you, what you're doing in the line of it before you capture. So a good capturing whatever you use to capture, if it is and mixing it, like if you're going through an analog or a digital thing to change its EQs and stuff, because you can usually make any mic sound like any other mic if you really want to, except for stuff like proximity effect and stuff. So. But yeah, a competent person can make, I know fellow sound engineers that make their own compressors and stuff. And they make good money doing so for guitarists and stuff. For instance, expander compressors, which a lot of guitarists have. A lot of the ones you can buy are really shitty, and they make basically boutique ones for pretty good cost. And it's not even hard to make, for instance. But even just full-scale compressors for use in actual stage use. We're gonna go another mural. Let's go actually the Potomac one. Never played the first game, but my friend told me that only one player could interact with safe house computer at a time. Yeah, that was in the start of the. I think they changed that later on, right? Or it wasn't busy. At the very initial thing, you had to kind of talk with one guy, kind of like like talking to Cindy or talking to like getting the mission kind of going. But yeah, it was per person kind of thing. So yeah, there was literally lines forming like them. It's an iconic thing of Division 1. I think they changed that later on, and yeah, wasn't a really. But yeah, of course, one of those things that kind of happens. and thanks there. I'll say Barden.
Bag is empty.
With the Rambalones. Yeah, hey there, Weasel, and thanks for the congrats. Yeah, let's do the next questions. Because yeah, let's do actually the is my background. What is my background with maths? And, actually, yeah, let's do this one because yeah, top 5 recommended builds, or like what build. So well, their wording is if you were going to recommend 5 builds to any new player to have, which 5 would they be? So that one might be good. Oh, also yeah. Let's maybe do that one later. Actually, because this person actually literally sent me the question. What are so their 3 questions are literally what are the 3 best ARs now? What are the 3 best? They kind of, I asked them to ask 3 questions, but they went with like which are the 3 best? So, which are the 3 best ARs now? Which are the 3 best SMGs now? Which are the 3 best MMRs now? Let's maybe answer that, as a lot of people have that as a question, and we'll use this as our background here. Right, huh? Why did it pop up with combos? Ooh, with some God rays as well. Like I kind of like that. They're gonna not stay around for long enough. Yeah, let's compose it a little bit differently. Let's see like that. Yeah. Actually, I don't remember somebody I had. In the Discord, I'll start with that. What are my thoughts on the actual patch? I'll start with that and then go through the weapon types. which might be just interesting for people. And as we move on, first, somebody asked me, and this has been asked quite a few times, so I'm just paraphrasing multiple questions. That's also two people kind of came up with it. And it's basically, what is my background in maths, or why am I known as the maths guy kind of thing? As that's kind of how that other person asked it. And answer, actually, there is, I have no background in mathematics. I have a background, especially with my profession, as we laid out there, of figuring stuff out, because that's usually what that profession kind of is looking up, going through manuals and looking up, how does this specific piece of gear work? And how can I make this specific gear work with that lighting console? How can I make this specific, how do I specifically hook up this compressor into this digital desk, stuff like that? How do I use this plugin in a laptop with a DAC, with a digital desk, stuff like that. And that kind of figuring out, I feel I've always been good with. I'm very much a person that even at a young age, my father was an electrical engineer, and truly an engineer. He really introduced me to taking stuff apart and just looking at how they work. And I've done that way too long in my life. And because of that, I very much enjoy usually figuring out how stuff works. I want to, with most of the things, I want to have a basic understanding of how they work, including like all the equipment that I even personally use. I want to know how DSLR works. I want to know how a mouse works, how keyboards works, and stuff like that. At a not like high level, but a fundamental level. And that has always been my thing. And I've taken that into gaming as well. And once you get into gaming, maths kind of shows its face. You can't really go around maths at that point. And because of that, I've slowly gotten better at maths. But I'm also, as anybody who's seen me on stream, I quite often struggle with it. But persistence usually wins. I keep bashing my head against that wall till the wall breaks. So that has been my way of learning simple mathematics, because in the end, most of the things in Division or most video games is just simple arithmetics, meaning that it's just addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. Yeah, because of that, it's not that hard. You're not solving for X in algebra or something, or doing weird, calculus stuff. It is always pretty basic. It is usually a lot of steps. That's usually what gets you. It's sometimes with some video games, it's like 3 dozen steps before you get a final number out, where they have dozens of buffs. But especially with Division, of course, usually you basically have a base number, you add 6 or 7 multipliers, and you get a final output. And one of the nice things, especially with Division, and why I kind of feel that in Division especially, it is very core to the game, even though, for instance, in other games like WoW or EVE, this kind of stuff gets done as well. But there, at the final step, there's also a random value. So there's a plus minus percentage random that kind of gets added on top. So, for instance, specifically, for instance, World of Tanks, as a famous example, has a plus minus 25% on the shot, because there's a very simple thing. It gives you the number, and then it has an optimal range kind of effect. And then if it hits, it does plus or minus 25%. In Division, it is a flat number every time. Your crits are all the same crits as long as you're hitting the same target until their armor runs out, and then you're hitting DTH, and now it's a new number. So it's very easy, actually, to go through it like that. And I very much enjoyed that, and I just basically kept bashing my head against it. And for instance, as well, the damage calculators that I've made and such, they're basically iterations on it. I've just started somewhere, and just over time, others as well have helped me, just going like, hey, this thing that you've done is maybe not the right way. And I go like, okay, what's the right way? And usually we help each other to figure it out. And yeah, I don't have a background in mathematics, so if I can do it, I feel everybody can. And likely somebody with a background in mathematics will look at some of my calculators and go, why does this person have 1 billion brackets? And that's just to visualize it for myself, for instance. As I bracket everything, for instance, in my calculators where it's completely unnecessary. But yeah, stuff like that. And yeah, I would very much say if I can learn it, anybody can. Although, of course, I've learned it over at this point, decades, basically. And it just takes some time. And if you just, one of the things as well with it is just doing it. Because I feel a lot of people kind of like know the damage calculations. I see this especially as well with the skill damage calculations, as a lot of people know it. But for instance, especially with the skill damage calculations, as long as you have a brand bonuses going into it, it doesn't actually line up, and there is some oddity going there. Although actually maybe in this new patch it isn't. And because of that, I know basically everybody that bringing that up that they actually don't, that weirdness isn't accounted for. And same with the damage calculation. A lot of people know it, but just do it a few times. Do it for a few builds, and you'll start getting a grasp for it. Do it even without using other people's damage calculators, and just go from start and try to match up to the number you're getting in game. It'll feel good. It'll be a dopamine hit, and you'll learn a lot along the way. And then also you can start altering numbers and trying out basically builds how they would be even before trying them out. So yeah, that's kind of the background there. And yeah, actually as well, we're going into my thoughts on the new patch, basically paraphrasing, as it's a much longer question. But I feel, or actually, am I happy with the new patch is basically what they're asking. And I very much am, actually. I was very much, I've already said it on stream several times, when they said they were going to rebalance weapons, I went like, what? You're going to, this team is going to rebalance weapons? Because we've recently gotten the Elmo, the Oreo, the Iron Lung. All three are, let's say, pretty powerful, especially the Ouroboros is very powerful. It is very much kind of too powerful. And I was kind of concerned that power creep was going to be horrendous with the weapon changes, especially in ARs. I feel they did a pretty good job. They've missed a few. I feel they need to bring up a few remaining ones. M4, Carbine, and SIG, namely, especially. The 20% all around on LMGs is kind of lazy. But in the end result of it, I'm actually pretty happy with it. It turned out pretty fine. We have some new contenders in all of the categories, and yeah, that kind of, and all round as well. It is pretty fine, because also Ouroboros already kind of set the cap, and nothing is passing that cap. And yeah, them turning back on behind you as it was in PTS2, although they've given the reasoning as well, and the reasoning does seem coherent. So yeah, overall, I'm actually pretty happy with the patch, and also a lot of minor changes have been made, and a lot of things that I never would think that they would actually fix, like swap speed being fixed now, is actually, yeah, kind of every time made me happy. Or even Warhounds going up ropes now, for those that haven't gotten to that yet. But there's a lot of minor things like that, and also a lot of simple out of bounds have been fixed, for instance. And actually that leads us into the next 3 questions. Actually, I'll make it 4 basically. And that is, they're basically asking me what is in every weapon class, as they've asked, what are the 3 best ARs. We'll basically go into each of the categories. So starting with ARs, not the top 3, but I would say the top tier ones is definitely, to me, now the F2000, the FAMAS. They're the high-end top contenders. FAMAS still competes as well in there, especially because a lot of people will have some already, and it still will out DPS on burst and F2000 on a striker build, although of course it loses out on sustain, but it is actually still a lot more accurate as well than F2000. Then on the exotic side, actually the Elmo and the Eagle Bearer, both actually are really good contenders, especially Eagle Bearer solo. I feel a lot of people are discounting the Eagle Bearer. Actually, in solo, I would definitely say Tenacity, you can definitely make it work. But Elmo is also so easy to use that, yeah, it's up there. If we're going then like one tier below it, I would definitely put also a notable one of the AKs in there, the military in the black market AKs on ARs, together with G36 and ACRE. Those are really good now, especially, of course, them having long rails. And also on exotic end, Bighorn goes there, but also the capacitor kind of goes in there as well. And also the Chameleon with DTOC, both of them as well, because they're all three of those actually, the Bighorn as well, having the, well, Eagle Bearer as well. All of them having the ability now to get DTOC on them, while costly, is actually pretty good. So well worth considering. SMG-wise, Banshee and MP7 are the big winners, high-end. On the exotic side, Chatterbox actually getting DTOC now is very powerful for it. So that jumped it up a lot. Backfire as well got a little bit better, but Backfire still needs its talent to be something different, something that doesn't fall away after 10 seconds. But with DTOC, instead of the magazine size, it's doing a lot better than it used to the point that, yeah, I would consider it maybe for just an off-meta build, just something different build that kind of forces you to play with its mechanics. Moving on to LMGs, yeah, the LMGs, of course, all went up by 20%. So especially to me, the RPK and the Infantry MG5 are the clear standouts in that class. Always have been. And together with that, I would say the Good Times is very much in there, and also L86 with fast hands. But especially with L86, I really needed to be fast hands for me to even consider it. With RPK as well, actually. Infantry MG5 as well, actually. And then, of course, Good Times is fast hands as well, actually. You can go steady-handed with some of the other weapons, especially the GR9 with the rate of fire mag. Does compete decently well. But you can also go a 150 mag on a M60, E4, or E6, and also get steady-handed, because you have 150 rounds to make steady-handed happen. And what steady-handed basically will do is turn the burst into sustain. While the burst is low, it is basically that as a sustain as well. But there isn't much content where you can definitely make that work, because we don't fight that big of an enemy outside of a raid and such. But the LMGs are very, very competitive now, ahead of ARs for most content. Their only downside being, of course, their suppression mechanics, but you can kind of negate that. And I kind of want to play around with it more, especially in group settings where we have like a foam eclipse or a fire eclipse alongside, and kind of try to get the most more out of LMGs, because, yeah, 5% more is definitely nothing to scoff at. Then we go to MMRs, where a big shakeup happens, of course. And the White Death is, to me, very much no longer a choice. I've started replacing it with two different weapons. The Model 700. So the Model 700 is not the M700 Carbon or the M700 Tactical. Those are different Model 700s. But the base Model 700 with the integral magazine, that one is the hardest hitting MMR now, especially if you're, like most, running Determined on it. It is the go-to. On a Habsburg with grade 25, it can even, depending on if you have the hotshot as well, you can usually start on an elite. So that is pretty powerful. But there's also another contender, and that is the SR1. The SR1 is basically doing the same damage as the White Death did on its first shot, and has a higher cap, because, of course, the reason the White Death kind of did the same as it is that it had that extra headshot. But the SR1, so it's the SR1, not the SRSA1, which is also a variant, just for confusion's sake. But yeah, the SR1 with 2 stability mods has no sway. I don't mean little sway, I mean no sway. So going from a White Death to that is, to me, a very big upgrade. So if you put those 2 stability mods on there, you can also have a 10-round mag on it. Still the same scopes are available on it. And have no sway and do the same damage as a White Death. Which is kind of sad for the White Death, of course, because most of us will have an expertise graded White Death. If you do, there's also a case to be made that the white death already did what it needed to do. If you don't need the extra damage or aren't min-maxing, a white death is still perfectly fine because it didn't receive any, it didn't get a nerf, basically. It's doing still what it always did, so there's always that. So yeah, let's move on to some of the last ones. That was a lot of talking. I see. I was checking Discord there. I saw the mention being there. Yeah, I'll give that a look in a little bit. Let me catch up here on chat. Well, actually, wait. Now, let me put that video away first. How long was that? That was 15 minutes in one day. It's fine. We'll do a few more questions because I think we've hit most of the important ones. Because actually I haven't marked any more Discord questions really. I could just grab a few of these random ones. Or if you guys have any questions remaining, maybe put them in and we can I'll answer them as well. For DLC in Brooklyn. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the DLCs as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I sadly never had those lines. I got into Division 1 like a year into it. But also I didn't really go that deep in it. Yeah, the DLC is in Brooklyn as they've they've already given that part away. Would be funny if they use the same safe house in Div 1 and just yeah. Because the initial parts of Division 1 also actually started in Brooklyn and us getting on a chopper, like the tutorial area in front of it. Nobody as per steady-handed to tabula. Yeah, tabula rasa is kind of... The thing is, steady-handed needs 100 hits. And... or actually, perfect is 75, right? I haven't looked at tabula rasa in forever. It's more than its mag size, basically. So you kind of get it on your second mag. And I don't... I prefer actually fast hands over steady-handed, usually. And that's because... the accuracy, when you get that new mag and the gun just jumps, it's because it's 75, right? That's perfect.
Tools. Don't want them to get rusty.
Yeah, 75 stacks. When it consumes the stack, kind of, I mean, less or so than descent, but it kind of does the descent thing where, like, when you lose steady-handed, it just boom. I mean, not that bad with the tabula rasa, but it's kind of very noticeable and kind of throws your aim off. So you kind of have to get used to it, maybe, or I need to get used to it to be better with it, to kind of expect when it's coming. Because the thing is, the named RPK, I like that a lot better. The new reliable with 30 weapon handling, I like that one actually a lot better. Personally. But also I like the RPK. I've used the RPK also a lot more than L86 in general, so I'm more used to it as well. So that may factor in a little bit in bias. And yeah, the Dr. Home is indeed... oh, is it working in Descent as well? Like that. Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't work like that anywhere. So hopefully they'll revert that. Because, yeah, I can see that a lot of cheese being... But the dog using the ropes, and he said even a few people from the clan said they were doing it before, and that's in the game for a long time. I don't think so, though. I've been around dogs, around ropes for so often, and they just don't. Or is that like proof from a while ago? What about shotguns and their talent choice? I'll likely go into that because I'm gonna make a video on like the new changes and go over some talents. But yeah, shotguns always were annoying with challenge choices because a lot of the good ones are on kill. But if you're playing solo, you can't make those on kills happen. So yeah, pommel, close and personal are both really good. I usually as well like preservation on it. If I'm running Hunter's Fury, I'm using it extra heal for it. But the thing as well now is with Detox Scorpio. Intimidate Scorpio is like really good now again. Yeah, because I've seen the dogs on like laptops and stuff, or coming up from sewers where they're like mangled. Especially the dog, if there's a dog on the famous places, of course, with Coney Island Ballpark, right? Yeah, it's Ballpark, where the mortars are. If the Warhound is on the laptop, it's doing like a weird animation. So yeah. Hey, what do you think about the rate of fire on Pestilence as third attribute? Better than damage to armor? Definitely better than damage to armor. Actually, no. Well, the thing is, damage to armor also provides on the debuff. But I'll say a third one, which is a crit chance, because the Pestilence doesn't come with any crit chance mods, and putting crit chance on it is I think the best choice. Because on many of the builds you're going to use it, you can definitely make that crit chance work, and you can even bring like DTA with the contractors in there. But especially if you're using it on like strikers or high end, a crit chance is going to be my go-to. Because crit chance usually is competitive even to Detox if you can't get it somewhere else. And actually, with the Pestilence, you can't really get it somewhere else, although as well, like it has Detox. But that's, of course, Detox as a comparison to DTA or Rate of Fire, so which Detox already kind of beats them outright. Because, of course, Pestilence comes with Detox already. Where the special mechanics bag? Is that not another CC and super player can ravage? Well, no, because a CC... not another CC that the support build can leverage. No, the thing is you can't shoot them. So if they're on fire or foamed as CC, or even like disoriented with the Banshee Pulse, that still keeps them out in the open. When they're suppressed, you have to kind of flank them, which isn't always a viable tactic. And it's just, yeah, usually you can kill an enemy before you kind of have to suppress them. That's kind of has been the playstyle. So suppression just gets in the way a little bit. It's a CC that is a CC, but you can't like instantly go and kill them, which kind of hurts. Just in group gameplay, it's just frustrating. If somebody is suppressing a lot, you have to then go around. But of course, the thing is you can counter that by actual CC. If there's foam going around, if there's fire eclipse around, if there's a foam eclipse, and especially on legendary, for instance, yeah, they're not getting suppressed anyway because they're not going into cover. So, will there any build collection updates? Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go through the build collection actually. So next week is gonna be mostly in that for that. And actually, I'm gonna list. I'm gonna make sure to put all of them kind of on a list, and I'm gonna do another one of those videos of the build collection updates and go through them and talk about why the changes got made. So minor ones like just weapon changes, mostly a few talent changes here and there. Hiding cover, yeah, basically. Congratulations on the milestones, and thanks for that as well, Turnley. So we're going to use the zipline ones. I mean, was it the one in the because that boss one does it in the ballpark manhunt thingy, whatever it's called. Because I don't think any other I've in all my time playing haven't seen one until recently where we saw them go out of upper rope. So it's a featured clip, I think, as well here. So but if the enemy is hunkered down, does that not your team advance. The thing is, you can't always advance on an enemy, because if you're expecting the next wave, you can't kind of close the distance and go to their side. Also, you can't really, well, in a coordinated team or like a team that kind of knows how suppression works, you kind of know how much time you have before the suppression leaves away. But it's not like with foam or fire where you can kind of see that like the bar is going closer and you know like, okay, I need to get in cover because all of these enemies that are on fire are about to not be on fire and they're all going to shoot at me. So there's stuff like that. Even small things like that would actually help suppression. Coordinated team, not the puzzle. Well, in the coordinated team, you just go around the mechanic. The thing is, you still can't easily shoot them, which is the annoying thing. Because they're in cover. You need to go flank, and that's also not always a viability because it's just one enemy getting suppressed if there's other enemies around. Like, it's... But yeah, in a group setting, like with a fire eclipse, even on heroic and stuff. Either Alex Wise. And actually, well, I answered even your question earlier, as I see. I recognize the name there. Okay, we're doing the Q&A stream thingy. I came back to the White House for some reason. Why did I come back to the White House? We needed one more place. What's another good mural? I'm trying to think. Actually, you know what? I know the exact mural we're going to end on. Also, I need to go pee again, turns out. So we might do that beforehand. Actually, let me have the chat up here for a little bit because, and we'll round out the thing here. Actually, yeah, now let me go pee first. I'll be right back. I feel it coming.
And if you feel dizzy or fatigued, get under cover and rest.
Isn't an option. It's never been an option. We need to be thinking in terms of which trade-offs are acceptable.
Looking good, Agent.
It's already dark? Where did the time go?
Yeah, I'm back at it. Yeah, let's take that screen off. Yeah,
If you have business in the theater, please remove your firearm and state your name at the entrance.
Yeah, them being mangled or being on some weird because if they're kind of put into a role where they kind of have to interact with something, the dogs just do weird stuff like that. But yeah, I've never seen a dog use a rope before, a normal dog, except for that one boss one, of course, that comes down with a chopper. Because there's
not much you can do except
when you come into conflict, are you like asking me if I conflict or something? Hello from Corbin. Yeah. Well, hello as well to them. And to you. Well, I don't conflict much anymore. I used to have one character actually I used to have a second character that I used for PvP. I got to conflict 100. I sadly deleted that character that was in year 1. That's like ages ago. I need to at some point get back into conflicting with these characters and stuff because so it's character dependent. Actually, yeah. So I need to get maybe another character to 100 at some point. But I have the cosmetics and stuff, so I don't care that much about it. But yeah, PvP is never my jam in these kinds of games. You put stability mods on the... Why would you put stability mods on the SR1? Doesn't it already have max stability? Maybe I heard you wrong. No. So even on a hotshot headhunter, it's if you can take the stability, you can test it yourself as well. If you take the stability mods off, especially the muzzle one, the 20%, because don't look at those bars. Just look at actually what is happening on the on the thing. But if you take all of the stability mods off, it actually does have like a little bit of a sway. If you put only the muzzle one on, it still has like a tiny sway. If you also then put the 10% underbarrel on, it has literally no sway. So that's what I like about it. It's very, you don't have to care about sway at all anymore. So that's why I'm going with those. And you kind of you need both of them to be stability for that. So even without the underbarrel, it has like the tiniest amount. You could live with that definitely, because that's already a lot better than the white dead. But yeah. Having no sway at all is quite the change, to the point that my brain kind of still adds sway in. Like I'm like, is it swaying? And then you just look at it and go like, no, it's like flat. So it's kind of cool like that. Definitely to give it a try. You can go, of course, with other stuff as well if you are okay with a little bit more sway. But I kind of like it without any sway at all. With 3PC, 2 Araldi and Sawyer's knees and several, maybe less. So because it's always stationary, even when he was getting shot at. Such dedication to damage. Yep. Well, at least they were keeping still for Sawyer's, which is cool, good to see. A lot of people, I often, one of the things, if I see people running, as most know, I quite often inspect people. Hey, even another anniversary, I hit 500 grants there. As while loading up, I grabbed 2 prizes. Let's actually get a screenshot of that as well. So that's the important one, right? This 20K, who cares? 500 grants. Those are the ones you get from doing those Ubisoft things. I just never take them out of there. So. So it's a more of an overshadowed mechanic that one can be used. That was about suppression. I mean, yeah, you can definitely make use of it, especially solo if you're like suppressing just for yourself, because you can suppress an enemy over here and shoot the other one, which can be very valid. It's just in groups, it usually frustrates more than it helps. More the issue in random groups especially. That's why to me it's kind of, yeah, it won't be the general meta, just because, you know, people will be discouraged by that. And thanks for the congratulations there, Scott. I'm the noob. I'm just trying to find important mechanics. I appreciate it. Yeah, no worries, and always feel free to ask. Like, and also, it's fine to disagree even for some stuff. My word isn't law. Nobody's word is the law. And if people say they are the law, or like that, talking about truths or facts or stuff like that, there are some facts to be had. Like, you know, level 40 is the level cap. That's a fact. But on a lot of this minor stuff, like gameplay wise, you can negate a lot of stuff. Build wise, you can negate a lot of stuff. Even solo, or even in a group setting, if like all 4 people, because if all 4 people are running LMGs and they're smart about it, even in a random group, you can't have a shield with the LMG anyway. So you take a hive and take a foam. If it gets suppressed in an annoying place, foam. They're suppressed, so they're not gonna jump out of the foam or stuff anyway. So, or a grenade, or there are so many ways to kind of negate it, but it is still like a hindrance, and yeah, that because of that, it kind of gets in the way. Don't ignore the bars. I need the yeah. Well, the bars do mean something, but the max cap of these isn't set in stone. So even if it reaches the cap, you still have to kind of look at actually what in-game matters. For instance, with the sway. But especially for some weapons, you can most easily see this, for instance, with the ACR and the ACRE. If you actually have both of them like side by side and you look at their bars, you can actually see that one of them has a difference, like a big difference in their stats. And that actually shows up in the game as well, because the ACRE is a lot easier to use. I always forget if it's actually, you know what, we'll take the backside here. And yeah, I feel this is a good one to end this series on, right? Like, good luck out there. I always like this one, because also you often don't see it. How many people come down here actually and go out here? Because also this isn't here until you fully upgrade the settlement. So, and the bars, yeah, they do tell something, but they don't tell the full story. So you kind of have to. But yeah, not a bad question though as well. That's why I went stability with it. But the bars, you can mostly just use them for comparison's sake. So with a lot of weapons, there's a tiny amount of stability or accuracy difference between variants, and they will usually show you which one is the better one. But then you still have to kind of go play with it, because the one thing they don't tell you is pattern, especially for SMGs and ARs. That matters, because sometimes different variants have different patterns, which matters usually more than just the accuracy and stuff. And pattern is literally like some of the guns in the game. So for instance, AKs have like a to the left pull, and then they go straight up, stuff like that. And yeah, those things matter, and kind of how, especially for instance, the AUG or Bighorn. Bighorn kind of has like, goes line up and then jumps back, line up, jumps back, and kind of it jumping around like that, it really makes it hard to kind of use, even if you like had like high accuracy stat or something. Do you think they will ever increase the exotic drop rates, or do you need to grant caches? The exotic drop rate is actually very high in this game in comparison to a lot of games, especially during global events with getting stars and stuff. Because yeah, grinding caches is the way to go for it. But they also give, the game is very much set up, because even on my third account, I think I had all exotics by like level 300, 350. I think I was missing like one exotic at 250. I was missing like the Ninja bike knee pads at 250, I think, or something like that. And that was the last exotic I needed to get all of the exotics. That's how fast it could go. But also I grinded out a lot during Golden Bullet. That was the first week of that. So, but the exotics are basically there for you to just get a lot of them. Also now with the Summit project, of course, being 15 floors instead of 30, stuff like that. But the game is very much set up for you to, especially if you're playing one character, to on that character to basically be set to have every of the normal exotic, except of course the raid ones and the incursion ones. Is it weird that we can't use Crusader Striker Shield with the not particularly, because with the L86 RPK it's the class, it's LMGs as a whole class, because otherwise you would have to define those differently. Maybe now it's just all LMGs can't use it, because then you would go, all LMGs can't use it except these two. Oh, all MMRs can't use it except like the fast firing ones or something like that. So just for easiness. And yeah, giving up a shield and stuff isn't the worst loss. Like I usually have like a revive hammer and pulse even anyway. Yeah, no worries. I get that Stanley says that I shouldn't worry that they take me as law. But you always as well consider your own experiences and always be open to like debate and stuff like that. That's I find the best way. And yeah, of course you can like lean on experience of others, but you just have to always expect that sometimes the experiences of others are also dependent on like how they enjoy playing video games. If you're much more of a running gunner, you're gonna like SMGs a lot more than, you know, somebody who's much more methodical in their gameplay. So stuff like that. But yeah, you get I think we both get each other's things, right? How about disagreeing with your FI healer not using technician and leaving the setup with the blue core? So, I mean, yeah, the thing is I'm showing two different FIs in there. And yeah, that's the third one. technician with but the thing is, on raids, it's much more customizable or accustomed to use survivalist, because you know the bonuses, it's the place to put survivalist easily, and the bonuses kind of matter, not so much even to the healing, but having that group bonus for the subgroup, and that's kind of powerful, and it gives you flame grenades for getting the sledge out. And then on incursion, yeah, I've seen actually the case be made for the technician, but we usually put demo on the healer, letting 2 others go firewall, and then having the last guy be whatever they want to be, either gunner or something else. But yeah, I should definitely put technician and then and a blue cord setup backpack as one of the options in the corner. And likely I will, as we'll likely next week do a pass basically over the entire build collection. I'm glad to hear it. Let me catch up on this side, and we'll finish up here, because also I totally forgot what questions I had actually planned for it now. I have to go back looking at the one around, and at the final cutscene, I had the St. Elmo's frame sticking out of my chest. Yep, that kind of happens. Well, there's like the barrel of it, usually, of whatever weapon you're using, sticking through your chest. That's a bug that has been around for a while. And yeah, Toasty there, I'm answering him 10 minutes late. So yeah, let's add that to the spreadsheet. As they say, GG's on the 20K, and finally done with tutorial 2.0. Indeed. And yeah, thanks so much, man. And yeah, well, we got a few milestones all together, and that'll make it memorable for me. Do we need a good rifle-centric set at some point? Yes. Would be nice. Negotiator kind of fills that role a little bit, but yeah, it would be nice. I mean, this has been an idea that's been floated around forever. It's not coming from me. But aces, making aces, just make that bonus just boats. The first bonus go be MMRs and rifles, and then the talent work, the 4-piece talent work with rifles as well. And I think actually I kind of did some rough calculations, but actually that would be pretty fine. That would actually be pretty good, especially with some faster firing rifles. Like, actually would be reasonable. Hell, you could even give it a group buff mechanic or something instead of what it has now, because having another group buffer, you know, a rifle based one would be cool. The SR one, as Coco asked there. For the MR, yeah, it's the SR one. Because yeah, that's kind of confusing. That's why I also in there said not the other ones. But also yeah, the SRS A1 and covert, and the M700 tactical and carbon are also okay, but to me they're below the SRS or the SRA1. Sorry, as I say it wrong. The SR1. No, I said SRA. Jeez. SR space 1. That's the gun I'm talking about. Because it does basically the same as them, and just with a bit more damage. The Grudge feels very good to use now with ODM 11. Yeah, Grudge. I mean, Banshee getting a big buff when it was already kind of a top tier weapon. Yeah. I want all of your division knowledge transferred to my brain. Well, let's hook you up to the Matrix. Let's hook me up to the Matrix, and or just oh yeah, actually, so that's in this next set of questions. We're actually gonna do that live, because yeah, I definitely want to answer that question, which is, what is my total playtime? I'm gonna answer 3 questions. I'm paraphrasing it here from here. I'm not gonna go find the Discord exact question anymore. But how do I keep myself entertained still after those hours? And what other games do I play actively? We're going to answer those 3 questions briefly. And then we'll go do some gameplay and stuff and hang around for another little bit. And then tomorrow I'll turn this into a video, and that'll also actually be on the anniversary. Oh, actually, you know what? Instead of that one, I'm going to talk about February 10th and 11th. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, no, that's a good one. I need to end up on there one, on that one. We'll leave the other games I'm playing and stuff out because I'm not playing any. The answer is basically not many. I'm like once in a while logging into War Thunder and that was it. Working with focus and aces being rifles. Yep, for instance. But also just focus with rifles, with all the other rifles. Vindicator then as well would be, and yeah, if aces worked with rifles, I think you could just literally just put a rifle bonus on it together with the MMR, and then just make the talent work with it, and that would be perfectly fine as a set. Indeed, Kage, as there are too many S's and R's in that. Like all of the sniper rifles, kind of like it was so easy when it was just white death because that was like easy to see. And thanks for joining, Crooner, and yeah, have a nice rest and catch you again a different day. Let's catch up here. Been messing around with Banshee, with Killer. I know if I'm not feeling, no, I'm just not feeling fast hands on it. I know that I can run the calcs, but do you think Grudge, another talent, might be better way to go? Killer is perfectly fine solo. Although, yeah, Perfect Killer on Vector kind of competes a lot with it, of course, because they're kind of in the same at the same level. The Banshee and the Vector 45. So if you're going Killer, I would say maybe go Perfect Killer. You know, why not? But then what you can do, especially with Banshee as well, is to go Strained. Actually, it's 950, right? So it's at the, depending if you have some blue cores, depending on if you have blue cores, then likely Optimist. Grudge is, of course, also very, very good to begin with, although you need to be on a build that kind of does status effects. You could do that with Ridgeway, for instance, or such. You can also go, for instance, yeah, Ridgeway Sadist as well, for instance. That's kind of one of the setups I use a lot. But I think the Banshee does benefit a lot from fast hands because it's a very low, very slow reload. It has like a 2-point-something reload. Because otherwise it's well considered the MP7 with kind of like the same stuff. Oh, is it still 4% behind? That would be. I don't remember in the. Let me show you. Kind of. Because how far behind was the Vector to the Banshee? Oh yeah, likely we'll just catch up. Because it's like 3.5% behind it. Oh yeah, maybe then Killer. But yeah, Killer especially solo because it's on-kill talent. So you're competing for it. You have a good drink? What? Oh, was I drinking? Yeah, yeah. Juices, although it's juiced out. So I always love this mango orange juice. Comes in way too big of a bottle. Annoyingly, they don't have I would rather have 2 small bottles. But yeah, keep hydrated. Also important. Much more important than your burst and your sustain is keeping hydrated and not destroying your body. 4-piece under 2-piece Palisade, Bloodsucker, Intimidate. Yeah. No, actually that lines up maybe with the Vector being still too far behind. Because it's only like 10% crit damage more, right? That's not going to make up for the difference, actually. So yeah, maybe Killer is also not a bad choice. But also consider the MB7 then, because that has a faster reload by itself. So I think for a lot of the, if you're not using fast hands, if you're going for any of the other talents, then MB7 makes a lot of sense as well. Even with its 40 round mag, it's like still competing even on sustain and stuff, which is impressive. Thoughts on Unwavering? Oh yeah, Unwavering as well. Although Unwavering, I would definitely just go the perfect one now. Just swap chain. It's so good as well. And yeah, Unwavering is really good as well. Spelling sass there. Are named items blueprints guaranteed from reconstruction from the Sun? Just opened one and didn't receive a blueprint. So there are actually caches still, I think, around that don't have blueprints in them, but I haven't seen them in like forever. So you might have gotten one of those. Also, I think the cap now is, even though there is 294 items or 296 items, I think it's 8 items less. So I think I'm on 486, and I opened one more cache that definitely had the blueprint marked in it, and I didn't receive more. So yeah. Thursday now, mango already sounds good. Yeah, it's highly recommended. It's freshly squeezed stuff. I do like my as I've gotten older. I used to be a lot of snacks, but actually nowadays I'm much more from these kinds of snacks. Although they're annoyingly more expensive is the downside. Strawberries or berries and stuff, and like juice drinks. Although even like these juice drinks, they aren't healthy. This is like mostly sugar. This is like 80% sugar based. Well, 80, but it's basically the same sugar as like a soda almost, but it's tasty. But yeah, check if you are at that 486. I think that's what I'm at. I can check it in a little bit maybe. But yeah, I think that's maybe the cap for now, because I opened one cache more and didn't get one. You can also check if before you open it, if it shows 2 items, but I haven't seen those other ones in a long while. I don't know if anybody else can confirm, because I feel every reconstructed caches I have ever gotten recently weren't the ones with, because you can see if you hover over it, it shows 2 items being inside of it. That's the ones with the, because there used to definitely be ones without, and then but I'm not sure those actually still even drop. Am I team sustain or team burst, and why? Neither. I'm team both. I'm team DPS. Because both of them are DPSs. You kind of need to know both of those. So actually for most weapons, I need to know both of those and the damage per mag and kind of their handling characteristics, because all 4 of those kind of matter, especially if one of them is horrendous. So for instance, the Vector 45, as always, the poster child of it, it was, I mean, it's no longer now, but it was always super high on burst. It was okay on sustain. It was pretty low on sustain, but it had horrendous damage per mag. So that's kind of why I would pick MPX over it, because even though it was lower burst, it was higher sustain and higher damage per mag. But then you had weapons like FAMAS, which were highest on burst, like 5th or so on sustain, and pretty low on damage per mag, but then I would still pick the FAMAS because also it had a good pattern. So stuff like that. It's never as simple as just burst or sustain or something like that. There are metrics that you kind of need to know. It's kind of, actually, so I'm going to make a burst and sustain in-depth guide. And one thing I'm going to go into it is basically comparing it to cars. And what you can kind of compare it to is burst DPS is horsepower and sustain is torque. So depending on what you're doing, you might need one more than the other. And they're just metrics, because also in the end, like how much horsepower a car has might not even matter, you know, to most people. So, and yeah, I'm definitely going to finish up that burst and sustain in that guide. I wanted to do a new damage calculator with that could spit out a chart, but I've been bashing my head against it for so long, and I can't get it to reliably work. So I'm gonna leave that to maybe in the future, and we're just gonna do burst and sustain as a separate subject. Been thinking about mine, but I really like the total mag damage of a Banshee with 2 blues. Like in Palisade, yeah. Can 1 mag rogue without buffs. Yeah, that's. Although, well, do you mean PvE rogues? I'm guessing there, but yeah, how often do you need to 1 mag rogue? Because you should more like put it on like elites or something. And MB7 likely can do that as well. That's the thing. Shouldn't DPS tune carry a sustain burst? No. Care about? I mean, yes. Yeah. To me, so burst is basically from theoretical damage. So we'll just answer this outside of this. It's basically if you think of your damage and you have a band that you're doing the theoretical damage in, burst is the upper bound, and then sustain is the lower bound. So you're between these 2 points of damage as you're firing, and then burst corresponds. So it corresponds to your first mag of firing. So not hitting, but just that's the DPS that you have with the first mag. And then the interesting thing is that from that point, it falls away from your reload. You fall away from your burst all the way to your sustain. At the moment that you start your first round again, you shoot up from your sustain line back up towards burst. But then, of course, the average of the 2 is now lower. So you don't hit burst again. You just start like going lower and kind of like jags towards sustain. But usually in Division, we don't have situations where you fire for long enough to go deep enough towards sustain for it to matter more than burst. So for instance, in a game like Eve, where you might be firing at an outpost for 3 to 4 hours, sustain suddenly becomes the king because you're firing for long enough. Because also sustain is technically a theoretical. You will never hit actually the sustain except for that last millisecond before you start firing again. But you will never actually be on the sustain line like flat, because every time you're just still going a little bit up above it. Like every time that you're hitting the end of the reload and then you're jumping back up and then jumping back. But both of them are basically important metrics. You need to kind of know both of them to make a educated guess. It's not ability. There is the sustain mean burning and burst mean. Yep, that's exactly it. Sustain is East Coast and burst is West Coast. Gangster rap. How's the apartment now? Worse than it was because MPX didn't get a buff, so it's way far behind the rest now. Apartment was never horrendous. It wasn't great, but as a damage talent, at least it gave some damage. But now it's so far behind that, yeah. But more because of the MPX not getting buff. Gonna guess I have 10 cowards. Actually, yeah, we're gonna look at how many cowards I have. Let me so maybe someone win out over Banshee on wavering as a talent. Especially, yeah, so what is perfect on wavering over normal on wavering? I actually don't know. Is it like 300% to 400%? Like something meaningless like that, right? Because I would still say maybe for unwavering, especially MP7, just because actually no, Banshee kind of depends on what the firing time is and how fast you unload. MP7 will definitely reload in the time that you have unwavering active. Banshee will likely as well if you start firing fast enough. You need burst in most cases and sustain just for legendary. You can kind of see it like that. The harder the content, the more you move towards sustain. The longer you're basically firing continuously, how longer the engagements are. So one thing I kind of as like a guideline use is like I pick, if I were to like pick, I was trying to actually make something like this for the burst and sustain charts, but I kind of gave up on it. It's kind of like 60% of my thinking goes towards burst, and then like a 30% towards sustain and 30% for damage per mag. That's kind of how I like average out the numbers in my head, kind of. But that's also still meaningless, because if that is a TKB, then suddenly I also need to consider that, you know, it's not going to be as easy to use at mid ranges, where an M4 will be. So, but those are, again, the hard stats of a thing. And I think actually, I really just need to make that burst and sustain guide and kind of go into it. And yeah, there's going to be a lot of car analogies in it, basically, because we're going to go into that a lot as comparison point. Yeah, let's actually record this, because I'm just sitting here basically as just chatting. Should change my category. I'm gonna, okay, good thing I did. OBS, hello. Hope the stream isn't affected by it, hopefully. Was the stream fine for those few seconds? I hope so. Yeah. We waited so long that the hard disk was spooled down, so OBS was kind of frozen there for me for a few seconds. Seems to be fine now, so. Yeah, let's actually answer this first, and then, because I see that next question there, but we'll leave that one, because I'm gonna end up. So what did I decide on? I don't have that thing open anymore. Oh yeah, the hours played, why I'm still okay with it, and then what was the third one? I totally forgot now. Man, I remember it being something from chat reminded me of it. Yeah, no, that was the second one. No, so it was hours played. I'm keeping stuff interesting, because I was gonna do what other games am I playing, but what was the importance of February 10th and 11th? Okay, yeah, that was it. Yeah, we got there actually with the help there as well. Yeah, let's do it. And for a few final ones, first off, as somebody asked me, how many hours do I have played in the game? As we have a whole firefight happening there, of course. One thing you can do, if you didn't know, you can actually, if you type it correctly, inspect yourself. Don't do it too often; you'll go blind, as you know, as all parents have warned us, if you inspect yourself too much, you'll go blind. I'm actually gonna go into a Google thing and start with a calculator, as once you're inspecting someone as well, as I have brought up there, you can have their playtimes as well in that second one. This would also show their clan, if there was one. I'm going to put 3169, nice, plus 2301 from my second character on this account, 1754 as my third character, and an 1176. And that equals 8,406 hours. We left the minutes out. So likely another hour. We've left out as well characters that I've deleted, because, for instance, I used to have a conflict character at 100, and that was my PvP character. I deleted that at some points, sadly, by bad choices. But also, what we have then, as we, of course, that is this 20K-er. If I inspect I_Kia, we will see that I inspect I_Kia. There we go. As I mistyped it there. This is my second account. I have on this another plus 1645. Also, there is this character on it with 115 hours. This is a World Tier 5 characters that I quite enjoy playing around on World Tier 5. We'll add that one in as well, plus 115. That is... actually, I made a mistake there. We can go back in time. As I instead, of course, as I was thinking of the division, I actually divided. That is not the thing to do, of course. Plus and then plus 115. That is a cool 10K 166. I've played this game a lot. That's not the end of it, sadly, though. We'll go to inspect. No underscore Kia underscore, which is my third account. And they are at this point 1K or 1K 128, 1128, for a playtime of another plus 243. And we reach 10K 409. That is a lot of hours. Am I proud of that? I kind of am. I played this game a lot. I enjoyed my time with it a lot as well. I basically reached that 10K point, right, where they say if you do something for 10K hours, you can have some mastery in it. Maybe some truth to that. Maybe I don't feel I've completely mastered Division 2, especially, of course, not on like the playing side of things. Much more so on the understanding side of things. I feel I'm at a good point with the game. And that leads us actually into the next question, which is kind of paraphrased as we're just shortening it a little bit. And that is, how do I still, why do I still play the Division 2? And how do I make it still appealing to me? And that comes down a lot to me, I feel, with playstyle. I like playing a lot of different things, and especially Division now, at this point, has a lot of different game modes. While some of them aren't meaningfully different, so for instance, Summit or Countdown is basically more of the game. Same for missions, same for open world. They are still different enough that I quite enjoy it. To just, I can play Summit one day, I can play open world another day, do some random matchmaking with some missions the third day, and go descending, for instance, which is somewhat different, or incursions, or raids, which are completely different kind of than the other kind of gameplay, where it's much more coordinated, or for instance, for incursions and raids, or descent, which is just a different kind of playstyle. And I feel if you just kind of hop around with that already, you can make a lot of extra fun for yourself. Same as well as with what, like, for instance, the build collection shows, I do enjoy playing a lot of different builds, and that's also part of it. If I was only playing red builds, which I used to, for instance, I used to be very much a glass red, and only glass reds mattered to me back then. Only damage ever. If I was still that, I don't think I would have kept for this long. But also, even as an Eclipse, I enjoy playing Eclipse for a few hours, especially if I haven't for a while, and just kind of going by autopilot almost for me for Eclipse, as I've especially in missions. But then, playing Combat Medic the next second, playing a Pesty for the next, grabbing and going in countdowns, grabbing ongoing directives, grabbing red FIs, grabbing foam, hazard protected foams for countdown, going foam Eclipse for legendary, going strikers for incursion, or a healer for incursion. There's so much, if you are willing to, play around with classes, with content. There is a lot of content, and I feel a lot of people leave that out. People go, I don't want a countdown because it's boring. I don't want a Summit because it has no windows. I don't want to play the incursion because I don't have friends. Raiding is out of the question then as well. I just want to open world. I don't even do missions, matchmade or anything. Because I feel that as well. Matchmaking missions is one of my things that I enjoy a lot. It doesn't always go well. Sometimes you get horrendous teams. But overall, it brings enough randomness. And that's kind of the thing that I enjoy, just variety. And that's kind of as well in my real life, kind of what I enjoy a lot. It's kind of how my professions as well, for instance, line up as I'm, doing lights one day, sound the other day, and doing photography the other day. If I were to be pigeonholed into one exact thing, I don't think I would hold out there as long as well either. So yeah, just variety is the spice of life, and you know, you just need to spice it up sometimes. Go out of your comfort zone if you're just farming open world. Go do some match-made missions. Try to find an incursion team. Try to get into a clan and maybe go on raids or even just random groups. Just yeah, just there's a lot of fruit, and keep eating the same from the same tree. After a time, it just gets boring, and I can totally get that. And that's how mainly as well kind of kept myself from burning out. Also, I've never really gone all in on, for instance, level farming or such. I have done quite a bit of convoy farming in the past, especially with a group but even then, it was with a group that I enjoyed playing with. I wasn't doing it for the convoy farming. I enjoyed playing with that group. We were basically speed running it as best as we could, and we were coming up with strategies and stuff like that. If I were to do that solo, I don't think I would have the dedication to stick around for it. So yeah, the game is in-depth enough for it to matter that way. And we're going to end up on the last question, as we've rambled on for quite a bit. I hope, although, of course, if there's one video I'm going to ramble on, it's answering questions randomly, of course. And that is, what was the significance of February 10th, as that is when this is recorded, as I brought it up a bit, and why February 11th as well. And at the start of it, of course, I said actually already that, yeah, I'm recording this on my birthday. And that's the February 10th part of it. And that was also last year when I decided that I would give myself a little bit of a birthday present and just take the time to make a YouTube video that I wanted to make for a long time, as I've actually in-game and in clans and stuff. Quite often, if hanging around, if there were players interested in eclipsing, as that was the Eclipse Masterclass as the very first one, I would actually spend some time and kind of like teach them to eclipse. And a lot of people were like, you should totally make a video for it, or like turn it into a tutorial, even if it's like written out or something. So yeah, I took the plunge. I figured out barely how to stitch a video together, because that's barely what all my videos are just segments that I just record and just stitch together with a little bit of cutting. There isn't much video magic happening in mine. But yeah, that was the masterclass that came out. There was videos before that, of course. I actually did some random things on the channel beforehand. Most of them are unlisted at this point. But yeah, I consider that one the first one. And that came out on February 11th, which is the same day this video will hit my YouTube channel. God damn it. I was thinking about that as well. It's gonna run out of camera there. Let's fix that up. And yeah, I'm just gonna redo that last segment because I can cut out the rest and just... because that's fine, because let me actually see. It's boring, and I can totally get that. I wasn't doing it for the convoy farming. Oh, that's solo, as we've rambled on for quite a bit. I hope, although of course, if there's one video I'm going to ramble, of course, and that is although of course, if there's one video I'm going to ramble on, it's answering questions randomly, of course, and that is. What was the significance of February 10th, as that is when this is recorded, as I brought it up a bit, and why February 11th as well. Okay, so I'm gonna cut it there and then do the new segment. Yeah, let's just finish it off there, because yeah, it'll just be a fade there. And that is that, yeah, on February 10th, as I said at the start, indeed, of course, it's my birthday. And that was also kind of the impetus to make the YouTube channel, as I was sitting around last year on my birthday in the afternoons before heading off in the evening to do some stuff with my friends. And I was often asked to make videos or tutorials, or actually written guides as well, quite often, about how to play things, as through the years I have actually helped a lot of clanmates and such improve on their eclipsing, especially. People knew kind of that I was okay at eclipsing, so when they saw me and they were interested in it, they would go like, hey, we're on cons, hey, I'll go like, hey, you eclipse, I'll give you some tips, like where they spawn, where they go, how to ignite, where to place yourself, kind of stuff like that. And people were always kind of like pushing me towards like, just make some video content. And I took the plunge on that day. I was thinking of just, I'll give it as a birthday present to myself. And it kind of worked out. I feel, well, of course, I don't have 1 billion subscribers or stuff like that, or the humongous, all the guns, bitches, and bling and stuff. But that's also, of course, not what I was going for. I always knew as well that it's going to be a niche thing because I'm making hour-long content on a game that, while still very active, isn't as active as, some of the bigger games. And I was always going to be fine with that. So I'm also very happy with how far the channel has come. But yeah, that was the impetus to start it there. There were some other videos on the channel beforehand, some minor things, but I consider the Fire Eclipse Masterclass to be the real first, like, actual real video. And from there, of course, I went on and did some other stuffs and things and build showcases and a lot of rambling talks, including this one. And I very much enjoyed my time there, and of course streaming now as well, and doing that regularly as is allowed, basically, by my work. As sometimes I do need to work the evenings, and that was a great choice, I feel, and that's also the masterclass. Of course, I recorded it on the 10th. I actually recorded parts of it on the 11th as well because. It was a long thing and took me a little bit, as that one was 2 hours something. And I put it up on February 11th, and that's very much the significance of those days. And that's also why I kind of lined it up here as well, for me to have the 20K on the February 10th, just to have a memory there of... I will always remember when I hit my 20K. Your own birthday is kind of hard to forget. It's on a lot of places. And I very much enjoyed my journey here. And I'm hoping to have the journey go on for a lot longer as well. And we're going to round it out there, as I've rambled on for quite a while. I hope you kind of enjoyed it, watching it, and you all out there had some fun with some of the answers. We will likely do this at some point again in the future, maybe less than a year away. Instead of next year, maybe in like 6 months' time. Maybe whenever I hit 25K or something, as we'll use that as a milestone. Or if I hit a milestone with subscribers, we'll pick something. As always, if you enjoyed my content, if you are willing to help out the channel, doing all the algorithm stuffs, you guys know what they are. I don't need to say it out loud, right? And of course, as well, joining me for streams and both on YouTube and Twitch, as I stream on both of them. And I hope you join me for all the future videos. And thank you as well for joining me for all of the past videos. And as always, have a good night. Yay! I feel that was fine. So actually, how long this mofo? How long it be? Because I feel like we did. Of course, I'm gonna cut out like 3 minutes or something there because of the camera thing. But yeah, like an hour. That's a lot of time, but it's I think there's a lot of fun stuff in there. And thanks so much there, Hello, for the 5 gifted subs. That's very generous of you. Actually, you've gifted in the past even 5 as well, as I see there, and thank you so much, and thanks for the basically the vote of confidence that implies, and always appreciate it, and hope you're enjoying it out there. Let me catch up onto if I did forget some of the perfect converting is 400, normal 300, but I don't know about that. I need a secondary for my title, so I just swapped it. Kill ads while unwavering executive, so would be interested in DPS for that. You did lose me for a second. Okay. Yeah, that was likely at that time when I accidentally recorded with it. Yeah, the OBS just loses it when the hard disk isn't ready to receive data. So actually, yeah, let's have a look there, because I'm actually curious as well. So let's go to burst. There's these asking there what weapon to use unwavering with. Because I want to just see what the damage per mag and the sustain is as well. So actually, you know what? Let's take everybody along as I'm looking at this. So B7 there, Banshee there, basically no difference on sustain. B7 is there, Banshee's there, basically no difference on burst because they're like 0.25% off each other. So the mag damage, the MPX is 2 points. Where's the Banshee? So it kind of depends on, yeah, it kind of depends on this. If you're reloading, because I think with legendary enemies, you're likely reloading in there, right? Because then the unwavering on the MP7, although actually if you have unwavering, then that doesn't matter because that's going to hit the first reload anyway and take this down way far. I would maybe say Banshee, just so you have more damage in the mag. So you can more likely guarantee that you can get the kill in. Because both of them are going to go to basically no reload for that, for in the unwavering reload. And then the Banshee, even though it's tiny amounts behind here on burst, but it's not significant enough. So it kind of depends. If you can kill one enemy in, like if you can one mag an enemy, which is likely what you need, then that one. Honestly, yeah, that 100%, because of course it's also like just like 300% or 400%. You know, at that point it doesn't matter anymore because it's pinpoint accurate and stuff anyway. It's not making a meaningful difference. And I'm gonna say thank you once more actually for Hallow for the gifted, and I think the names in there will like it as well. I don't actually remember how I ended that video. I was talking. Interestingly, while I was ending it, I was talking, so I wasn't paying attention to myself. I reload, but I need reload anyway. Yeah. The thing is that reload is going to be, on the Banshee as well. It's just going to be the exact same, basically. They're all both going to go to 1 second flat. So using Banshee is miles better than the 45 vector I used before. Low. Yeah, kind of. You have to. That's the difference maker between the two, because you could have a tiny percent more burst, like a tiny percent more burst with the MP7. But it kind of depends on if you are actually with unwavering because the big difference between them is actually the reload. Unwavering is negating that, so I would say Banshee actually. Actually, yeah. So I was gonna answer this one. Could you give an example where sustain and burst damage apply in Division 2? So sustain at its core does never apply. As a true function, never applies. So burst at least does. It applies when you're first firing your mag, the duration that you're firing, you're outputting. So not what you're hitting, but as long as you're continuously firing, you're outputting burst DPS. Sustain, you only hit it really, again, as that reload happens. But as you continuously fire and start reloading, you're going to start moving more and more towards your sustain. And only really hitting it, this like the millisecond before you actually start firing again, and then you bounce back up, basically. Because also actually, yeah, if you want to actually in the DPS, I almost put a chat command into a browser. No, I want the main page, or I want the folder. There we go. So actually, in this folder, in the burst and sustain folder, I'll bring it up here. There is actually an old guide of mine, this burst and sustain guide. And if we basically look at this one, so this is the thing with burst and sustain, kind of explain, and the new one is going to kind of be like this, but better worded. This one is very simplistic. That red line there, going from the first mag, that's burst. The green one, that the orange line is basically your actual damage. That's just from MXS Watt thing. It's only getting hit by the actual line every time it's reloading. But of course, as we're moving on forward, the line is closer to the sustain than the burst, and that's the actual thing of it. So that's the reason why sustain, if a weapon is higher enough on sustain, which in Division isn't. In other games, you can have sometimes weapons or stings that have, well, in Division 2, you have Bullet King, for instance, that has, its burst is a sustain, really. But its burst is a lot lower, but then if a weapon is starting to fall away more towards a sustain, it can actually drop below a Bullet King. But most engagements in Division are also pretty short. So that's why I also would consider burst over sustain, and then sustain does still matter, because if the sustain is lower enough between two things that you're comparing, if the burst is FAMAS now currently is a perfect example. FAMAS is a percentage ahead on strikers, on its burst, and pretty far behind on sustain against the F2000. So stuff like that. Gonna go out for it. If you're still around an hour, might be back. I remember you were talking about underground. We see for that if you're still down. Let's go. Yeah, likely I'm gonna do that for now for a little bit. Actually, yeah, let's go because I'm actually curious if they have fixed that. Maybe. Let me actually put this gal back on. I need to go to the map. Let's just put it back on heroic before I forget. Let's go back here and catch up on some of the last ones. You have been playing for around 5 hours a day on average since the release of the yep. So the thing is as well, I've been dual boxing, of course, some of the like the two accounts, sometimes my main and second account. Likely 200 hours are overlapping. Also, like even now after stream, a lot of people that have me on their friends list might see me just, you know, because usually when I sign off, I'm usually like here-ish, right? And then I just sign off. And I just go walk away for like an hour or something, go do eating and stuff like that, downloading the VOD and stuff. And my character is just here. Also, I think I will have likely spent 300 hours literally here and likely in here, just going like, this one or this one, you know, so yeah, that does line up kind of. Because sometimes I've had the game open for like 12 hours, even though like in the background I'm doing some work. I'm like doing some work, editing stuff, sending out mails, and just intermediary just coming in here and maybe like, you know, looking at a build and doing a few calculations and then going back to work and stuff. So there's a lot of hours like that as well. So that does inflate my hourage a lot, more so than some. Anyway, thanks everybody for the happy birthdays there, even though I'm getting very late to them, but yeah, we were recording some of that. Do you drink beer and listen to rock? So actually, yeah, as came up earlier, I'm kind of off alcohol almost since the pandemics, really. I kind of didn't drink much in those years, and I've kind of become a complete lightweight. So there's a little bit of that. But yeah, basically don't drink at all anymore. Even though I basically have access to a free bar because the venue I work with, like if I go up to the bar and just drink and just order something, they just give it to me. Like there's no questions there. So I miss you answering, but what is your first language? So yeah, that is actually in the video, but I'll answer it here as well. It's Farsi actually. So I'm from Iran. As we started with that was actually one of the first few questions, but I think it was before you were here. And that's kind of as well why my accent is a little bit of everything. It's because I started with Farsi, Persian, as some call it, the language in Iran, and came to here pretty young to Netherlands and had that as my language, and then English, and I hung around a lot of Americans way too much online, especially on comms as well, so talking. So kind of picked up all of the languages as accents. So that's the weirdness of my accent. The Numa guy. I remember the meme, but I don't even remember what the guys look like. But basically, a fat bearded guy, right? Yeah. Hi, can we ask questions here? Well, you can. We've done the AMA thing, but I might answer it still. It's not going to go into the YouTube video anymore, but we'll just answer. Yeah, if anybody's interested, because likely for another like half an hour to likely an hour. Who are we kidding? I'm going to say one more a few times. We need to, that's maybe... Or maybe I go and clear the invasion. Oh, is it Manning? It's Manning. Do I have some bounties saved up? Nope. I might do some Black Dust bounties here then. Because yeah, we're gonna go do some bounty cheese in here. Do some leveling, 5 directive in, and if anybody wants to join, feel free to make that known. Or if you have me on your list, you can just join up. Gonna give you the build if it matters, but I'll probably stay on Banshee then. Yeah, if you can, just DM me the build. But also, yeah, it's not gonna matter much between them because both of them are 3 mag or 3 mods. Neither like has on a build. They're basically gonna line up the same way. But yeah, basically with a Banshee, you're giving up the tiniest amount of burst, like less, 0.25%. So that's well worth giving up for the extra damage per mag. Wait, what am I running? I was about to run into there with an Eclipse. That's me paying attention. So we're gonna run this, of course. Oh yeah, I need to swap this out at some point. I do have a ton of SR1s and stuff, so... Actually, this guy will need some water. We'll grab some here. And thanks so much to Hello for, well, both for the gifteds and also for the happy birthdays there. Actually, that's a cool one from Little. Yeah, that's a. I hadn't seen that emote before, but I usually just use the bounce one, the obvious one, of course. I do love that one. Yeah, by the way, you can check it later. I mean, I'll give it a peek, but okay, it's a long one. I will indeed read it later and give an answer. But I'm hoping there's space chasing. Okay. Yeah, no worries. No, also if I'm solo here, it doesn't matter that much. We might as well also not, because might not do the bounties, but just do the open world farming. Do want to get a few more levels in here, because especially one more level, of course, because then we'll have the nicest level. I'm 1 year older, but still a child. Because, of course, I'm on level 68. Yeah. Man, having this dot the difference that that dot makes versus a D50 is impressive.
Incoming hostiles detected. Access key detected.
Because having used the D50 for a few days, because I was I'd locked myself out of this account a little bit because I wanted to keep the 20K for today, of course. So having done that the last few days, having played on other accounts where I didn't have access to my Regulus, because only this account has done raids really ever. I'm looking to change that maybe in the future, but haven't yet. Oh.
Let's see how they
I'm forgetting the new directives. Oh, that's gonna kill me. Oh, I need to alter this build actually. Let's take it to the safe house. So I'm gonna take a revive hive with it. This is still from last season's setup. I might actually give up the shield. I'm okay without the shield. Let's make it like that. Because last season was cool skills, of course. 50 plus determined during the reanimated event is Gully. Yep. Well, any you can actually even classic M1A or like 1886, you can use those as well, even on reanimated moments, which is yeah, pretty strong. Because reanimated, of course, and also this is the new reanimated. We actually, so they said your like the headshot weakness is much higher. I wonder if that's like gonna convert into direct damage being a lot higher, because that's likely what that means, right? So likely we'll do even more damage, and also the range of the green stuff they put down, they've increased. So we'll see all of that with next week. What do you think about Vindicator? Feels underwhelming to me. It needs to Corbin joining up. It needs to work with focus for it to really shine, I think. It's not bad. It's very much, especially as a fast-firing rifle, it is basically an MDR with a much better talent, but less crit chance. That's Corbin up there. And that isn't a bad deal, I think, because 40% is a lot.
Detected. In location guarded by hostiles.
Oh, that wasn't enough to pop his helmet? Could have used the shotgun.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
That's it, right?
Okay, from behind, because they're not coming from downstairs. But also, Regulus will also be really good with reanimated. But yeah, really having played Regulus for a few days, or not having played Regulus for a few days and using unused D50s, being back on a Regulus feels like home a lot more. Just because you have that dot in the middle, the amount of difference that makes is impressive. Yeah, having played the Vindicator, the thing with it is as well, of course, unless you're doing some shenaniganery, which you can definitely, it doesn't fit into Strikers. And Strikers is so powerful, so much more powerful than anything else, that it, you know, kind of overshadows everything. But you could maybe stack with it and then try to keep your stacks up. But there's a Glass Red, of course, doesn't compete with the Striker. If it had focus, if focus worked on it, that would be much more relevant, I think. I was very scared that they might have fixed this, that the bounty wouldn't go there. Let's maybe let's go grab some bounties. We'll just bounty farm for a little bit. Let's go get over there and get that one as also a normal one. Its optimal range is very low, yeah, as you say, that 31. But also the MDR is the same, right? I think it's the same as the MDR. Some of the rifles are like that, just pretty low. Some of the faster firing ones, I think, as well. It's an entire war zone. Let's see. I'll leave him up to you so you can get your determined back. That would actually have to check that. I think lightweight M4 and stuff are also low, right? I think. Not 1,000% sure, but now with Rhiannon, I think you can even use M1A CQB with determined and one-shot everything. Likely. You could likely even use a M4 carbine.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
Oh, we have a elite patrol as well.
Detected.
Wanted to pop his weak point, but didn't. Oh, we have 2 heavies on them. Actually, I shouldn't do what I'm doing. I should just get a stack. Use my shotgun.
Serious trauma detected. Incoming hostiles detected.
Coming from far back. Oh, that hostage is in danger.
Hostage health is critical.
Make sure that one doesn't reach her. Stop shit. But here I need that mosquito pistol, of course, just to pull him away from from her. You know, we found the use for mosquito.
Is that it?
The worst use, but let's get a banny. But it will be interesting to see what reanimated brings. Let's maybe go south here and clean up this one as well, because that is another area a public execution can be at. That's through here. My mouse may need new batteries. TD1 center calls plus under powerful then. I mean, likely. I don't know Division 1, especially the stuff like that, well enough. Yeah. Give a reasonable answer, but because I don't think I used hunters at all. I used a few of the sets. I was very much one that liked Lone Star. Lone Star was my go-to for a little bit. So.
To all the true sons, JTF, and division agents listening to this broadcast,
actually, I'll trust Scorpion having that. I'll stay by this.
There will be no forgiveness until
min-max our output.
one of you is in the grave.
Access key detected.
What are my top 3 favorite builds? You're asking me basically out of all of the children in the build collection, which child do I like the most?
Progress resumed.
So that's, yeah, top 3 kind of depends on a billion things. In the thing as well, I kind of answered a similar question, and the big question it was more about what off-meta builds I like. And yeah, for me, kind of depends on that one, as I said as well, like what off-meta is different to all different people. Like some people would only consider strikers meta, but would you consider in like 4-man groups, I would consider, you know, 1 strike or 3 strikers, 1 eclipse, the meta, or missions and stuff, or even, you know, some of the group content. Let's go deal with this territory control and maybe then that public or the propaganda. We're just clearing areas, hoping for public executions to spawn. We're just farming a few, and then we'll go do them.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
There's always a favorite child on S. Yep. I mean, I definitely have a favorite build. I'm just not gonna tell it in front of my builds. You know, they'll delete themselves. They'll just start disappearing. Because of course, my favorite build is, wait, what was it again? Three pieces True Patriot, 2-piece Brazos, and then Ninja Bag. Was it that? That's my favorite build.
Engaging hostile.
Shut up and fight.
Just lie down and die.
Oh, what?
So much for this tactic.
What is True Sons doing all the way north here?
Hostiles. Guarding location nearby.
Oh, territory. Totally forgot what
Medical assistance needed. Agent out of action.
I was
Scheme detected.
looking like downstairs to see if there was enemies downstairs. Spoiler warning: there weren't ever going to be any. Having the ability to get the quick heal, take away fragile armor is kind of nice, actually, because I've been using that quite often. Let's go do the same to this public, or yeah, the propaganda, and for a public maybe as well. Although it's becoming nighttime, so we are likely gonna run out of things spawning in, but let's give it a try still, and then we'll just go do what we have, whatever bounties we have so far.
To clarify the tenure of our relationship, the government has had contracts with Sokolov Concern since the late 80s when my father still ran the company. When the green poison tragedy befell the nation and rogue agents in New York greatly damaged the reputation and trust placed in their hands, Cal asked me to help control a secondary outbreak. An outbreak of reckless and out-of-control division agents who refused to follow the directives of President Andrew Ellis.
Hey, that's a new one, right? I don't think I've heard that one before. Wait, did I miss something? Oh.
I've secured this area.
Maybe powerful things are more powerful things than
Andrew
what is
Ellis
in
may
15.
not have been the leader we elected, but when we needed him to step out from behind the speaker's podium and onto Air Force One, he didn't hesitate. I wish we
I know plenty of parents actually that have single childs, and that child is not their favorite.
of President President Ellis has
It also happens.
in his effort to make the world safer and more secure, so that we can get
About
this
kind of
great nation back
cover
on
this
track,
area.
and we can start to rebuild from the ashes left behind by the division.
Actually, I'm gonna. Oh, it's I'm so used to it being black dusk, of course.
Access key detected.
Or outcast. Or but I totally forgot that it can also be.
Progress halted.
Or that the zone is invaded and.
Manual override required. Progress resumed.
Maybe one last wave.
Enemy's close.
I'll come out a little bit.
Manual override required.
Outcast Russia when it comes to Japan. That's a pretty good one, actually.
We are getting ready for winter. We are harvesting.
You mean you yell a lot, like, but that's what that means?
To defeat hundreds of people. And if winter is mild, we should.
Or is it just that you want to hug? Yeah, not much else is gonna spawn. Sadly, we didn't get any more. So how many bounties? I have 3. Likely Corbin as well. Then let's maybe just go do what we have, even though they're not many yet. But we'll just get them done. Hopefully, they'll become daytime by when we're done, and then go from there.
Target is near you, Agent.
While I'm here as well, I'll say, depending on how well farmed we are, this zone is Palisade as well. So we'll get a bunch of those names. I'm looking forward to that as well.
Another agent is now in your
Could be as
group.
well. Also, I'm not sure. Have you ever done this cheese with us, Corbin, or seen it? Because it's pretty, like, straightforward. We just... Oh, 7 outcast 3 BT. Oh, nice. And 1 hyena. Yeah, likely the hyena, that also sometimes happens. Likely from Snitch. I often have that as well here. Also, that's not this zone, right? That's the zone we came from. Because that's the zone we need to top the bounties in. Bounties in West End. Spawning left.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Was it with 3 of us here? I could maybe go and grab.
Target down. Good job. That's your target.
So I wouldn't be against if, because usually with this, it is handy to have actually somebody on.
Serious trauma detected.
Yeah, somebody on foam makes it a lot more consistent. It's not faster per se, but just more consistent. Because this is the Madish.
That's the target, Agent.
But I could maybe do my bounties and then swap to a different character that has foam eclipse really easily.
Target neutralized. Good work. That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Let's see what my allies are running. Which one was that? 3, 3 to 1. I think. No, let me maybe do that. Let me pop my bounties first.
Nearby location guarded by hostiles.
And once I'm used up the ones I've saved up, because I might also have some saved up on that character as well. Because if I swap character, it doesn't matter though. The world stays the same. But yeah, let's go back to initials. Oh, does this reset our fragile actually? No, but we get free armor kits anyway. Yeah. Be script for donation. Only if you have some of the names, maybe. I'll run the. Like I'll run the gear and just get it. But also the names drop a lot, so.
Target
and hello coming through even one more time. And thanks so much there. That's another gifted sub. Thank you so much there. And yeah, indeed, Scooby can run again. His legs are no longer bound. I also love how there was one person who's also like a sub, but they don't watch regularly, and so they were like, "Why is the second?" I just answered it there, but it was too much of a like explanation thing to otherwise teach them or to tell them like the second run emote is called Nur. And they were like, "Why is that one called Nur?" And yeah, it's run backwards. Because it's running the other way. I'm funny, damn it. I'm also very inaccurate because I literally hit 0 shots there. That's actually Unloved drains this as well. Oh, they look actually to be on Eclipse. So maybe. Oh yeah. That is.
That's your target.
Keep a lookout for him.
They are okay running that.
You got the target. Nice.
Get the hell out of there!
Target neutralized. Good work.
Foam makes this a lot more consistent. One thing we could maybe use if somebody's up for running that, running a full red, because well, we have kind of a lot of headshotters here, which is nice as well.
Detected.
If we could have one person go red, that person can deal with the heavies and
Another
stuff.
bounty. Well done.
Because I could do it as well, but then we would need somebody to actually pistol kill, or like, isn't he? We need one Regulus and one red and one determined. That's kind of like the dream team, and then one foam. Oh well, that's what even happened there? Wait, what? As I also have never seen that before. I love a meta. Yeah, if everybody else is proficient, you can yoink those. Otherwise, I'll get my proficiencies in, so I'm not too bothered with it. But if nobody else takes them, I'll steal them. But, good.
Target is near you, Agent.
Wait, what? Wait, you gifted us up to night? Okay. Yeah, thanks so much there, Toasty, and Mambu as well. Because I'm kind of catching up. What does that mean, though? I have no idea, actually. I know kind of hype train, but I also don't know what a golden one is. But yeah, thanks everybody for the gifted and sharing the love, and always appreciate it. I always appreciate the votes of confidence those imply.
Assistance needed. An agent needs assistance.
Get my love.
You got the target. Nice. Target spotted, Sheriff. Target down. Good job. That's your target.
Is that a rare drop? Is it the unicorn?
Rogue hive detected. Hostile hive detected.
Happy it drops. Sometimes you get lucky. Sometimes the unicorn does drop.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
Also, we need to do activities in downtown West for the weekly. I think we're getting those done. Why did they drop up there? And yeah, let's go back to our little hole in the wall there. Thinking that it's like really raw. Okay. Well. You can get a limited time golden cover mode if you get a copper train. Very low chance of
Target near you.
Hype train happens. Okay. Shows how much I know Twitch lingo. Oh, and thanks so much to Essie for the bits as well. And yeah, I'm happy you guys are enjoying it. Also, don't overdo it. There's no like, unless you're like really like have way too much money. No need to spend it on me. I'm good on it as well, and even though I do appreciate it always, take care of yourselves first as well. Although of course I know you guys, I know the feeling as well. Just sometimes it's fun to pay it forward, kind of. Golden kappa for 24 hours in level 1. Okay. Well, we have golden kappas. Didn't even know that was a thing that could be. So, now we know. Now we need to find the drop chance of it. On the side again. Well, let's see how bad my aim becomes now, as I'm spending more attention on. Oh. I did not have a shield there because I had. Oh yeah, for those some of the ones on YouTube wondering what the hell's going on, yeah. The hype train system on Twitch, and the generous offerings of a lot of people there. One got started, and we got a rare one, apparently. definitely enjoy those golden kappas. You can show off. Because I'm guessing basically everyone that was in here gets it or something, I'm gonna guess. Or like everybody was present for it. Or do you need to be a sub maybe as well? Or I don't know. What is that? Let's see.
Target is nearby.
Oh, okay. Okay. What's rare, the 2-piece Habsburg or the 13 PFE? You can craft the 2-piece Habsburg, so I would say the PFE is rare. Actually. Because while you can craft PFEs, I don't think I've ever heard of anybody. Even so, I know some people tried, but I don't think I've ever seen a positive report of 13 PFE being crafted.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
For a second, I thought that said the Keener. I was very confused, but it said the Keeper.
That's the target agent.
I was less confused once I read that.
Target neutralized. Good work. Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Couldn't you technically? I mean, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, the Habsburg you'd make by crafting, so you'll get it eventually, basically. 13 PFE, I'm not sure the system can actually spit out the 13 PFE. Or like full armor on kill or stuff like that. Not sure of it, but I've also not crafted enough of it. So, maybe. Am I a rare pal now? Or wait, what's is that also in PAL world? How many times have people made the South Park PAL joke with PAL worlds? Like a billion, likely. I'm not your buddy, PAL world. I'm not your buddy world, chum.
Target near you.
Not your chum world. Or has nobody ever done that because it's too lame and I just cringed everybody out. Oh, did I intercept that one? I think I did. Oh yeah, I need to open up with my attack 50. That's the strat here, isn't it? And save my Regulus for the room. Little bit closer.
That's your target.
Right in front of my shot.
Target spotted, Sheriff. You got the target. Nice.
There's a mess of bodies at times.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Oh, more? More did you say?
That's your target.
What in God's name?
Rogue airburst seeker mine detected. Hostile airburst seeker mine detected. Vital signs critical.
You got the target. Nice. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
And the New names are also kind of like with a lot of the gear set recently are not correctly in as a named, so they're dropping a lot, which I mean is a benefit, is of benefit, yes. That's not. When does the dragon skin come out? They haven't set a date yet. In this season. But yeah, for now, instead of that, we have the lovebirds, which looks a little silly. It doesn't even show it because I'm like wearing an outfit that doesn't show it. But yeah, that one doesn't look too great. It's so bad that I might not actually get. I still will likely grab it. I'll use the excuse of all of the gifted subs of today and stuff being towards it.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Give me a head. Ah, I missed my hunter. Or maybe the door wasn't even open.
Target neutralized. Good work.
I was gonna make a 19 million explosion happen to everybody, but
the target agent.
I messed it up somehow.
You got the target. Nice.
Is there a heavy in front of everybody?
Target neutralized. Good work.
All that training paid off.
And the nice thing is as well, I can just do this now.
One bad guy at a time.
M.
Nicely done, Sheriff.
Expertise and donate all gem. It's gone. The yunk is gone. Even a whisper here. You know what? I'm gonna put the whisper here actually and level up this thing as well. In the meantime, I don't need that white dot. So. Didn't need my shotgun. So might as well. Because this is actually also pretty good for expertise farming. Just because a lot of deaths happen here. And that is important to that. On the run, use a small med pack and get our thingies back. Yeah, whoever has some left, feel free to pop them as I'm out. Well, thanks so much to Toasty for confirming that I just make cringe jokes. So, yeah, that's what we're all here for, right? Cringe jokes. Do we have any left, or where are we at? Because there are a few public executions, mostly black test though, sadly, but
the target is nearby.
We go to that one as well. Get us 4 more. Man, the swap suite is so nice, actually. Or
that's your target.
I love those. Those make me happy. Yeah, I made a because I used my Dice City. The explosion there was for 20 million to all the enemies within its range, which, as you can imagine, is a lot.
Target down.
Cleared out that way, basically. Except for the name there. Because normally it's like that. It's like 4 million-ish. 5 million-ish. I'll say, in between, I should totally go get my grade 20 Regulus. Also, I haven't re-rolled any of my Reguluses yet, but
you got the target.
Might also do that. Although, wow, that takes... I'm down. Let's find out. I have a hive.
Target agent.
And there's enough of these drops here for me to get my hive back up right away for the next bounty. God damn it, Jolly.
Target neutralized. Good work.
That's a win for us.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
Ah, here we have the loot beams aren't
Location nearby.
spawning in far enough. Because yeah, we have of course a new thing here, which is these pickups. Also get added to the ground over time. And the nice thing is even actually it's better with the way we are running it, because normally if you lose your hive, you would have lost it for like 2 minutes. Here, actually, I have it back before the next bounty, because it's just how it works out.
My legs are trapped.
I messed it up in several ways. And also I'm now going after an LMGer, which will cost me my life. But luckily we have a 1-up.
That's your target. That's the target, Agent. You got the target. Nice.
And I cleared most of that way.
Target spotted.
And that's always a nice thing about the Regulus. It can do silly stuff like that. We still have 1 boss to go.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Likely from the other side.
Detected. Hostile incinerator turret detected. Serious trauma detected. Agent
wait, what? Oh, does that show up there as well? I was very confused. The shield was showing up on the map. I actually didn't know that. The area size of the shield. Or like the marker for that. I can't stand in front of you.
Critical.
Target down. Good job.
Detected. Nearby location. Guarded by hostiles.
Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Done a palisade here. Bug radar can't be equipped. I've seen some people have it on, so I'm gonna guess, or maybe it was a newer bug or something, or a bug they introduced. So,
target near you.
Exactly. Yeah, those your gifted subs exactly paid for that outfit. You'll have to live with that shame for the rest of your days. It didn't pay for the hunter outfit or anything like that. Went straight to the lovebird. I'll even every time I'll put it on, I'll go like, yeah, Toasty gifted some subs so I could get this. Who cares if it's true or not? We're in a post-truth world anyway, right? So. Yeah, that's the story. It's Toasty paid me exactly. He gifted subs and said, "This you need to buy the lovebird out."
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Get me out of this!
Also, I don't hate the lovebird outfit. I think it's just it looks very similar to the raincoat one, but just recolored. So it's a little bit lazy, but also, you know, what are cosmetics if not?
Target down. Anyway. Good job.
Other side likely. Indeed.
Rogue defender drone detected. Hostile defender drone detected.
Well, the spared is no longer the spared.
Nice.
Detected. Near my location. Guarded by.
Oh, actually, also, if someone does run into
one bad guy at a
a
time.
glove of Palisade with skill haste status effect, that's a pretty specific one. So, if someone does, because I would love to have that for watch alt runs. There's a sound of a of another thing there. You know what? I'll yoink one of them.
Is near you, Agent.
Well, donate all the junk. Stack up one. I should have enough for him. Or somebody else. Just for when they're in this position, they can shoot through the wall, which is kind of silly. This one. I do love it when the Dutch city comes together. I get to do a 16 million all-round shot. Explosion happened. Although, I mean, that's one of the old broken things actually. Pre Ouroboros and stuff, it's not like there wasn't imbalances there. And I love the blind, but the blind is now to black instead of.
Target neutralized. Good work. Target down. Good job. Target neutralized. Good work.
Already expertise 5 on Palisade.
Another one down. Good job, Agent.
Just by donating way too much. I see another chameleon coming in there. Describe that outfit as for lack of better words, huh? I think I missed that one. I don't know. Thanks to Classics for the happy birthdays. Although actually, well, technically it's no longer my birthday now. We have gone past the day. It is the day after my birthday. But it is my YouTube channel's kind of birthday. Oh, went to the chat. Sorry, yeah, but not paying attention. Also, I always love this. So this you always have the lines of you and your teammates as they go in here, and you can kind of see the lines we've been making. Where we're just running out and in. Ooh, that one's pretty close. But yeah, maybe if somebody else wants that one for maybe explosive build or something. Because yeah, I need it to be haste, but thanks for the offer. But I could maybe go on an explosive build. Feel bad, but I'm kind of holding out for the next wave where I'm going to try and do nothing because I missed. And they just started moving at the exact wrong moment. It's fine.
You got the target.
What is this?
Target spotted, Sheriff. Target down. Good job. That's the target, Agent.
There's a heavy in front of me. Oh, other side. Or is that what was what? Oh yeah.
You got the target. Nice.
That's usable. We'll share that.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Invite to another agent's group. Receive.
Oh, that is. I'll message them later. That's a player I haven't played with in quite a while, and it's interesting to see that they're back in division. But we'll try to catch them later. I'll yoink one of those. This is going to be sharing some. I'll leave the other one for somebody else. Let's donate again.
Target is near you, Agent.
Also, I'll put out this ACRSS. Take a shot at the same moment. Oh wait, what are these guys? Random.
They're all over me.
Wait, what? Oh, he jumped up. Ah, I don't want to lose my headhunter. Could you stand still for just 1 second? But also, yeah, they're spawning already, right?
Running for that cover.
I can't even see the bastard.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Agent
That's it,
down.
right?
There's something there. Oh, I should have used the quick heal there, but
Target neutralized. Good
keep
work.
forgetting it's so fast now that you get back up. They're like just still showing the invitation in Ubisoft now. I have a few seconds to get that
Good job.
off my screen.
Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Let's see, I'm keeping an eye out for double reds with maybe usable talents. Although unlikely. Also, I personally wouldn't run it. But, because likely the one place I would put this is in Hunter's Fury, and there I'm okay with usually 2 blue cores. Is that cheese some sort, or you have a lot of same bounties? So no, the bounties we've gotten as intended, basically. We are cheesing it a little bit by putting them here. If you want to see how it's actually done, there's a video on my YouTube channel, a recent one called Bounty Cheesing. But the short of it is basically by farming bounties in this zone and this character having none of their side missions done, although especially none of the ones around here.
The target is nearby.
The bounty, if we pop it in West End, it always goes here, making it actually, I'll look at this share. Getting pretty close there, so. But yeah, I need it to be haste and status. I'll hold out for it. I'll craft it even if I have. Because I already have Death Grips that can do that same task, but I want...
Detected. New location guarded by hostiles.
No damn way!
Leave clear. Last outcast one? Well, that's fine. We can deal with some of the other factions as well. On the side. And thanks for poking in, Pamik, and enjoy your rest. I'll likely not be too far behind, actually. That's,
medical assistance.
likely could keep going here for a little bit more. Actually, likely till we reach season level 100. Let's add that onto the pile, right?
Nice.
As we got a lot of milestones in one day.
Target neutralized. Good work. You got the target. Nice.
Hostiles guarding location nearby.
And then I'll
cleaning up the
jump off as well, as yeah, it's getting quite late for me as well. But I'm enjoying my time. Also, Palisade being here is kind of solving my farm for Palisade or grind with Palisade. So. That was Glove, right? That would. I'll share this one if somebody wants. But I won't use it. Likely we would need it to be holster. Holster or mask, actually. Because I can totally see using some Palisade just in a red build if there's already like was already going fast enough, and then you just use it for a little bit armor and kill. You get a gunner, you have 20%. That's doubling gunner. That will feel okay. While you into proxy. There were one Black Tusk one there. Also, what is the in-game time? Okay. Let's maybe do one more here. Because if we want to go get some more, we wanted to go do that now-ish. That guy was foamed and still... hopping around merrily. There's Orient rounds here, so watch out for that. Let's see if I can. Is it that way? Oh, no.
That's the target, Agent. Target spotted, Sheriff. Target down. Good job. You got the target. Nice.
Yeah, the nice thing about this spot especially is this. They mostly spawn in... They have 2 spawns really here, so... At the most they spawn at 2 spots and they might like flip around, but quite often as well. Hey, we have the emo. He drops the emo sticky, right? This guy.
Target down. Good job.
What was that? Model 700? Sadly not
Another one
right.
down. Good job, Agent.
Because let's maybe do that. Let's go get some of the activities. Let's make sure we get all of our loot here before we go. Because yeah, let's go do a few of these activities. Clear out some of these spots. This one's Black Dusk. Let's maybe just clear out that spot as well. Because we'd rather do the Outcast ones, but at least we'll get one. But we'll go and clear out this right side there as well. And hopefully a few Outcast ones will spawn. We'll use that one. Got just finally, but no handling was headshot and VG plus armor region. It's still worthwhile enough to use usually, because especially with the buffs to it, it's doing okay. And yeah, no worries, Tasty. And thanks for joining in and poking in, and all of the gifted subs, and the golden kappa. Yeah, on mine it is showing as golden, so. On PC. Let me use this time as well to donate my junk in my trunk. Oh, I got that from Season, of course. I'm like, wait, when did the golden gauntlet or wait, what? Rugged golden gauntlet? I had golden in my head from the golden kappa. Yeah, the rugged gauntlet. The ruggedest of the gauntlets. I'm backpack now. Yeah, I assume from the Vigi. It would be weird if you got Vigi on the chest, but yeah. At least you have one of the two, and if you can get a decent other one as well, it's well worth trying. But also without, it's not a useless, like Hotshot is still good in the other mode. And yeah, let's start this fight. As I said, we mostly want to do Outcast ones, but we're just mostly clearing out this place. We'll still get a bounty out of it. Not downstairs, so behind us. Oh, we're aiming it there a little bit.
Hostiles are trying to flank.
Vital signs critical.
Oh. Didn't see. I thought it was just a warhound. And I used my Dodge City to just quick kill it.
Taking fire from all sides.
Nice things about Dodge City as well.
Stay the fuck away.
Oh, what was that slowdown? I think. My control isn't working as intended. So sometimes I need to jam on it to get there. Hey, I got the mosquito as well. I still need to add the mosquito to the burst and sustain tables. Not that it matters for it, because it's not a burst or sustain weapon, but it needs to be in that list.
Hostile control point nearby.
And yeah, let's go clear out this propaganda with the same intention, clearing out the space, so maybe an outcast public comes in there. And hello there, Sharky, and thank you for the happy birthdays. Nice of you to poke in. So you guys messing about, you and Toasty, with some duo incursions, which is cool to see.
To all the children, mothers, fathers, grandparents, friends, families, all of you.
Well, 70% weapon handling would be a little bit overpowered. Just all round. But yeah, it could definitely be like 20% weapon handling. Keep in mind that weapon handling also goes into reloads and stuff, and accuracy does matter. And it's just costing a brand bonus. But yeah, what it does now is kind of clunky, because we don't blind fire. Like, there's no reason ever to really blind fire yourself. You can be forced into it, of course, with being on fire or something. But even that, like, is not, like, you don't build your build for that.
Access key detected.
And it's competing, of course, with other exotics, because also one exotic slots mean it does kind of, you know, need to beat Coyote and a Memento and stuff like that. So. But actually, since the changes to it with accuracy, there's at least a noticeable difference. It's not a difference worth using, but yeah, it at least, because we have PTS2, I was like, there was a little bit of noticeable like stability, which turned out to also kind of be what they said, right? It was just the accuracy buffs weren't working, so which kind of aligns with that. Have any loot back here now? And yeah, let's push through, clear out these two territory controls, because here we can have a public. Actually, no, we have a public already. Let's go clear out the public first. Get the bounty, because it might respawn a public. Yeah. Have a nice strawberry. Also, what was that? Stuttering and FPS drops? No, but I have having like some, like the mouse lag thing, which might make it worthwhile to, before we continue on with the second or like a few more bounties, to maybe reset the world. Because yeah, like earlier on I had kind of like the mouse stuttering thing that sometimes happened, where it's not taking mouse inputs for like a millisecond, and then it is, and then it is. Let's grab those as well. Is everybody here?
Get me out of this!
That guy T-posing made him the prime target. What? Really? This helmet should be severely damaged, but it's weird that I didn't break it.
Assistance.
I'll get you back in.
I can get around them!
Well, that wasn't a really well aimed shot on my part.
Detecting
still
hostile contacts.
Oh, we have a named group over there as well. expecting to one-shot her, but that wasn't the case. Yeah, let's kill that named over there as well. Why not? Yeah, let's go get a bounty there. Yeah, still about. The bounty's all the way up there. Take the long way. Is this one is the bounty we want? Wait, what was it even? Huh? Am I blind? Oh, I am. Looking at the ground, but yeah, it was a little bit above the ground. I'll leave my allies to clean up there. And then let's go do those 2 territory controls indeed. I'll already start moving towards it. See if the weapons above the NPC use the same weapons or receive them too. I don't believe so. I know there is speculation of that. Sure, let's give you yeah. We went for the same signifier, but yeah, I don't believe the NPCs use the same stats as us, because also like they don't reload like us or anything like that. They, you know, and also usually games don't set up like that. It could still be that way, but also that it's super hard to test stuff like that because we don't get damage numbers from enemies, we don't get healing numbers or something as well, or from allies, making repair kind of hard to test with as well. But yeah, that's a little bit of lag. That enemy, yeah. See that?
Hostiles detected.
That worked though.
Access key detected.
Wait, what? I'm guessing my allies aren't all the way back there. There we go. we felt it coming. There's a delta happened there. But yeah, to me as well, I actually did a little bit unscientific, but Heartbreaker tech tank, because I quite often stand in front of LMGs, just letting them shoot me. Kind of looked at footage of that and also footage from now, and they seemed the same. And especially if it was 20%, it would have been a noticeable difference. 6 shot would do the same, like what in the past would take 6 shots would now be 1 shot or 5 shots. So 20% would have been very noticeable now.
Serious trauma detected.
It's also, yeah, kind of depends on their accuracy and stuff. I wasn't on exactly the same ranges and stuff because that's of course not like, I didn't set it out to be tested that way. So going for the the easy way out, which is just the body shot. I believe so. I saw the video comparing damage received by the same enemy type pre and post splash, and each bullet took
control point detected.
The thing I think as well why a lot of people are thinking that, first of all, that's kind of information was put out there, which I might go that stating it as because it came from Dodd, right? Stating it as he did, as if it was that case, was maybe a little bit, 511. Yeah, not making a 511 build. It's just there. It's gone. We have a public to the sad. Let's go deal with that. But yeah, Because I don't believe that enemies like use the same stats as us. That's not how you make games, basically. Which doesn't mean that they didn't do it that way, but yeah. Also, I was saying, also we came out of a week of Golden Bullet, and Golden Bullet makes the game feel super easy. 2 weeks of it even. I feel likely a lot of people, you know, had like the post Golden Bullet hangover, basically, of nothing does damage or something, and yeah, if you go from everything's dying in like 2 shots to how it is, you know, now, it can feel extra like that. But yeah, to me, on especially tech tanks, like I know those builds really well. You run them a lot. I kind of know how far I can push them and stuff, and it feels the same, even from a like, non. It is still, of course, guessing, but.
Incoming hostiles detected.
But yeah, especially as well if there's like side-by-sides, because you can do that as well, of course. If there's side-by-sides, that kind of shows it the best, I would think. Because I kind of did some of this exact same thing of like a side-by-side. Me standing in front of a LMG before patch and after patch with fully stacked heartbreaker tech thing. Did about the same. Would you welcome 6 gear piece bonus like we had gear set bonus? I don't think it would work well in Division 2. You would need it to be very powerful to either forgo this because of brand bonuses. That's the reason. Hey, some Pulse if somebody wants that. I think Pulse is the one I have the most of. Hey, we have even one more bounty. 2 more bounties. Let's go get them. Let's go get them, do a few more bounties, and then we'll end it there. As it's getting very late for me. But yeah, one more, just one more. 20k isn't enough. Let's start it already. Let's go to 21. The 21 starts here. But yeah, I don't think there would need to be super powerful to make up for 2 brand bonus losses. And if you consider something like Strikers and you want to have it be as equivalently strong or stronger with a 6th tier, I could see some balance problems there. Although, of course, if they could rebalance it and stuff. But I don't think they will just do it. I think that's kind of out of the question at this point for... oops. I forgot that we're going over there. Because I kind of aggroed them, of course. Although this is also nice because I'll take this heavy. Okay. Yeah.
Detected. Agent incapacitated.
Took his helmet. That's what I meant when I said I'll take this heavy. I put my shield away stupidly and yeah. You forget it's still not in my system that I need to keep my shield up or I will lose it. We need to help that hostage if we can. I went the wrong way for that, of course.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
So downstairs.
That was a tough one.
No, so behind. No shots in there. No. There's another one available to us. A little northish. Yeah, make sure to pick up your bannies. let's go do this one. It's easy nowadays. Farms have especially a target loot and content. So, yeah, maybe for that reason, but also there are other ways of solving it. But also, I don't think it's bad that stuff is really easy to farm in general, because the game as in Division 2 is much more about making builds than just farming the builds. But target loot will already kind of do that, of course, a lot. Because also, yeah, how would you make classifieds drop? Just same rarity thing. Also, I'm deltaing again, I think. Yes.
We did it. Check.
I don't see anybody move. I hit my lag switch. That's what happened there. Oh, I'm taking damage. Invisible enemies.
Agent down.
Are we all getting that actually? Maybe.
We're being flanked. Run! Run!
Server's dying. Or am I?
I see him.
No, stream seems fine. Yeah, stream seems fine. Oh.
What the
I'm gonna get my allies back up if it lets me. Yo, I'm deltaing. Yeah, there we go. 2 deltas in a short time, but also we've kind of infested this world a little bit.
Entering safe area.
Wait, what? Did we all get delta? Or I think so, actually. Or did they respawn? Oh, this isn't even my world, because it's 3 directive now, and this is captured, which this wasn't. That is weird. Or also, actually, yeah, this isn't this character's world. Let's see, how many bounties do we have? Oh, we have a few. I have 3 at least, so let's maybe just go do those. Could you give me leadership, Corbin? I'll take ownership and change the directives. Because I would need it to be this character's world. But I likely dealt that as the first one. That's what I'm gonna guess, yeah. By the way, yeah. You guys dealt that too, right? Or did you guys just wipe on it? Or no, because why would you guys be suddenly in a different world, right? That makes no sense. Confirm the settings. Yeah, the sluggishness went away. Yeah, likely we kind of us putting all of those scavenge skill things in there kind of likely messed it up, because they persist kind of far away as well. No, so likely kind of in the same past where we had those other drops kind of. But yeah, let's go. I'll pop one of mine already as we walk over there. We'll do a little bit more of this. And we can take a second as at the vendors here to kind of, yeah, the campus to quickly pop our caches and stuff. Because what I did one was kind of like long-term too. Yeah. But also, so Division 1 also without targeted and stuff was already harder to farm for in. So you kind of had to stay around and use the global events there to kind of farm for them. Which wasn't a bad system at all. I wouldn't say it was bad. Division is a little bit different. I'll keep some of those caches around. Although I should have 94. Let's maybe, yeah. Let's go towards the bounty. Let's get set up for it. I'll likely do a little bit more. Yeah, I'll hit season level 100. Go for a little bit. And I'll go to bed. And have a really good night, nurse. It was invisible enemies, yeah. Servers are dying too much bounty cheesing, yeah. Too much cheese. Too much cheese makes the servers act like it's no longer a breeze. Like, let's get this mini tank out of here. Also, we have random allies here. Somebody here? I'll hold out on killing them. Just kind of got in combat with these, but just because of these randoms here.
They're moving on my position. Move out.
That's the wrong weapon.
Don't get stuck.
I'm here for you.
I can take you. I'll try that.
That's the target, Agent.
Why did I pick the name?
You got the target. Nice.
On the side.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Get body shot at that guy.
Target neutralized.
Something behind us, trigger.
That's your target.
Rogue bombardier drone detected. Hostile bombardier drone detected. Vital signs critical.
No.
In your face.
Target down. Good job.
A thunder stack and a shotgun. That's all you need for heavy.
Streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
You know, Pally said every time I see it, we had a weapon handling headshot piece there. It's like, maybe for actually, instead of the vigilance backpack, instead of the gift, giving up that 15 headshot for that 10 armor and kill. But every time I think that as well, I go like, but I don't need it as well. Like, it would be a handy comfort thing, but it's also, yeah, kind of unneeded quite often. Did it do? There was a disconnect and mics are a server line. Has anyone ever seen an echo? Yeah, there's echoes. There's a list of them actually. A lot of them. I'll take one of them. I'll leave the other one for someone else. Proficiencying them up. I'll put one of mine.
Target near you.
Somebody else did. But yeah, we can just use ours, whatever ones we have. Shout for that LMG on the left. They will likely shoot us through a wall. That's exotic. Yeah. Since the world resets, so yeah, we kind of, with Gavin skill, I think we kind of need to get into the same rhythm. Normally in the past we did that as well, of just resetting the world after a while. Because
Target spotted,
if you kept it for too long, it would start getting laggy. And likely the past reason for that was actually the enemies were kind of being kept in memory for way too long. So I showed that off a little bit in
good work.
Things and Stuffs number 3 in a little while.
Good job.
So we have a recording of it.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
But now, yeah, likely the gonna have the same issue, but then with the scavenge skill drops. Random Liberty. Random. Yeah, Liberty as well as one of the weapons that came with Detox already is actually a detriment to it that it is a random third stat now. It's kind of annoying. Oh, I'm getting way late to that one, but thanks for the kind words there, RS. And aggressive grind. Thank you. And, yeah, thanks. Thanks for the kind words. Indeed, we had a Delta for all. You know, the game was like, you know what? It's annoying if only IKEA gets a Delta. You get a Delta, and you get a Delta, and you get a Delta. Oh wait, somebody's still. Where are we? Oh yeah, you need to be a little bit closer, Corbin, if you can. Oh well, you have to basically be on the stairs. Just close enough that we have to.
Target is nearby.
Be right on target. Oh yeah, I was like, wait, what is that emote? But yeah, that's of course praise the sun from this season.
See how many there are?
The real Dark Souls starts in DC. I use it for this guy. Oh, somebody beat me to it.
That's your target.
Immediate medical assistance.
Oh, no.
Agent out of action. An agent needs assistance.
Love doesn't. I'll get him. Oh, you shouldn't either.
Got the target.
But that's why you have teammates, right? A shoulder to be dragged across the battlefield on.
Target down. Good job. That's your target.
Pick the one target that wasn't gonna die instantly. Well, the pretty is no longer the pretty. That's a lot of headshots he took.
You got the target. Nice.
Right to the face.
Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done,
That was the
Sheriff.
Banshee poster. It is, yeah, it is. It's the S tier. S tier or meh. It is very much the S tier of SMGs, together with the MP7. But especially a fast hands Banshee looks very appealing to me. Sadly, the MPX kind of had the other way, where it went from being one of the top tiers to, together with the Banshee, kind of. Now it's kind of meh because yeah, I didn't get a buff. Oh, empty pop one of mine.
Target is near you, Agent.
Because there's definitely also Bravos for something. I don't remember what they were. We're getting a bunch of those at some point. Over aiming my shot. Because yeah, I can't do much against that guy anyway. So I'm gonna try and kill this guy.
Serious trauma detected.
Instead, I'm going to be killed by that guy.
Incapacitated.
That's a heavy solo. Yeah, it's the downside. We're all headhunters, and then it kind of happens sometimes. Ouch.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's the target.
Tried to save myself. I shall revive respawn in. Wait, why can't I? Why can't I select campus? Normally you can select campus here, but also I hear somebody resing me, so I won't.
Target down. Good job. You got the target. Nice. Target neutralized. Good work. Looks like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
I'll get that later on the next loop. Hey, 98. 2 more apparel cache keys. Because I definitely don't have enough of those. How am I ever going to open 6,465 apparel caches? And the answer is I'm not. That's the actual answer, of course.
The target is nearby.
I'll yoink one of those proxies. Actually, I want to mark it as junk. If somebody can get that elite gunner. Oh. Of course, they spawn on the other side. Just trying to keep my Dutch city shot.
You got the target. Nice.
On the side.
That's your target. Target neutralized. Good work.
Okay.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Just spawned late. That's weird.
Serious trauma detected.
You got the target. Nice. Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
But the tactical trigger, I didn't get a good buff either. Although I think with the buffs they gave to future perfection. They maybe thought it would be overpowered if they gave SIG and the Tactical 308 a damage buff as well. But then they did that thing to... they basically gave a double buff to Capacitor instead as well. So might as well have given those actually a buff. No, is the way that's still better than the M700 carbons without housework. Well, not against that, but the other weapons like SR1. So SR1 is the competition really for the White Death really at this point. Together with the Model 700, so the base one. So not the Model 700 carbon or tactical, but just the base one. That one is the new like top dog, like the top damage dealer.
Target is near you, Agent.
But then the SR1 does about the same and is a lot more comfortable to use than a White Death. So. A few days ago, it was actually I was kind of considering as well the Model 700, but that's also what like everybody was bringing up. And then actually looking at the numbers, I think people were maybe confused between the Model 700 normal, which is the actual good one, but yeah, the SR1 especially is very competitive in there now as well. And yeah, that's the SR1, SR Space 1, not the SRS A1. Yes. All those names are kind of the same and kind of very confusing. Same with like Model 700 and M700 carbon and tactical and stuff.
Target neutralized.
Yeah.
Good work.
I don't know who brought it up yesterday, but that actually was actually a good point. I always call the Model 700, the base one, just M700. And then I was like the M700, and then the other ones were the carbon, and then, you know, stuff there. But yeah, actually, for clarity's sake, it is not a bad idea to call the base one Model 700, which I think I've been doing a good job of doing.
You got the target.
Just to minimize confusion.
Good work.
Looks
like you earned yourself another bounty.
As well.
Done.
Because likely we'll use whatever we have here, and once we're all kind of out, that'll be it for me. It's almost 4 o'clock in the morning where I am. Which, it wasn't my intention when I started this stream. But we've had fun. You know, that's important too.
Target near you.
So I've collected all the parts for the Liberty, but in 4 years of gameplay, that is the only exotics that never dropped for me. They all seem gifted to me. And do have the blueprints, and if the work does not.
System.
Oh. I'm being shot up by those. If you have the reconfiguration blueprint, it should drop, pretty sure. Because usually it's a moot point, because usually getting it the first time the normal way is just the easy way. But maybe for that one it needs to be the exact we have some stuff over there. It needs to be the crafting blueprint, but that would be rare because that would make it the only one. I have a ton of black that's gonna back. I'm just gonna watch out because I'm kind of like spending my time with them.
That's your target.
Could be. Oh, I'll hide him. Sorry, I had to go deal with our back end. There's actually more in our back end. Let's see Corbin dealing with some of it. Regrooving together.
Target down. Good job.
My allies are looking over and going like, what's that idiot doing?
That's the target, Agent.
Hey, the jolly.
You got the target.
He's
Nice.
getting his jollies on.
That's another one down. Good job, Agent.
I'm gonna try to pick up a bunch of these, maybe. That will make the lag be later. That one was Headhunter. Oh, then oh, camera. Oh yeah, camera died. Indeed. I heard it, but didn't do anything about it. Basically, I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm gonna yoink that combustor. I'm almost done with the proxy, so I'll leave that one to someone else. Skill A, skill A. Yeah. Getting close. Anyhow, I guess somebody else still has a few.
Target is near you, Agent.
Lock on the server. Yeah, you need to. So the blueprint comes as the last part. I think that one else wants. But you can kind of get it done in in half an hour if you're doing it on normal, especially because you can do it on lower difficulties. I think you can do it on normal, right? I don't think it has a requirement for difficulty. And that means that, yeah, you can get it done pretty quick. Yeah, got in the way.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Because yeah, the blueprint is the last thing you get. So even if you have parts and stuff, the blueprint will be locked. So the blueprint is the together with the last part in the series. And yeah, that one might be just odd that it's it's usually it's not crafting it or having it or stuff like that. It's usually having any of the blueprints. So either crafting or reconfiguration is usually what adds it in. As long as it's correctly coded, of course, because I think still busy little b as well is still linked to
Target down. Good job.
Liberty blueprint as well.
That's your target.
Yes.
An agent needs assistance.
That otherwise make way too much sense. Oh, it's from behind, and there's also a warhound on it.
Airburst seeker mine detected. Hostile.
Black discs are a lot more powerful.
Medical assistance needed.
Was this sniper hound, or do we get it?
You got the target. Nice. That's the target, Agent.
So I'm heavy boss in here.
System curtailed.
Oh, he has flame rounds, okay.
Serious trauma.
That's a lot. Helmet should be pretty heavily damaged. But also we can go through the hole in the back.
Target neutralized. Good work. cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Trying to. I got over in combat still. Those guys, yeah. No. How far did I get on Whisper? I'm already rank 5 on Whisper as well. Not, I don't think I put anything on that before.
The target is nearby.
Be that fast, and they just fixed it previous, or in, I think they've changed it. I mean, if it was intended to be that fast, like we're almost 5 years into the game. March it will be 5 years. So. The game came out March something, and for all of it, it has been the length that we've had. Pretty certain. I feel I would have remembered if it was different at any point. I think they just reduced a lot of the timers for a lot of stuff, because same for the deconstruct timer. If you're pressing and holding to deconstruct, it kind of, oh, that's a placement.
You got the target. Nice.
Trying to get the center body there, but like a billion things ran in front of it.
Target neutralized. Good work. Target spotted, Sheriff.
Agent out of action.
Aww. No.
Agent deceased.
Yeah. Well, let's have it. All the parts and buildings have since stopped dropping for me. I'd never did in particular already been revealed the first
Looks like
one
you earned yourself
me.
another bounty.
Well, no, but it was just... that's odd. Because yeah, if you have all 4 pieces, then you would have to have the blueprint as well. Because the 4th piece and the blueprint drop together. If it's showing an X, that means you're missing the blueprint. Or the game thinks you're missing the blueprint. You could try redoing the mission, and maybe something weird happened there at some point, and maybe it gives it to you again, because it should. But also, yeah, you do have to do them in an order. There is no way around that. But you likely just did the missions like over time, because it's you have to do capital first. That's usually done while leveling, and then. But also, if you have a liberty in your inventory, you can't craft a second. Like, that's also a thing. If you also the parts won't drop. So maybe you had the
target is near you, Agent.
But yeah, how would you not have the blueprint? Likely, or maybe the blueprint is you would have to hide the liberty that you have on that character. It should go to a different character, so it's not visible. So not in the stash and not on the character. So moving it to alt basically, and seeing if you can craft it then.
Stop fucking around. Hold them. What?
That's your target.
Oh, and this guy.
Oh.
Setting on fire others.
Immediate medical assistance.
Some things behind us as well, by the way.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Not exactly sure what though.
You got the target. Nice. Cleaning up the streets one bad guy at a time. Nicely done, Sheriff.
Oh, right. I think this is still in combat with us. Yeah. Sir, could you come back? F off there. Not gonna chase you. I do want to be out of combat in a little bit because leaking field proficiencies as well. Let's go back over there. We'll get all of this sorted out. It's up a bounty. I'm gonna go kill that guy on the side before like keeps us in combat. You can't go tinkering while you're in combat. Annoyingly. Does anybody have any more?
Target near you.
Made it slower. Could be. I don't specifically remember it, but maybe in the first time. But it shouldn't be too hard to figure out with... God damn it, there's even more.
Need to check behind that cover.
Hopefully I can outdistance the rest. So help our friends because I'm like fighting a different fight. Oh, like this.
Friendly KIA.
Yeah, let's maybe make this my last one. We'll end it on the hour. Which, sounds like a good idea. And yeah, my brain's kind of going.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
Maybe in front of everybody.
System malfunctioning. Vital signs critical.
That's the target, Agent.
System restored. Serious trauma detected. Agent down.
Went in for the helmet crack and paid the price. Oh yeah.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Tango's deploying a shield.
Heading in.
Got the target.
These guys are spawning in later.
Target spotted, Sheriff.
That's a blind.
Immediate medical assistance needed.
That's a murder.
Agent incapacitated.
Yeah, I'll respawn in. Let's,
Agent vital signs 0.
let's not force my allies to. It's interesting that, so normally if you died here, you could respawn at campus, which was always kind of handy because you could be in range for the loot.
Agent down.
Oh, everybody died. Let's maybe just reset that bounty then if everybody respawns. We can just go get our loot, and that'll be it from. As I say, black does kind of suck always.
The target is nearby.
Actually, no, we've kept it alive by accident. Oh well, I mean, that's fine too. We can finish it off. Because the black dust ones are always the hardest.
Come on, Agent. Check out what I've got.
It's usually as well why I actually go out of my way.
It was a pleasure to do business with you.
Which I didn't do this week, of doing the invasion and getting this character set up to be, you know, without black dust in these zones. Also, I noticed now one of them is called Kippers and Fighty. We've killed those, but one of them is also called Popo. Kind of like that name. Yeah. I can get a head on their stack somehow. There were 2 heavies in the Warhound. That's not right. And a mini tank that is going to prevent me from going anywhere. Screw it. I have a hide.
Agent down.
Oh, I haven't. What am I doing? I needed to use my Dodge City shotgun.
Target neutralized. Good work.
Killing me softly. Headshot, shot.
Like you earned yourself another bounty. Well done.
Right, I'm proficient with Palisade. Okay. I donated 100 pieces. Which was sad as well. But then yeah, I think I will indeed call it there. Now pop these exotics just to keep me. Have some of these on the ground. And then yeah, if you guys actually want to continue, I'll leave you guys the world. I'll hop off this. If you guys still want to, then you can. I'm just gonna loot the last few pieces here. Because yeah, these worlds are sometimes hard to get to. But yeah, thanks so much there, Corbin, Scooby, and Love for tagging along. I'm gonna give a GG here as well. And yeah, I'll leave the world if somebody wants to have it to go through. I see Corbin also is in my time zone, as yeah, it is also 4 o'clock in the morning for me. But
you have left.
But yeah, we'll leave it there. And yeah, thanks again for tagging along, everybody. Gonna go get cleaned up on this character. Get as we did reach season 100, meaning that also yeah, we got season 100 on all 3 accounts. Played way too much basically. Which yeah.
Nice to see
that's
you.
what happens when you go for 20k. Neither of those with DTOC. How many exotic components do I have actually? 434. At some point we had 343. Anyway, getting field proficiency caches again. Let's pop some of those. What is your strategy for running multiple routes with loadout sharing? I've only run mules till now. I don't share loadouts between them. Some people do. For instance, I know Scooby, I think does, right? He has the loadout saved, and then he has like a gray set saved to load that, and then put everything in the stash. For me, you can kind of see what I have actually with the build collection. So the way that the build collection is set up is like when it says 1 dot something, that's character 1. So first is the first 16 loadouts of the character 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4. So they all just have their own builds. The only thing I really have on each character is that I do give them, I have given them at this point, they used to all have a red build in the back in the day for raiding. They now all have an strikers, just so I can do incursion with each of them. So each of them has basically all 6 pieces of striker, but then also like on the build showcase, I'm showing them kind of different variants of it. No, I'm not gonna hang on to that. Neither am I to that. Neither am I to that. Oh, this is the behind you talent. Actually.
Thanks for your business.
I need to actually remember to add these into my library, because yeah, I still need the marksman version. Because I do want my library, of course, to look all the way maxed out, because so add in that behind you. At some point, hopefully, we'll get marksman rifles, that one as well. As well, donate the rest, deconstruct this. Whisper Brutus. Actually, yeah, I likely donated a few whispers. That's likely what happened there. What does she normally have here? This white dot. I need to replace this white dot in here as well. Likely model 700 makes the most sense for this build. Because yeah, we'll donate these as well. Did I get the chest and the backpack? I don't know. I still need 3 more combustors, but that's, you know, that's not hard. And likely what I'll do is just put the pistol in with just a random build and just run it. Same for the Vindicator. I'll just put it as a secondary. Same for the glove. You know, in a striker's build and just run it. Because on this account, I don't do watch ulting on this account, so there are no watch ults. All 4 character slots are filled up, so I do actually care about resources a little. The listening thing here. Congrats on 1 year YouTube 20K. And, thanks so much, Salty, and thanks as well to all other people. Some of the, especially as well, Hallow and Toasty for all those gifted subs, and SE for the cheers, and a bunch of others as well that subbed or resubbed. Mambu also gifted the sub, I see there. And yeah, always appreciate it. And all of the follows as well that came in. And we even got a golden Kappa train. Accidentally. SR1 or SRS1 asking for a friend. Well, you should tell that friend that SR1. The weird looking one with the compensator in the middle. So this thing, the SR-1, is the one to go for. And it's also craftable, so you can go with a crafted variant. Same for the Model 700. But yeah, the SR-1, especially yeah, with 2 stability mods on it, that's the way I like running it. Normally I would run accuracy. It is said, I haven't tested it ever really. It is said that accuracy helps a little bit with when you're getting shot at, how much the weapon jumps around. But I very much like the literally no scope sway of the SR1 with stability. And yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm doing that for a friend. As we went even a little bit above 20K, of course, here. Tomorrow we'll be back with just normal streams. I kind of then the entirety of next week is kind of in the spirit of updating all of the things in the build collection. It's a lot of weapon changes. You know, all of the build pictures just need to be updated with other weapons, and some of them, of course, will make damage numbers and stuff. And we'll go character by character, and I'll make notes of it, and it'll turn into a video as well, where I'll go through every choice that got changed, kind of like the last one. So I think those are always fun. And yeah, tomorrow, of course, the questions, the Ask Me Anything, basically, video that we recorded today will go up. That is, well, that was the anniversary of the first, like, true, real big video. as a grass comes back there, right? Yeah, I'm basically signing off. You caught the last few seconds. Let me actually as well in the background look for look for somebody to raid. Just for easiness, I'm just gonna grab huge, littlest of the huges. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. Likely not an afternoon stream or anything, just normal stream, and we'll run on from there. And thanks everybody for joining. Thanks everybody as well for the kind words and the well wishes and the thank yous and stuff like that. And thank you to all of you as well. As you know, it wouldn't be the same if I was just doing it and nobody cared. And I'm very happy that we all have a common love of Division 2 that we all share. So, and we'll continue on loving it tomorrow. Not today, though. Today, I'm going to go love my pillow in a few seconds. Yeah, on the Twitch end, I'm going to send everybody over to Lil Huge, and we'll raid him. On the YouTube end, I can't do anything to you guys. They haven't implemented me, you know, riling everybody up and we'll sending them someplace else. But yeah, so you guys are free to go. Go enjoy some of my videos or someone else's. And I'll be back tomorrow and we'll continue on. Grinding, you know, we hit 20K, so now 21K, right? Next one up. Although, yeah, not really. We'll hit 21K eventually. But. So I'm gonna send this over to Lil Huge and stop the ramblings, and I'm waiting for the timer to run down, and then I'm going to say, as always, have a good night. Worked, right?
What you doing?